We'll be right back. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
It is do or die here in Denmark today as 4 world-class teams face elimination. Hello and welcome back to VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. It is day 7. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Mimi and Tom. This is a full-on elimination day. We're going to be sending 2 teams home.
It's tragic to hear already. So many amazing teams came into this tournament, but we're cutting down the numbers. I mean, we're already going to be sending home 1 EMEA team. I know you guys are going to be crying about that one, so yeah. Tough day.
Yeah, they brought me in for that one. They didn't let me come in for NA versus NA, where I got to watch one of the NA teams.
I mean, I think the producers were hoping you would cry on stream.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'm going to be broken.
The thing is, both of the NA teams can still make it, though. We don't have a choice.
Yeah,
we have to send one of ours home. And speaking of teams that can make it, yesterday we saw 2 very, very exciting matches, and also the first time we've seen some of the players take on stage. Let's start with Leviatán. What were your kind of expectations, and what did you think of their debut here, Tom, given that nobody really knew what they could do?
Well, that's the thing. I think we learned a lot from Crew to never underestimate anybody coming out of Chile. I think it's the most dangerous thing you can do, but honestly, the way that first half went, I was completely blown out of the water. You had the likes of Taco just slamming his opposition, and it was pretty decent from the first game, and then DRX decided to show up.
Yeah, DRX really did show up in these last couple of matches, and the thing is, Leviatán kept on doing well in these early rounds, but like so often they were getting themselves advantages and then rounds were slipping away. Mako in particular was doing excellent, so many clutches. He had like 1 million assists by the end of that
51.
game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, DRX is one of those teams that just, once they take a loss, they show up. They'll continue along in that upper bracket.
Yeah, they're going to have another chance. Leviatán, obviously, we're going to see them a little bit later. But over on the other side, it was NA versus NA. XSET, #1 seed coming out of North America. But Mimi, a little bit underwhelming on this international stage so far.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough one because half you're like, oh, it's such a young team. This is their first time on LAN. You know, you got to give them a little bit of a break. But at the same time, the hype, the expectations for XSET coming into this one were huge. However, I think the biggest story is just how much Optic showed up. These guys had a little bit of a warm-up time in towards the tournament, but once they got going, they got going. Yesterday, everyone on this squad was farming. Crashies was having an excellent day in particular. And for XSET, well, we saw some moments. The youngins were showing up. There wasn't too much beyond that. I mean, I'd say a pretty well-controlled series by Optic with the 2-0.
Yeah, I think that was the main worry, really, is the question marks we had were not really the question marks we came in after the game. BCJ, I think his playoffs form might have slightly dissipated, which is a bit of a worry, but yeah,
sure.
I think Victor as well was just god tier all the way through that game, and I think we know if Optic win, a lot of the time it's because Victor's also on form.
Whenever you get to see him on the Neon, it's just an absolute treat. And on top of that, for XSET, you know, they may have lost the game, but they won my heart. They have my heart. I think they've had the best walkouts thus far. I really, I just enjoy watching BCJ on the stage.
It was psycho for me, the suit.
The suit.
All coaches should wear suits.
I think my favorite
like.
was just the look that the weird scowl that Chet gave him when he saw the suit come out.
I don't think he expected that one. You already mentioned a little bit about Mako just now in terms of assists, Tom, and it is mammoth. It's not even like he's leading by a little bit. He's leading by a lot.
Yeah, I think in a bit we're going to show the sort of assist per round stat, and it's genuinely absurd how far away he is from anybody else. I also want to point out the person in second is also on his team, which kind of says just how much of a unit, how much of a squad DRX are currently playing as. But Mako looks like he's come in good form, and I think that's really important for the squad, especially with RB also doing pretty well as well.
Yeah, and I think Mako doing well speaks to the fact that RB is doing so well, because the initiator utility is just setting him up in such a good way. That guy has looked absolutely unleashed on the Jet thus far this tournament.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, the fact that he's able to, given how many rounds he's played, and he's leading ahead of the...
I think it was 0.61 assists per round, and the next highest is 0.41. So it's not even close.
And he's played a lot of games as well so far. And speaking of those games, let's take a look at the bracket right now so you guys know what is going on, what the standings are looking like. The upper bracket is looking really interesting, but obviously with the lower bracket going on today, I want to talk about this because two of these teams we're going to send home, and it feels like no matter who we send home, Mimi, to me it feels like we're sending home a cup contender, a trophy contender at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tough. Guild showed up in such a great way for this tournament thus far, and for FPX, they finally have their full roster. Sugetsu will be playing today, so they have an opportunity to compete at their very best. And down on the other side of that, it's the two teams that got the bye straight on in towards these playoffs and just found that super early loss.
The only thing I will say is, from what we've seen so far, I'm not surprised by any of the results. I think all of them are actually how I would have sort of called it. Maybe Guild pay breaks, I could have had a little bit of hopium along the way, but I think all of them have gone in a manner I expected, and I think the upper bracket games are absolute bangers all the way through.
I think the lower bracket games are also going to be bangers as well.
Payback's tonight, though.
Yeah, Payback, it's just what I'm waiting for.
It might even be game of the tournament.
I feel like whoever wins that gets to say that their playstyle's the best, just definitively. That's you taking the crown for the best
We'll see if they take the trophy. You have to do it in a best of 5, otherwise it doesn't count.
That's true. That is very true. And speaking of things counting and hearing from both of my analysts here, we want to hear from you guys at home as well. You know what to do by now. Use the hashtag Valorant Masters and hashtag VCT on Twitter, and we will feature some of our favorite tweets here on the broadcast. Usually here we have a poll for you guys, but we're going to do things a little bit differently, courtesy of Mimi right here. This is your idea.
It was half your idea.
Yeah, it was a collaboration. I love this. I really, really love this. You guys at home have a job to guess who you're about to hear here. Let's take a listen.
Woo! Babu! Woo! Babu!
Who's that
Why do they
Pokemon
sound
silhouette?
British? Why do they sound British? That was the most
that
British Vamo I've ever heard.
I feel like if you say it, then we're gonna.
No, I'm not going to say it.
Gonna...
I'm not going to say it, but I think I know who it is.
Okay, do we have a poll? Oh, we do have a poll.
Yeah,
we do
there's
have
a
a poll.
poll.
Okay, we have 3 options here. No, we have 4 options here even. You guys are home. You guys heard that audio already. You can scan the QR code and go and vote here on who you think that was. Was it Sassy? Was it Stax? Was it Taco? Or is it Meteor? Tom's not going to say who he thinks it is. No. But I do like I do like that I think throws a spanner in the works. I like that choice.
I'm trying to think who it is. Truthfully, it didn't sound like it was one of the LATAM players. That didn't sound like it was a native, well-practiced
You've said too much.
That sounded like something new. I don't know. I mean, I legitimately don't know which one it is. I think I would probably guess Stax.
We're gonna need players to come in different languages like they do on Northception just to throw people off from now on. For the voice comms, we're gonna take a quick break here, even. But when we come back, we're gonna talk about FPX and Guild. Guild, stay with us.
Do you feel the weight of time? Why does it hold so strong? One moment it will all be fine, then nothing will be on my mind. Then suddenly I see a sign that I can't deny. Blossoms falling from the autumn cherry tree. I need the voice in my head to let me be. But there's always more to see, and besides I'm never free.
It's time to talk about the first match of the day, featuring the 2 powerhouses of EMEA, FPX and Guild. If we start with FPX, Tom, I think some people thought they would be able to get to this stage with a sub, but they have got here with a sub, although they did drop a game in the upper bracket.
They thought they can get top 4 with a sub, so I think our estimations of them might be slightly reduced, but yeah, this team has looked solid so far. I think in the early games especially, you had players like Xiao basically winning the matches, but ultimately, this is them in full force, and that's where things get exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see. And I mean, thus far this tournament, so many players have been showing up. You mentioned Xiao, he's been doing fantastic. It has just been the Xiao show. So many impeccable clutches to keep them going. It has been really impressive that despite the issues that they came in with, despite having a sub, they've still been able to rally, be flexible enough to stay alive and to make it to playoffs, which is incredibly impressive.
I mean, that's the point, right? They were innovating EMEA, and they've come here, Mimi, and continue continued to innovate over and over again as well.
Yeah, and this is a game I wanted to talk about when they played Fnatic. Well, they did lose this series pretty badly. Let's be honest, they brought out something new on Icebox, and despite having the sub, found their best performance, in my opinion, that they've ever had against Fnatic on this map. They tried out the Fade and the Raze, and I really loved the way that they were playing it. It was the Sage and the Fade in conjunction to control towards mid. They had a lot of great work with these Seize nade combos to find impact, and I mean, Angel did a great job individually as well as just giving more room for Zipan to pop off.
I think one of the exciting things about this as well is the fact that, in my opinion, Saigetsu is the best Viper in EMEA. I don't think that's a wild claim. Statistically, he's definitely up there. So the fact that he wasn't playing and they brought this game that close is actually really interesting.
I mean, this is the point, right? Saigetsu, he is in the building. I have seen him with my own 2 eyes. This is not a joke. He is here.
Sure.
He is going to play today. But the thing is, Tom, a lot of people might not be as excited as we are. So talk me through why everybody should be very, very happy that he's finally made it here.
Well, he was one of the best. He's definitely the best within his role, as said. Like on Viper, I think he was dropping like 250 ACS or something absurd. If you talk to his coach, Doom Bros, he's their best player. Like that's who he will say is individually and just up there with the best of them. So I think there is a very good reason to be excited about him.
Yeah, and he's also a role player, like you mentioned. He's on that Viper. He's flexing around on a variety of different Sentinel roles and doing incredibly well at all of them. FPX, like we've mentioned so many times before this tournament, it is a team where their flexibility is key, and this guy is so flexible. They can really build out whatever composition they want around him because he's able to play so many roles. And well, they haven't had a huge amount of time to practice with him back in the mix. When they are at full force, this team is a force to be reckoned with.
I heard it's been 1 day. They've had 1 day of practice.
They only need 2 scrims for every map.
That is true.
So, you know, 1 day is more than enough time.
Very quick question though. How much better does this make FPX?
I think it makes him much better.
Infinitely.
I think it makes him infinitely better because it's not necessarily just talking about that he is a good player individually. It's those little like micro synergies that you get from playing with a teammate for so long. Sugetsu has that. They did not have that with Cider. I think the gaps that FPX were showing will no longer be here.
Well, even if you just take, like, if you take Haven or something like that, the way that he plays it will be, he makes, like, plays of his own initiative. Like, he'll leave gaps in his own walls and play around them and comm clearly to his teammates what he's doing. Cider didn't really get given the opportunity for that because he was slotting in just to try and fill in whatever they can. And when you get to maps like Breeze, man dropped 35 kills. He got the 3rd highest kills in all of EMEA last season on that Viper. So he makes a big difference.
I'm very, very excited. The arrival of a superstar now. FPX, they did drop a game. That was against a Fnatic, and we spoke to Zipan about the team's mental and how they feel about facing Guild once again.
I'm feeling fine going into the lower bracket. Fnatic is a really good team. They had prepared really good for us, but we're playing Guild now in the lower bracket, and last time we faced them, we won 3-0 against them, so I'm very confident to play them again.
And they're even splitting up. I think Zipan's already.
I think we have a better preparation than them. We have a solid plan how to execute and how to play. Usually it's Doombros, our coach, or Angel that tries to hype up the team again. And like, we can still do this, guys. Just follow our plan. So if we're gonna keep following our plan like we did online, I think we're gonna win this game. We have a really solid game plan how to play the full roster. We can flex our comps. Yeah, I think FPX has a chance to win.
I know a lot of their players have said, like, we don't want to be underestimated, we have a chance to win. Now with Saigetsu here, I echo that sentiment. I believe in that.
Yeah, I also don't think we've seen the best from everybody. I'll give Ardis the fact that I think he's like top 3 right now in terms of players at the tournament, and one of those is Durka, who doesn't count, so technically he's top 2. But I don't think we've seen the best from the likes of Zipan, and I think Angel especially is way off his normal form because of trying to fill the void.
Yeah, he has been. But in terms of that void that will be filled, I feel like today with their full roster, we got to talk about Guild, because when it comes to expectations, we talk about how we think these teams are going to do. But Mimi, I think it's pretty safe to say, even in the lower bracket, they blew everyone's expectations out the water.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that got knocked down after a really close initial match. They were able to beat out Optic. They have been taking head after head in this tournament and make it through in towards the playoffs off of, again, those incredibly low expectations. They have showed up. Leo has been an absolute monster now that he is playing here in person on LAN. And I mean, even though their elimination is on the line, I think think they are so incredibly warmed up in towards this tournament. They look so comfortable on that stage, and I mean, their synergy's just been on point.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, with the game that we saw previously versus PaperX, they gambled again with the veto. Like, we've seen them do this all the way through, where it's like, you know, our map veto before, where it's completely different now, and I think they got boomed because of it. I also think that, especially on Fracture, it was a little choky.
Yeah.
They lost to a sneak defuse. Like, they could have won that map.
But still, they almost came back. They almost came back. However, I think you bring up an absolutely excellent point there, that it was a little bit choky. I think the pressure was really getting to them. In particular, when you're playing against PaperX, you cannot be afraid, because Forsaken will just disrespect you. And Forsaken got away with crazy stuff so many times in this game because they just weren't holding firm. You have to fight him. You have to fight forward. And I mean, you can just see it. The emotions were riding high.
Honestly, Barbar Cam is my favorite thing of his entire tournament. But the question is, they suffered a pretty hefty loss. It can't have been good to lose the way they did. And Tom, it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back in this game.
Well, that's the thing. Even in the series, they bounced back. Like, they went into Fracture. I had said at the top of the show, don't play PaperX on Fracture because their Fracture is nasty. Like, especially with how aggressive they normally are. Now, PaperX did switch their comp up, and it was slightly less aggressive. So maybe there's something to take there. But Guild could have very easily won that map. And after losing their own choice, I think they showed resilience already. It is different coming into today because there's a lot more pressure than any other game because of the way they sailed through in the early stages.
I don't even know if there is going to be more pressure, to be fair. I think they've already exceeded their expectations of what people had of them coming in towards this tournament. And they're also going to be playing an opponent in FPX that I would say they're going to be a lot more comfortable in playing. They've played this team before. They know how they're set up. FPX has only had really 1 day of practice with Sugetsu back in the lineup. I think if there is an opportunity to take a win over FPX, it's today.
The one thing I wanted to say quickly is just that if they lose this game, though, they lock the other two teams into champions.
Yeah,
so just bear that in mind. That's the one thing that adds a lot of pressure to this match.
Yeah, they're going to have to play LCQ if they lose today.
There's a lot of good teams there.
Yeah, and one of the players I feel like it can save them from that. One of the players can keep them in this tournament is Leo, although he had a very different look between kind of what he did pre-PaperX game and then what happened during that, Tom.
Yeah, well, you could see it there. I want to call it a blip on the radar, but the man had been one of the best players in the entire tournament. Like, he was looking to set records as an initiator. We were even talking about him in the same conversation with Crashies, and then Crashies yesterday kind of went, yeah, guys, I'm still the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Leo, I mean, despite that fall off, again, it's back to comfort when you're playing this opponent. When it was back in EMEA where these two teams were facing off, it was Leo who was almost pushing Guild to victory. It was him that pushed them over the line to win versus Optic. He is, I would say, kind of the finisher for this team. He's the one closing out games, finding those clutches to keep them in the loop. And as long as his confidence isn't shaken, as long as he's still feeling it in towards this game versus FPX, then again, I think this is a very winnable one for them.
I mean, both of these teams, they played together quite recently back at Stage 2 of EMEA. FPX won very dominantly, but even then, Leo still had a pretty good performance.
Yeah, and I think since then, we've actually seen Guild swap up an awful lot. As I said, their map pool since that game has almost completely changed. The one map that was close within that series in the form of Haven, they now ban a lot of the time. So I think they've been running a lot of different stuff, a lot of weirder stuff. And honestly, for FPX, I think they have to prep for a completely different team.
Yeah, and that is a big element of difficulty here. Being able to change up their map pool so constantly has been excellent for Guild. And again, comes down to that preparation time.
Yeah, and also we speak about the bounce back. We actually had a chance to speak to Guild's Russ after their loss to PaperX, and he had a message to his haters.
Well, obviously losing sucks, but I guess we got to move forward. We can still got another game. We're still alive, so yeah, we're gonna move forward and go to the next game. They had the momentum, I guess. They took charge, and we were playing their game. Yeah, we were prepared for that, but like even though you know it's coming, it's still hard to stop, and they faked us out, and yeah, they took charge.
Trademark was turned off from safe, and Russ.
Especially after we won the first two games, I definitely think we have a huge chance of winning this one. We're just going to play one map at a time and see what happens. Thank you guys for supporting us. It means the world to all of us. Keep doing what you guys are doing, and thanks for all the messages, kind messages, and yeah, let the haters hate.
In fairness, I don't think they have that many haters now. I think back in EMEA, people were like, oh, you're always fourth. But they've made it. They've made it.
Maybe. Or maybe everyone's just so scared of Barber at this point after seeing what he's done to that chair that they're just like, you know what, I'm not messing with Guild anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a. I was just shocked by that statement for a moment. Barbar's scary. He got on my mind. I don't know what's going on.
Barbar's the best coach in the world.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like he's my absolute favorite. No other coach is on his level. But honestly, this team is just so lovable. Some young players coming up, showing up, and finding a fantastic performance in this LAN tournament. It's really tough not to root for the underdog. It's really similar with like them and XSET. I consider them like kind of like brethren across the sea.
Yep.
So
the
big fan of both
meme.
teams.
Yeah. That's them. And speaking of lovable, our dear friend Mitch is standing by right now by the telestrator to break down some of the plays from Guild.
Who?
God, I'm blushing after that, Sue. Okay, I wasn't ready for that intro. I've got a little bit of a deep dive into the last game we saw out of Artis prepared for us, because we've heard from this guy that he thinks that as a team, they're all in the top 5 in the world in their roles, and I don't think Artis has gotten nearly enough credit for his performance thus far. Doing it on a loss is something else. And the match that we're going to look at in particular, we'll see Artis getting aggressive in quite a number of these rounds successfully, and a lot of them are back-to-back. Starting now with simple round number 3, it's nothing too special. It's just going to be a taste of the chamber plays to come, early aggression and a TP out. That was Mystic that he took down, and it's going to be Mystic this time as well. Losing your Sage early on, not an easy thing to do here on this map. Now a change up, right? So 2 rounds of pretty two-dimensional aggression, just all out pushing them. This time they slow down the clock. They start to again set up with Artis and Zipan. This time Zipan up top baiting from afar while Artis takes first contact. He'll get a swing, TP right out of there. Then Zipan's able to, come out, control that contact, take the fights with him, and Artis follows up right after. Next round. So, already had 3 in a row of spectacular opening duels on that A site. Fnatic will call a pause. They want to rethink how they're going to approach this. They decide to take things towards the B site, because, hey, Artis is wrecking us early round. Let's see what happens when we go where Artis isn't. Well, they didn't manage that. He was able to catch them this time around as well, following up with a second, and then even closing the round out after trading siders. So showing his proficiency with a Viper on his side, as well as with the Viper stand-in at that, as well as with Zipan. A couple rounds later, he starts out on the A site. He's taken the control there. They've spotted him and everything, but he rotates. This man is running more than anyone else out there, getting to the B site before them, up behind yellow, and you're going to see and probably remember this one, an unbelievable way to close out this round where Fnatic were just about to get a foothold back in. So those early duels from Artis are something that I think absolutely everybody needs to look out for. Sagetsu coming back as well, only going to give him more freedom. And look, they're opening duels. Let's talk a little bit about closing duels to close out this segment, because Artis, he can do it when he's going back into his site. Little bit of a pick onto Alpha, and he even gets out of that Killjoy ult. There just was no safe space up against this guy. You can use your utility to clear corners, and he'll just be a little bit further back. You can use your ult to guarantee the site control in a plant, and he'll go pushing in and TP right back out of there. No consequences for Artis in a lot of these early fights, and I'd love to see FBX be able to replicate that moving forward. Now at their 5-man as well, who knows? Maybe they can. Let's throw it back over the desk to find out.
Thank you very much, Mitch. I agree with him. I think the way the Artis has been playing, and now they have the full squad back, I feel like he might get even scarier.
Yeah, I mean, for me, he was like the player I kind of forgot about coming in towards this event. I was like making my top 20 list, and he was my 21st player. He's the one that just eluded me. But thus far, his performance that he's been finding here in Copenhagen has been excellent. I think the style of chamber that he plays is a little bit different. Sometimes it's a little less aggression, like Mitch was talking about. He really varies how he plays, which makes him, just like FPX, incredibly hard to play against.
Well, I think he's easily a top 3 player in the groups, if I'm being honest. He's 3rd in ACS, 2nd in kills per round.
21.
3rd in ADR, all pretty good stats to have. But yeah, honestly, I think he had to put more on his shoulders because of what was going on within the team. I think now, if anything, he'll have more freedom, which is terrifying because he was already very aggressive as it is. So giving him more opportunities and having more of a fallback, I guess. And the thing is as well, I think with the aggression between these two players, Sagetsu will actually do it with him a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So there can be some cool combos there.
People are going to be so confused with his battle stage, I feel like. Just going in, killing everyone.
I want a Haven.
That matchup is coming up soon, but we are going to take a quick break here. When we get back, we're going to show you guys the poll results, so stick with us to find out if you were correct.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. Earlier, we asked you guys at home to guess that pro, and let's see who the majority of you thought that was. I'm looking forward to seeing this, actually, because I thought, oh, okay.
Mimi rigged it.
I did not know who it was. I did not know.
Some people thought it was Meteor. I'm surprised with that.
The thing is, I think the silhouette picture also gave people quite a few clues. I don't think we were just working off the
the
sound.
haircut felt a little clear.
I don't think it was Sassy from that. I think the 11.3% might have just been Brazilians who saw Sassy and went, I love Sassy.
That's my favorite player. Yes.
I'm with you there, Tom. I'm with you there. I didn't think about that. Maybe that's the next time we do this, we should just make the silhouette really.
Just like a circle.
Make it me.
Yeah, we'll just put you in there. But you guys made it for stack. Let's actually take a look and see who it was.
Woo!
Nice.
Woo! Babu!
Yo, Twitter.
So it was Sassy.
He just got a wig on.
Sassy actually changed teams.
I was the 11%. It was just me. I voted for Sassy. I had
made that many accounts.
You just saw a bald guy and we're like,
yeah, I'm gonna vote for him. He needs to win.
We should put all of the silhouette as bold people from now on and just see if people still get it right. But we can spend all day here talking about competitive Valorant, but it is more fun to actually watch it. This is where the pressure of the competition gets even higher because elimination is on the line for the 4 teams that are competing today. 2 of them will be going home. And with that said, let's get this show on the road.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Last time we faced Guild, we won against them. So I'm very confident to play them again.
Yeah, but we're not going to think about the past. FPX have been playing with a standing, but you never know what's going to happen in this game now.
Exact same approach, battling back in the lower bracket.
Now that we have Sugetsu coming in, we have a full roster. We can flexibility more in our team.
Definitely not shaken. I just need to step it off a bit and I need to unlock myself.
Trex and Leo, dynamic duo, finally they're finding their footing.
We have a really solid game plan how to play. Now that we have Sigetsu, we're gonna see the real FPX.
Bueno, en verdad me siento muy contento. Siento que cumplí un sueño de poder competir en un torneo internacional. Lo hemos denotado acá en la Scrim de Europa también, que nuestro nivel está muy alto, que marcamos la diferencia, que vamos para adelante y no quedamos esperando.
Leviatán's a really interesting team to watch. They play very skirmishy, very fast-paced.
XSET, they wanted the challenge, but what a challenge it is.
We're getting ready for our next match and we'll be the best version of ourselves because of this loss.
Yo a mi equipo en verdad lo considero como una familia. Nunca nos hemos sentido superior a los demás, sino más bien solamente queremos nuestro trabajo.
For teams that underestimate us, I think that you'll quickly learn in our match you've made a big mistake. Good luck, Leviatán. You're gonna need it.
Siempre ser mejor que ayer.
There is a lot on the stakes here. We mentioned earlier a little bit about Champions chances. That's also the same for the second match as well. Crew, they're probably waiting right now to see what is going to happen with their direct invite to Champions.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of pressure on the line, even though we're going into those sort of lower bracket matches. Not necessarily teams fighting for the title as of right now, but there's a lot more to fight for. Champions is obviously a huge place to be.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously on the other side of that argument, I mean, for the second game coming up for XSET, getting knocked out initially, it would be that NA first seed curse continuing to come to fruition. And again, on this top side, it's kind of about pride, right? This is a matchup we've seen before. Your countrymen, you're both from that EMEA region. Both teams very much hoping that they can stay alive in the tournament and win things out.
Yeah, they do. And the maps are going to be very, very interesting today, depending on how it goes for both of these teams. And with that said, let's take a look at the map vetoes. As we know today, FPX, they're coming in with their full roster, and it kind of feels like there's an obvious map that you would remove from them, Tom.
Well, they've been banning Bind almost every single time, so logically they've banned Haven. I'm not really going to understand why. I guess last time they played against Guild, it was the closest of the maps. Guild, though, banning Fracture, though, is also very interesting.
Yeah, it has been a good one for them in the past. It is solid for FPX, so I don't hate that. Ascent will come out as our first pick. I think this is a really good one for FPX. They've been showing their dominance here in the past, and for Guild, they had a really rough game on Ascent versus Paper X.
Now, most of the time with Guild, I feel like they pick counters. I feel like that's almost every single time. It's
teams, really.
Something that they're trying to break down within the opposing team. And going into Breeze, actually, I think they picked a relatively strong map for FPX with their Yoru composition, which I wouldn't be surprised to see them go back to. But if Guild have picked it, it's almost definitely because they feel like that counter is there.
And both of them have let Bind through at this point. Where is Bind going to end up?
I was expecting it to get banned. It felt like it was kind of Bind chicken. Neither of these teams are huge on playing that map. I was expecting one to ban it, so it actually ends up as the decider, which is a weird one because for both these teams, it's been a little bit, and it's not too often we get to see that. I'm wondering if maybe one of them had something prepped up, but my read is more that it was probably just no one wanted to commit their ban to the map that was bad for both teams.
Yeah, it almost feels like, for me at least, FPX won this veto hands down. Like, I would say that, at least within EMEA, they were probably the best Ascent team. I don't think anybody's really come close to them there. Their Breeze was the most innovative of any team, and one that I think, okay, it kind of got beaten by Mech when they played well, but that's just Mech. So, I don't know. I'm not confident going into this for Guild, but they're normally the series that Guild win. Like every time they don't look, I'm like, and then they win.
Yeah. They're probably going to prove you wrong today. I'll let you sit on that for a few minutes because we're going to go to a break right now. But when we come back, we're going to be meeting both of those teams on stage.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Get down with the high vibration. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
As Zipan said, today we're going to see the real FPX. They're standing by right now with Guild, ready for this elimination match. This is EMEA versus EMEA with elimination on the line, a spot, a champions also on the line. It could potentially be absolutely brutal for the losing team.
Yeah, I think someone needs to check Doombros after that fist bump to see if his hand's okay.
It's just a battle of the coaches, really. Barbar, I wouldn't want to be the man fist bumping him. But for this map number 1, Ascente is where we're headed. This has been a home ground for FPX. It's one of the few maps where they do not change around their composition. They have stuck in their ways because they are so damn good at it. Guild has an uphill battle ahead of them.
I mean, you gotta kind of question. They let this through for a reason, right? They didn't want to play Fracture today, so surely we're gonna see something on Ascent.
I mean, they debuted something new last time we saw them. They pulled out the Fade Rays. They switched pretty much everything up, but it just wasn't that good. They got utterly rolled over by Piperex.
No, I think a lot of what happened was basically, can Safe get 5 kills, and if not, we've lost the round. And that's a very worrying prospect. It does mean that chamber battle is going to be pretty exciting going into this game. But what I will say for FPX, I think they have some of the best attack side executions. Like, I think people in EMEA at least stole all of their executions. We saw G2 running it like 8 rounds in a row because they're like, well, we can't beat this, so let's try something else. That's what makes this team so fierce on this map, is that they're so good with their setups.
Yeah, and I mean, they run a duelist list comp, but the executes are still just so good. The Fade and the KO working in conjunction is super well coordinated, and that was what Guild was trying to do. They were trying to mimic a very similar comp, obviously having the Rays in the mix for that one, but it just was not working for them. Piperex was really controlling the pace in that one, and my worry heading in towards this one is, well, FPX, they're nowhere near as aggressive a squad. They still can have those moments, especially on the defensive side. Shutting down players like Artis is going to be quite difficult.
Also, I'm surprised that Rust trusted Barbar with his sunglasses. I feel like they're getting snapped. It's the second Rust does something like remotely into, they're gone. He's never seen those again.
If they win this one, I'm sure he can afford to buy some new ones. Ultimately, I think the one thing that gives me some solace for Guild is they seem to do their best work when they have a lot of tape and they have a lot that they can watch back. Well, as Mimi said, I don't expect a comp change here for FPX because of how good their composition has been, unless they had something cooked up beforehand to maybe surprise, but I just don't see that happening.
But also, you mentioned Angel in the pre-show here, Tom. He's going to have a lot of weight off his shoulder now because it's so far...
Please stop going for opening kills,
it does feel like he's trying to put too much weight on himself.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's had a quote, it's easier to IGL when you're dead, so play from the front. I'm hoping
that is true.
that maybe he'll move away from that mentality.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here, of course. So Getsu is back. He is, however, expected to play the Sage here. We're not really expecting them to deviate from that.
Yeah, and already it looks like Guild will be returning to that composition. We saw them debut so long as Trex locked in that radius, which is the decision. They've had a little bit of time since that matchup, so maybe cooking up something better, fixing the issues. I think stylistically this comp does work pretty well against a more defensive FPX.
Yeah, I think the other thing as well is you're not playing against PaperX anymore, which that's always going to be one of the
You're
issues.
Just playing a different game against
the
them.
PaperX have amazing setups that basically just use Jing to kill everyone. Now, there isn't a Jing on the other side, so I think they might have a slightly better chance.
There's not a Jing on the other side, but there are a few people I think might be able to stop them from the other side. And with that said, it's time for us to jump into game and throw this over to your casters for today. It's Pansy and Hypok.
Woo! Thank you very much, Tom, with a little woo. That was good. Hitting those notes, real nice. And let's talk about what this is. Guild are at the gates of the FPX stronghold on this map. Mike, you see this veto, you see that map come up. It's a stronghold for a reason.
It is, and I actually tend to agree with Tom with what he said. This veto doesn't actually feel very comfortable for Guild, but it's just in this series, actually, it's almost like better the devil you know, right? Lots of pressure here coming through to Copenhagen, but actually a familiar opponent for both teams. And actually that's important as well, was to get to slipping back into this in terms of FPX getting back to those comfort zones.
And that's something I want to look at here, because this is one of the maps that really does characterize this team as a whole, and already, hold on, Trex is just quick to work. Has a bit of a look around, but not finding too much as it stands, because as we can note here, FPX other side of the map.
They found themselves free access to a site here. To get to, don't want to plant it. Artist actually got 2 members in spawn. Will find the first save for Trex, the second one though. Good for the trade.
Yeah, lovely trade that. And it should ring the alarm bells that flank has got some weight to it, some value to it, as Trex has actually found Shao as well. Angel, loved his frag movie as of late. Might be on for another. Probably going to go down to Leo. Now just 2 Zipan and Sugetsu. Some heavy hits as though still standing, so don't put him out of it just yet. A 2v3. That's lovely. Sugetsu holding the push just on top of the wall. Noted the drop, but it is all Sugetsu. Welcome to the stage. Russ is the one to claim it. We'll be the one to get the defuse.
A very proactive pistol around here with no member of Guild whatsoever, even entertaining the possibility. It was invested to get through B main control and tiles. And they achieved that. It was argue FPX a little slow to react, call it, but it was a window of opportunity to take a little deeper control of a site. They end up walling off tree and not banking on getting any further control. And no knowledge of the minimap there, but still get themselves on the map. Couple of sheriffs invested here. Obviously the headhunter for Ardis. Call it a Shiko. Who they can get done. In this scenario, Ardis has almost done his job here, being aware of the possibility that they have this deeper control already, or information on the map, but lots of bodies behind that, as we saw. Trex good for the trade on that one.
So again, if you're just tuning in, FPX starting on the attacking side, and of course means Guild will be on the defending side. Bit of a trade to start with. Zipan going to find Trex. So expectations when we come in this, it would be an FPX favoured matchup if you go off historical results and all the other business, especially in this map. But again, you know, this environment can change things. I think we've seen glimpses of what Guild could be, but then also bear in mind, I think Guild, leading up towards the end of their regular season to get here, was in formidable form. Yes, they lost to, I think it's Fnatic and FPX, but even... They
slowed down a little bit, but it wasn't a lack of form towards the end. I think you're absolutely correct on that.
They're one of the teams that can really learn on the fly. They are hard workers. There's a reason we call Coldamenta the Kingmaker. The guy is very good at putting in the hard work. Get the job done, but this is doing some damage here. This is actually a little bit worrying. Now, again, think about what the relay of information from Shao might be here, because he's gone pretty deep towards B and seen nothing.
I think Safe's just spotted him on the cross, actually.
I'm seeing the fallback from Coldamenta. Yep, there it is. Wide check on it. A bit dangerous there. Careful now. Coldamenta's on 5. Safe should shut that door.
30 seconds
but again, this is a really awkward situation. You've got 25 seconds. You need someone to make a bit of a move here, and Artist going to have to shoulder that burden. One up top should go down. Doesn't! That's a shocker in the end. I thought that was really kind of wrapped up Coldamenta being so low, but they stabilized just at the end.
Shao actually finds the headshot to Coldamenta there, leaves him on 5 HP. Unfortunate not to get the follow-up tag. But damage done. 3 survive, though. Got a good shot here at the bonus round. Actually, light shields are the byproduct of those sheriff investments here for FPX. 4 light shields in total. Just to prioritize some of this utility. Actually, Guild might be getting a little feisty towards tiles once again. FPX, similar to the pistol round, set up towards top mid in A lobby.
Yeah, very actually similar look. You can see the full intent behind it, but as we've noted and saw in that first round, FPX are heavily tailoring towards that A site.
But we'll see this time if they do actually opt to take any deeper control, if it's just a site hold once again that Wall actually dealt with very early before the door even comes down here, so no real comfort here, and Guild stacked up pretty early on in this retake. That's a dirty one-way for Sugetsu to sit inside on top of the wall, though.
That's really quite nasty. We'll be able to see them as they walk through, if anyone dared to go for it, which at this point we know it's really just buying time because no one is going to risk that. Utility now invested, they do need to start making the move. And actually Sugetsu almost lost that angle, and he actually has Max Coldamenta with him, and effective trades now finally fall into place for Guild. Zipan. Turning the tables. Safe now. Trying to hold on to this. Risky.
Ton of damage done, though. I mean, way too many fall in the fray. Initially, it looked like Guild were almost going to have a lot of success there. With Sugetsu giving up that angle on top of the wall, I think maybe just getting a little hesitant.
But again, this is something that we have to talk about as well. When we talk about Sugetsu, this is his first step on the stage, and yeah, I know,
it's an elimination game.
Elim game. Yeah. A lot of players have felt that first game pressure, just trying to find comfort, right? And some players have had a couple of shots at it and didn't find comfort. And one of them was actually Russ, who, of course, stepping into this game, you've got to be hoping he feels the game out a little bit here.
Yeah, for sure. And there are some interesting matchups here. We talk about returning to comfort zones, and now Angel being able to commit a little more to maybe leaning on those first engagements. But I think that lurk role is so impactful on around FPX. Actually, the back of the null command, going to try and burst through market here.
What a pace change. This isn't looking like FPX at all. Normally it's very considered, very cautious, very careful. Slowed down finally, and you have to see what these two players on site can do. Supplemented and complemented from CT by Trex. And so far a 1-for-1 trade out. Leo still holding the ground, and Trex trying to bail him out just a little. That paint shell could have done some damage. Just going to force the hand of FPX, and there's the fight. Leo and Trex in combination, but Xiao on the other side. This map is one of his greatest to watch, but it is a 2v2. Spike now being planted. The two players, Coldamenta and Safe, having to work it back in.
No utility to work with here. 10 seconds away from another smoke to slow things down for Angel. Already Coldamenta and Safe very close up on this retake.
Anything to propel this forward. Safe for that little bit of contact towards the backside by Angel. Angel looking for the swing, but it's Xiao to connect. That's 3 this round already. Is Safe now the 1v2. Oh, looking so good here, and I think forced away. Noting this one's pretty much sewn up, and FPX, a little pace change here, a little gear shift coming out.
A pace change, yes, but they almost just freeze outside the site. I'm not sure if it was just the smoke. I mean, fantastic usage of Coldamenta's utility to really slow down that hit, but even a couple of seconds after that, FPX almost seemed like are we hitting the site? Like, what's the decision here? So a little hesitant, and usually when you do see FPX pick the pace up a little bit, it's usually pretty invested. It's all in.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if that was a respect to the utility, or just having to kind of hit the brakes there, stopping for a second to see if anyone's willing to push through, you know, anyone going to make a mistake on this. And again, I doubt anyone's going to explore from the back of that B site. So curious, but it works out in the end. And this is one where I want to just keep eyes towards Xiao. That fade in his hands has been formidable leading up to this point. One of those really key components of making it a mainstay, at least in the EMEA. Now, the buy coming out here for Guild is rough. It's a little weird. Frenzies. How do you feel about Frenzy?
I mean, at this event, put one in the hands of Crashies and you see
it's
what
a
happens.
Rifle.
Yeah,
it's a mini rifle,
effectively.
Yeah.
Over the Stinger, for sure.
Absolutely.
But who was it who was popping the null command? Was it somebody on Leviatán?
I think
just made the Stinger look like a rifle.
Really viable. Yeah. It was like, huh, yours is different to mine.
Lothar somewhere just smiling. FPX actually in a decent position here to get some of these ultimates in line for the next buy round.
One different look of pace though from that last round. Such a stark contrast. Taking their time on approach, Angel clearing, but again, relatively committed. This has to be a little cautious. Draws out the information of, okay, there's a frenzy. It's not massive yet.
I think also they've got to make the consideration. They're almost looking for this rifle in the hands of Safe. Trying to find themselves an engagement towards maybe a forced SMG or these pistols, as already noted. Their sights set towards B initially.
You wanted the lurk. You might be getting it pretty soon. Let's see what Angel can do with that in a moment. Just had to face it as it just rockets towards you. Trek's going to remove Zipan from this. Sugetsu desperate for a pixel to show, but Leo's giving nothing away. The spam's really good. Look at the HP now. Leo, Trek's pretty low in this. Artist isolating Trex. Actually pushing a little deeper towards CT, but swings back towards the side, noting another quick shot towards Leo. And that rifle never really had much of a say in things here. Safe, how much more can you do? The position could be dirty, but the plant going to come in now. Managing to dodge this and still have time to work forward. It's going to be big. That Sugetsu, what a time to turn around.
The bait is
beautiful.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Angel just throws a couple of footsteps towards lane, forces that peek out from safe. Sugetsu managed to tuck himself in on the back of that paranoia. Beautifully done. See now, tour de force online. Arda's got a decent buffer here. And Sugetsu just commands so much of this side from that position. Unable to really deal with it. It's good to see Sugetsu at least looking sharp in some of these situations early on. Actually, leading the scoreboard, yes, but...
Good to see. Find that comfort as fast as you can.
Let's play.
You heard it. Ult's out for Ardis. One of those who's making a bit of a case to be a Lanimal. Looking good since he's stepped into this competition. And a very swift rotation from Guild here.
Safe, happy to try and re-explore. Xiao actually posted up. Ready for that.
Nasty little off angle.
Either way, Guild preemptively have initially sent 4. Russ now has to come back. Pick up the slack in mid, but Angel finds another pick, and FPX able to just find these engagements for free, seemingly.
Yeah, Guild
or just solo picks.
Drifting out. This is not great, but that flash was Leo set up for success, but a good trade for Ardis to facilitate the cross. Spike is left by Tree, though, and Russ could do some damage here, but again, a quiet performance so far. Easy, light work for Ardis. Silky in this round. And 3 stand for FPX, trying to really carve away a lead here.
I mean, initially there, like I said, 2 just completely dry engagements coming out from Guild and finally try and set something up. Leo with a perfect timing on that flash coming through on the back of Russ, actually. Doesn't amount to anything, though, FPX. 2 rounds ahead. Guild back down on a shaky purchase. Safe does have the tour de force. See actually where he's going to post up. TP set between Pizza and maybe back towards spawn here, yeah.
Oh, Mike. It's happened.
What's that? I've never seen this before.
Well, let me tell you about it. It's called a technical pause.
Okay.
It can happen for a multitude of reasons. It could be a mouse. It could be a keyboard, a monitor. Who knows? It could even be a headset. So I've heard. Isn't it great? You love to see it. So it does get us a little bit more time to then kind of chew the fat in this game, right? Because we've had a little bit of a look now. It's not just that insta pause, which we've had before. And it will be unpaused soon, so it's fine. But so far, has it held true to your expectations? I think is the easiest way to ask this question.
I don't think we've seen enough of this map yet, and again, for Sugetsu slotting into this, I don't think we've seen enough of, well, at least being tested in some of these rounds. Sugetsu particularly impactful on the defense as well. Really way we look to it, but hold that thought for a moment, because FPX going to force their way onto A site here. Russ will be spotted out, tries to drift into the smoke. Oh, it's good for the first. Everyone blinded up here, but FPX finally get their way through main. The door will be closed.
These swift anti-ecos in a couple of these rounds, the pace change from FPX is pretty blistering. Now, any damage that can come out of this will be curious. There are a couple of players, and Safe is the one who could do serious damage here. Dangerous now. Investment of utility just to slow the roll. Xiao on the site, and you can see them just being locked down. Zipan already finding Leo. Trex has been noted. And again, you're waiting to see if that maybe damage from Safe had come through, and it just hasn't.
Tagged up down to 5 HP. Trex got lots of problems to deal with.
There's just no way in.
No. A consolation maybe here, but the economy already rolling for FPX. Will make an awful lot of difference. Guess who tries to slip back, but just get caught in the slow field. So we'll do a little bit of damage here.
Teleport's ready.
FPX find their 5th. This is the problem really here. That, I mean, the next buy round becomes a little concerning if Gilda can concede once again. Almost expecting a timeout to come through. Yeah, actually seeing it just pop up now, yeah, because this one is important in terms of the outcome of the rest of this half.
And this is where you want, you know, Barbar Cam to come on in. I want to see what this guy's up to. Animated as ever. Probably, and curiously enough, outside of Angel, probably has the most LAN experience on the stage right now. Out of everyone. Barbar certainly knows how to try and bring out the best in these boys. Stabilize
Angel's probably got as much LAN experience as the other 9 players combined.
Literally.
You'd probably are.
Add him up. Add him up.
It's not an age thing. It's not.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But again, I think Barbar does need to play an integral role in this. Yes, if you're being realistic and you are a Guild or a Guild fan, you look at your odds in this map, it's not likely, but I want to see a better attempt.
For sure, but it comes back to that better the devil you know, right? This is a team that actually regionally a target set on both of these teams' backs in, you could argue, in some regard.
Hands down.
It's whether or not Guild are able to execute that. So the minute, I mean, you think back to that sloppy buy round where kind of swinging out and giving away 2 picks.
Yeah, the drifting into no man's land. That was, I don't know what the misread was, because
you got to assume if there's no contact found in the first 20 seconds versus FPX, they've shift walked up towards the site.
Yeah.
They're close
It's
on
FPX.
catwalk. They're outside A main. They have control and they're happy with that.
Yeah. Maybe just a little reminder of this. You know, it is FPX. You know how they play, and it's one of those matchups now. They have to be aware of each other stylistically. So we go back in. Operator out for safe, and this is the buy that has to do something to slow this down. And once again, it looks relatively all in from FPX.
They've actually noted 3 inside tree. And that's almost going to give them an indication nobody's on site. There's no way that there's a 4 stack. Russ actually picks up Ardis in that lurk on short. Site control will be in favor of FPX. He's going to get the null command off this plant as well, Lauren.
And instantly invests it. Tries to remove any of that utility away for the retake.
It's going to burn up a lot of time.
Yeah, make it so much more difficult. And hopefully with that in mind, FPX just don't give options for Guild. Don't make it easy for them. There we go.
Want to slow it down.
This is huge. They are just layering time right now. Yes, there is a trade out. Zipan did find Coldamenta though. And the spam comes out. Shao. Nasty work. Angel finds Russ trying to work through on tree. And now it's the players trying to drop on down. Safe and Leo. Careful now, don't stack up because they are dangerous players at Angel.
Angel?
What are you doing?
Caught in no man's land there as soon as the smoke drops, but how the other 2 went in favor of Guild, I'll never know. What a fumble.
Roll this back because again, I got a little worried when they get a little stacked up, when they got a little close, but they weren't. It was that tuck towards Doc. I didn't think it was a problem, but apparently so. An Angel just...
Yeah, a strange one to watch back.
As said, one of the most experienced players. Seeing him caught short, not ideal, but regardless, for Guilds, you'll take it with both hands, right? Like, the amount of time that was invested.
I mean, Xiao's done well as well to use off the reveal to find a wallbang through from Hell.
Yep.
It's like FPX feel like they've got something to try and exploit here. Looking pacey once again. Angel actually going to try and TP back Jen, but denied by Leo initially. FPX now will retreat away from this. No real control elsewhere, so you get to, as I say, just now coming back towards B main, might catch Russ.
Here.
With no follow through towards 8. Got to assume he's going to try and play his life here.
I want to see how Guild read this, because we haven't really seen FPX when they've gone for those more all-in pieces being held at the door. So what's that level of adaptation? Nice amount of information found for us there too. Noted. Should be quite telling. Curious to see if Coldamenta starts hitting that lean back towards B potentially, or if they're satisfied with him being kind of top mid. A little bit of a touch towards tree. A lot of pressure on Russ now. And then that watch going up mid. Leaving in the hands of Safe, and he collects 1. That's Angel now gone. Divide can be committed, and the rest comes out. Angel back on his feet and Safe with a deeper angle. Connects well. Spike now noted. Rotations on the way. FPX not having the entry they wanted. Nice shot from Ardis back towards Russ, but there is still players here. Trex has slipped towards the site as well.
Actually, if they can catch Leo, make this even easier on the way back in, but the ultimate invested here, going to cut all sound.
And that's
Safe
the
and
Spike.
Leo both find it.
Spike deep in CT.
10 seconds left.
You've got 8 seconds to do something with this. And Angel's going to do nothing. Safe with a stun up. Lovely round from him. Very composed, falling back, buying more and more time.
Again, the initial problem being this: the utility invested towards A main at the start, and FPX then turn around. They have nothing to flash away from Safe. They almost have to shift, walk up, taking contact against Safe's operator. He's rewarded for initially the first, draws out the res, finds the second. It's exactly the scenario I'm here. It's Angel, the front runner here for FPX.
Perfect.
Very bizarre to watch some of these. Like I said, it's another situation where FPX almost get themselves on the brink of sight, and there's this moment's hesitation.
Yes, man.
Can I just get those comms the whole time, if you don't mind?
Just pump that.
It gets the people going. Like, bring it on. Yeah, it's quite interesting to kind of re-examine my expectations of FPX, because let's say we saw a couple of these rounds in the EMEA run up to this, I would have been baffled, right? But again, they have had to, you know, they brought Insider, brought him into the process, had to kind of change things around with that. You've got Sugetsu now coming back in. Okay, shuffle again. This is still the first time we've really got to see FPX in these environments, so I have to manage my expectations in that regard, because some of these rounds are very uncharacteristic for them.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. This isn't one that, I mean, particularly on the attacking side of a sense, statistically, it's not one they usually over-deliver. Usually averaging pretty much 6 or 7. It's not really a massive surprise in that regard. Like I said, it came down to that buy round that ultimately could have defined the entirety of this half, but Guild kept it within touch and distance. Yeah, utility exchange, and Angel falls first.
And Safe's having a really nice little heater of a game here.
Right, he was under a lot of pressure early on towards mid as well, which is why I think we saw that pace change towards 8. Denoting Safe being present in market, maybe a B main peak here and there. Who's rewarded this time around.
See the lean starting to begin. Leo sat towards CT.
Rifle in the hands of Shout. See if we can get anything done with it. Obviously, Sheriffs to complement that, as well as Ardis on a headhunter.
How deep they're sitting as well. You're starting to see that Safe is exploring us. I just hope we don't see that weird drifting that we saw before, but no, Safe playing this really nicely. Understanding the tempo of the game so far. Tucked towards Dicer and just making FPX work for it. It's a...
Nearly finds the readjust there onto Zipan.
That was very, very close. But you could see the reads really quite good here. Guild are looking very composed, sitting nice and deep, not allowing any of the wants or desires that FPX would have had for that round.
Yeah, much cleaner approach to this anti-eco than a few of these others we've seen. Actually tie things up here as we enter round 11 with a prime game in Flawless. It's interesting here again, once this, you feel like the confidence is there for Guild, and whether or not they do start to follow through on this proactive use of utility in the early rounds.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. 7-5. Come on. Yeah.
Safe had to go down. I mean, Leo and Safe, respectively, on 13 kills right now. Really doing the heavy lifting here for Guild.
Yeah, it's Trex with a committed push this time. Flashed off the angle and forced to respect it, but I quite like the way they're going exploring a little now. Trying to find layers to this. Yeah, it's not just on one side, you're right, it's on the other. Sugetsu quick to it. Safe getting punished on the exploration mission, and that will prove to be a problem now.
It definitely is problematic, because Coldamenta, I mean, even more so now, because he's drifting ahead of this trap that once Safe falls, you've got to say it's his job to hold on to mid here, and gives away the first. Leo falls in quick succession.
Desperate to try and equalize. You could see him just trying to bring it back to that 4v4, and someone like FPX will almost hit the brakes and look for that. They'll try and find that. Want an exploration to take back space in the map. Not going to be allowed now. Russ, he's had a bit of a nightmare run so far. Could do with a little bit of a confidence boost to farming, but Sugetsu's had enough of that. FPX get themselves back on track. A clean enough round, but I've got to say, a couple of mistakes there.
Yeah, I almost feel like the expectation on Guild's part is they find this pick, they will drift back towards mid or towards Cat, and that's where the pressure's coming from. Coldamenta basically playing to cut off that tile rotation, but yeah, it's just way too risky. Especially with no extra rotation coming across the back market. Leo is a little off pace in that regard.
Sure. I would say as well, when you consider when these two have met, One thing to know is what's on the line and how much people were showing at that point, because it was a very different time when these two last met, and no one was putting everything out there. So again, it does kind of skew a little. And again, they're walking mid. This is relentless. A little offset on the timing now, 120, but Zipan also aware. Decimates too, with the flash to follow. Guild in trouble now. They've gone on these exploration missions, and the aggression does not work against FPX like this.
No, Trek's got it all to do now. It does have the showstopper to slow things down, but it's only a 1-for-1. So get to find it here, and no teammates with him initially, but
it is the heavy hitters though, right? You got Leo, you got Safe, but up against 4, it's a tall task. Got to start somewhere. Spike gonna go down for FPX, and Sugetsu just makes his appearance. Quickly traded for Leo now, the 1v3, and as you can see, investment upon investment to deny this man any chance of this. Looking for that first opportunity, any pixel that will show any player not in position. Trying to thread that needle, spots another. Artis is done with it. And FPX stabilized towards the end of the half, but this was quite back and forth actually for a scoreline that we're sat at. This is not a commanding lead for either side.
no, as I said, you look at the numbers here, it's not a massive surprise on either side, but it's just the nature of some of these rounds where Guild have demonstrated that just solid composure in certain scenarios. Here I'm seeing mistakes that aren't typically seen on the side of Guild, I've got to say.
Yeah, we do have to remind ourselves this is an elimination game. So again, these players are probably quite nervous. They're trying to get that feel of the stage. And let's get the thoughts of the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. And speaking of getting the feel of the stage, it is Sugetsu's debut. He's played a half already. Mimi, has he met your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, he has exceeded them, if anything. This guy has been really incredible and such a big component of these executes for FPX. Just round after round, they were hitting A, hitting A, hitting A with that double initiator composition, and then Sugetsu just rolls over towards the tree room, sits atop it, and holds so strong in the post plant.
Yeah, I think he's been decent. Like, honestly, my expectations of him are ridiculously high, so I'm not going to say he's blown me away just yet, but some high-impact rounds. I think both teams definitely had some sort of weirder ones, like one of the retakes where Angel's just caught in the open was a bit peculiar. Then there was also, again, at the beginning, some Shao clutches, which I think Guild definitely could have won, but I think the good sign is that we've still got Leo back online again. It definitely was a blip from what we saw in the previous match, and Safe, in a lot of the rounds they've had on the defense, has almost won it for them. The worry I have, can Safe do that again on the attack side of Ascent? It's a lot harder.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, you said this when we were just chatting, but it does feel very similar to that game against Paper Rex, where it is very reliant on that chamber to have big moments, and generally the opponent dictating the pace. We saw the Guild was trying a lot of those plays where they would fight from mid-control, walk down off of Safe's operator, but FPX had such a good read on it. It was just one Fade Haunted, and they were punishing that on at least 2 or 3 rounds. It felt like Guild was pretty slow to adapt. Again, I talked about those A hits. 3 rounds in a row, pretty much. Same exact thing. Guild too slow to react.
Are you guys seeing maybe some of the elements as to why Guild did let this through? Because they had the option to just ban this map.
I don't know if I'm convinced just yet. I think FPX is just so solid here. They found themselves already an incredible half on the attack, finding 7. I think their composition only gets better on the defense. So I really don't have a lot of faith in Guild, and I'm not sure if letting Ascent through is the right call.
I think now we look towards the likes of Trex. I think this is where, especially on the attack, he's going to have to take space well going into these site executions. If he can do it, they have a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple moments from him. I think the showstopper, we see attempts at the Season 8. Maybe there can be a step up there, but it really has to start with something early. Get that pistol round, get some momentum behind you.
Well, the desk aren't fully convinced by Guild just yet, but Pansy and Hypo, let's see if they can change their mind in the second half.
This does come back to what you were saying at the start of this, though, better the devil you know, and I still agree with this. We know that Guild are, they're essentially doomsday preppers at this point. They're in their bunker, they got some beans chilling out. Like, these boys will do the hard work, and I across the map, I still say that FPX would have had the upper hand, so why not try and take it somewhere that you can be at least prepared on?
Let's see what the approach is here for the pistol round. But particularly in this half, and I'm with Tom, it's not necessarily blown me away in terms of Sugetsu's performance in the first half, but particularly here on Ascent, keep your eyes on how he's able to deny some of this early space and what FPX achieve on the back of it. Wall up here, actually saving it to maybe slow things down as the hit comes through. That's just that. Now FPX will anticipate this rotation away. seemingly a little off pace here. It's Angel and Shao tasked to try and shut this down ahead of time.
Ooh, sloppy work from Angel. Did not find the clean shot at all, and it's great trades. Russ with 2 and the site looking open. There's still one here. That's Shao. Shao still stands, but only for a moment. Now, look at what's remaining, a 2v2. They're quite far away. This should be a safe plant. You're going to have, what, Sugetsu on the kind of wrap. Zipan's got to be a little careful further ahead, but will be able to kind of pause for thought. Flashing out Sugetsu. And I'm going to put that knife down towards the side.
Good info on both as well.
But do they expect Leo by that close box? I'm curious to see if they clear this effectively. I feel like they will. Swing from back of Bowhouse, but actually no, Zipan actually didn't clear it effectively. He gives him a chance!
He still gets it.
Oh, Sugetsu, that's the magic right there. I thought that was Coldamentus every day of the week.
I mean, he eats the headshot with the frenzy. It's almost like Coldamentus expecting that to be enough, but Sugetsu snaps on with the headshot. Clutches out the pistol round here for FPX. Beautiful stuff in the end of it. Again, a little weird to see just the hesitation. To see the hesitation here, and particularly seeing Angel and Shao still happy to play close contact when they've got to be anticipating that pivot away as soon as the wall's invested on tree. Guild will throw in a couple of sheriffs here. Light armor for safe to try and get something done with that headhunter. Oh, there's actually fancies his chances with the Spectre there, but we'll dip away. Some information gathered at least. Actually picks up information here with the jump spot. Safe happy to try and take the duel though.
Nice edge. Oh, this timing. Takes a step, forces them back. And Zipan wants to try and make the most of it, but they scurry away, fleeing instantly. Sugetsu doubling down, though. He feverish for the pickup on it. It's a bit scrappy. They're making them work for their dinner here, Guild.
A little bit of chip damage, but Sugetsu going to heal up Ardis. We'll be able to post up here with the headhunter. At least gets a tag away. But actually, Safe and Coldamenta will respond. Brings it to a 3v2. No upgrades just yet, so Stu just 2 sheriffs to work with here. That wall does drop in B main, but Shao already in position to pick up the slack.
30 seconds left.
Angel, the barrel just gets spotted there. Angel's going to find both headshots. Yep. We'll clean things up here. FBX to 9. 3 survive as well, 2 rifles. 4 on the Bulldog and the Guardian. And a very good opportunity here for FPX to put some pressure, some further pressure onto the economy of Guild. Coldamenta decent ultimate progress so far, 1 away from the Cosmic Divide, but not necessarily a playmaker within this composition.
This is, I feel like one of those rounds that will define if this is actually a close game or not, though. Wait and see how this unfolds, and I want this to be a good round coming through. Early exploration. Ardis has got a little bit of curiosity starting to build off of Cat, but you can see that on the other side of things, Guild not necessarily overly committing anywhere, showing a little bit of presence, but nothing too much to write home about.
Bring them down.
So he gets to consider in this wall. Well, a couple of shaky moments, but Angel sharp there. Will find Safe and actually force out this rotation, and with no pressure behind this wall, FPX have a perfect read on where Guild are going to end up.
This has to be critical work from Ardis. That's a shot.
That's the key engagement here in this scenario.
Massive work.
Takes away the smokes.
Site's still so vulnerable though. Track's going to try and get that spike across and get the plant down. Door's going to be ripped off the hinges pretty soon. And a 5v3, this is not comfortable at all, though. You almost have to be proactive a little in this post-plant, and Ardis has already found Trex. This is huge work from Ardis. Finally gets put to bed, but Russ isolates one towards heaven. But it is just Russ, and he's gone down. This is really comfy work now for FPX. It got a little worrying at times, but the impact Ardis had instantly quelled it for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that still felt pretty comfortable. Coldamenta's way over-invested in that lurk. A little further forward than you want to see him, ahead of contact being found in A main. Like I said, as soon as that comes through, FPX just it's step 2 on the protocol list. The wall goes up, there's nobody shooting it, there's nobody pressuring behind it, no steps away from it. They have a huge advantage in terms of the timing. As this position here, Colomenta actually, I think, just inside his astral form as the smoke drops. Like I said, just a little over-invested there in terms of the positioning. Has to play a little deeper, and like I said, behind the contact. As soon as that execution comes through, Aimane, Colomenta can show his hand. The smokes are up. He knows he has the benefit of that timing.
It's the knock-on effect. The purchase so shaky now. There's going to be 11 probably beckoning. FPX close to doing what they needed. A good game to get things underway with Sugetsu back with the boys. Good with a pacey piece up towards middle though. Safe happy to take a little bit more space. And so far, so good. Shot and a half, and actually a fumble from Sugetsu. Gets a little overzealous. And Guild actually get the punish on 3. It should have been this way.
Problem being, I don't think they expect Xiao to have the information that nobody's pushing behind these picks, so Zipan actually does hold on to Aimane. Going to try and stand his ground here.
It's got to be like 3 kills though. The first one goes in, Trex takes the site, Zipan waits patiently, strikes but the trade. Good work from Trex to double check. Xiao pretty far from this in a 1v4. Yes, they're on weaker weapons, they've still got a bit of light armor here. It's certainly not an easy round to convert. Xiao do, anyone out of position? No one giving him that first fight. There's the contact and there's the beheading. It was swift. Backs away, saves the HP, keeps it clear enough. No one trying to aggress yet from the tree. There's the spot and there's the kill. Xiao now in a 1v2. He's got still, he's got to the side. He knows where they both are. This is getting dangerous. Trex just about keeps it in check because that was a second away.
Thank God, Trex keeps it in check. There's not even a comfortable engagement there. Almost caught off guard, desperate to try and reposition and find that 2v1 engagement. But damn, Xiao made it interesting. A couple of beautiful shots here to open things up for Guild as well. First coming through onto Angel on the second. Actually, Sugetsu trying to get behind that pressure in mid on top of the wall. You can see here, just, yeah, not a comfortable engagement there. It's almost like a sigh of relief to close things out there.
Trex, he's going to try to pick this pace up, sends it. And Angel playing catch. Now we know that there's still another player here. We know that Zipan was around, but he's taking the time to go up towards heaven. Had to dip out from tree. A little too hot over there. Spike going to go down, and Guild finding a little bit of room to work. Partially off the back of Trex, trying to take space, but he's a player that we need to see make impact here. This is one of the maps that we know he can do it on. And now this retake's looking tricky.
Xiao's got the ultimate here, but Safe's found so much space behind in this lurk. FPX have to be either aware of it. He's actually coming up through now with the Deafen coming through.
The timing could not have been better. Safe timing it to perfection. The flash underhand. Safe still operating at such a high level. 3 kills already. Impact galore, and Sugetsu do nothing but watch here. No one gonna exit through on short. And this is recovery. This is road to recovery for Guild. This is critical for them. 7 rounds now, and they found a bit of room to work.
Like I said, it's perfect timing from Safe. Like I said, as soon as that Deafen comes through onto site, there's such a risk that they just come barreling out of this smoke. It's timed to perfection here. The backstab onto both Xiao and Ardis. Beautiful work. And actually previously, just, you see Ardis on the minimap considering the possibility anybody's lurked through market there with the lack of a trap. And that's key actually, because they keep clearing through pizza here, and Ardis is doing a great job of wherever FPX want to progress in the early round to get a little bit proactive, a little bit of aggression. He is switching up the placement of that trap. This time, does end up punishing them.
Probably right time for an FPX timeout, because Guild are going to start feeling that a little bit of confidence building, a bit of momentum behind them. They found a weakness. They've got to address this quickly. Now we don't know if there's further looks that Guild could bring out. Again, they are the kings of preparation. They are very, very good at eyeing up an opponent and finding space to work. Now, again, is this the one weakness they found? Is there more to this? Is there layers to this? What do you think the counter's going to be coming back out from FPX? Is there a pace change potentially here? There's a lot to look at that FPX could go to. But this does get, you know, a little bit closer now, because I feel it's another one of those rounds that's on that knife edge that really could start sending us back to a close game.
I mean, you look at the finances here for FPX. Angel struggling massively. Artist off the tour de force. Able to spread the funds a little bit, but there's a Guardian in the hands of Angel. There's not an awful lot else left behind us. Maybe a hero rifle for Angel in the next. We know he's usually good for it, but... On the other side, look at Guild. They can play out a couple of these scrappy rounds. Have that confidence booming that some of these deaths don't necessarily matter if they're going to close them out.
And they've shown that presence early towards A main, right? They pulled the rotation, so they've actually got what they wanted. And it's a fake, right? Like, all it is like, hey guys, we're going to do the same thing. I promise you Trex is over here. Boombot's been invested. Now, that did, of course, garner the attention of Xiao, who's now sitting towards Tree. They've adjusted a little. But, as we know, Artis, just around this corner. A lot of pressure on this man's shoulders. He does have Zipan there as well. Artis has to be careful, because again, it's only two of them at this point. They may have to kind of dip back a little if they can't hold them off the door, which they have done for now. Zipan going to be slow to touch Artis with a spam, but again, slowing down the approach here at the back of that suppress.
The null command popped, and now ultimately Zipan can just post up. He knows that this hit's not going to come. Sugetsu's going to be in a prime position to pick up any aggression towards shore, and actually Angel's going to spot one on the cross. Potentially here, but you need him to stay alive.
Angel, if Angel goes down, the map is so open, and I'm a bit nervous about this. He's just walked in and eaten the flash. Oh, he's a lucky boy. Gets to keep his life here, and the pressure's going to start mounting, and he just gets outdone. Goldamenta, the Kingmaker himself, going to crack open the round. It's 15 seconds. You got to go now. Artis has to be ice cold with this, and he's not. He's outdone. He's overwhelmed. Sugetsu from the back line's going to at least catch one, but it is a 3v2. Post plant now, and Russ is in the power position. Make it back to a 3v3, though. Let's see what they can achieve.
I'm not even sure the timing on these smokes here with Angel investing one ahead of that.
Oh, it's
so
good.
Safe swings on it.
That's bravery right there to peek ahead, to try and be disruptive. Drop down comes in. Actually, Angel going to punish Goldamenta. Cross being watched. It's not pretty, but it gets the job done. And now the 1v2. Xiao noted one on the back of the side, but he's going to be toyed with. He's been trying to be pulled in every direction. Russ being so audible just to be a problem. And the time, they played it really well there, Guild. Guild on the turnaround here, Mike. They're back in this game now.
Yeah, I have to say again, Angel just caught off in two different scenarios there where he's completely out-positioned himself. It's really strange to see it so consistently because it's so rare online. This is the first sort you don't see this happening online whatsoever. But two separate occasions in this round. Okay. Yeah, nice shot, Golda.
Solid.
But yeah, it's a little strange, and to see FPX punished on the back of it, Barbar Cam is just gold. It's just gold.
Can we just get a pip of Barbar the whole time? That'd be good. Don't do it. Maybe.
I'll find you.
It's broken money though. Right, so you can see the knock-on effect of why it is actually such a dangerous round to be picking up.
Oh my god, Trex is 1 HP after that spam.
Ooh. Didn't note that. Yeah, I thought Trex was dead. Oh, poor old Trex. Gets to walk away, but barely limping his way through. Double stacked up towards short, though. Swinging out a little, trying to get that exploration, but they could be quick to this, Mike. This could be a moment of redemption for Angel.
It's the hero rifle as well in his hands this time around. Going to find something Leo picked off. Actually makes this doable now.
They've got a lot of info off this as well. Look how many of them got suppressed off the back of that, and they're going to try and readdress the top side and middle. Maybe try and remove that hero rifle or something, but A just doesn't feel like the right choice for them right now, and probably rightly so. But Artist going to pick up the mantle. Headhunter by name and potentially in nature, dips away for now. We look at Angel again, tries to be in the right place at the right time. Angel does go down, Artist to fill the void and take safe with him. They're being herded around this map, but they've actually got a free shout towards A here.
Actually get ahead of this, and Zipan
He's got to get back, he knows it.
Should hear these steps on the cross to site. Yeah, he will definitely now.
They've actually got themselves at least... Oh! I was going to say a safe plant, maybe not now. That's so deadly, Zipan. Made this so feasible. Artist recovering the rifle as well. Xiao, it makes easy work out of the door, and now it's game on. Just Pokemon with the 2v2. Bear in mind, Trex is 1 HP. That's all he's got. He's still got Artist, but he's got to find 2 more. It has to be perfection from Trex. And Xiao tries to still his nerves, steady himself. Trex plays the time, creeping closer. Xiao! It's perfection from Trex. 1 HP. That's unreal work.
Actually disgusting. 1 HP and finds the Red Bull clutch here. What a time to deliver here for Guild as well. Brings it within 1 round. I mean, the first is brilliant. The second here to isolate Zipan. Absolute insanity from Trex.
I love Barber. How can you not be a fan of this as a coach? As a coach. And FPX, I mean, you're starting to get a little worried now, right? Like, it was a close round still. It was, as much as it's like, yeah, you just lost a 1v3 to on 1 HP, it's a tilter, but it's still a close round. But your mental has got to start being a little bit shaken here, right? You're starting to feel the pressure. This is your home map. This is where you felt good. So you had all that depth. And Guild have picked it into you. They've left it there. Like, I mean, they left it open for you to walk into, and it's starting to feel like a bit of a trap here on the attacking side, because Guild have made it back up to 9 to the 10 rounds. However, full purchase for FPX now.
Nothing behind it, though. Have to get this one up to stop this momentum, because Guild have built up a little bit of a bankroll. Ultimate's coming back online as well. Cold Mentor 1 away from the Cosmic Divide. Tour de Force there to finances even healthier. Leo's as well, and might see this invested here for this set piece.
Again, it's that fine margin. Do you back, do you stay? Artist just copped a load of damage as well. Has to fall away from this, respect the investment, and safe and such. This could be a power position as well if he gets the timing right. Catches Angel, comfy work. Xiao next on the chopping block, and he's buying time. Just has to be a nuisance, be a pain to handle. Give favorable fights on the side, and Xiao just trying to get back to the boys. Artist again warded away. Guild are putting up the barriers of entry. They are not allowing FPX back into this. Divide gonna go through. They've got to leave. They've got to leave the site. This is going to be 10-10. We finally got a game on our hands. I was a bit worried. You know what? FPX were looking super strong. Guild, a little flaky here and there. Now we've got a matchup. And FPX, with this amount of being saved across at least, will be able to keep a purchase going forward.
I think we'll be able to scrape something for Angel as well. It's a very, very important round win for Guild. And actually looking as if they want to come forward, try and aggress, remove some of these rifles, but I think the timing not in their favor. Drawn out the Cosmic Divide, and I think that's ultimately the factor that decides it for FPX. I'd say actually scrape something together. It's going to be a Bulldog or a Guardian at best for Angel.
Oh, yeah, so
Or just a rifle with no shield.
Wow.
But yeah, seeing this defense from FPX just hasn't been as robust as what we're used to. No. So Getsu not really finding an awful lot of value, and he's usually the one to get behind some of these executions, and then I got to say, it's some individual mistakes that are very, very rare on the side of FPX. But Guild are doing a great job of actually just avoiding Artist, right? Just completely mitigating him, and the fact that Artist isn't as proactive as we've maybe seen him at this event so far will also be something to consider here. Xiao got his hands full here.
Pressure. And it's coming through middle as well. There was a time limit on how long Xiao could have stayed there. Angel quickly trying to fill the void from CT, swings even further, and actually gets Ross. Angel doing big damage here, bolstering the numbers for FPX. Now just being held on the way in. 2 left, it's Leo and Trex. Site is theirs. They can get the plant down, and Leo's on guard duty. He's got to keep this boy safe. Get him some tuck towards site. We've got 3 to handle. Zipan and Angel making their way through. Every second is precious right now for Guild, but they are a player disadvantage here. Information on one and not the other, it's a telling sign. Waiting for that util to come back online. By the stairs, it's 1, but it's traded. Now a 1v2. Trex, he did a 1v3 on 1 HP.
What?
Ooh, how is Angel alive? Somehow dancing between the bullets. This is good time purchase by Trex here. That's all he's trying to do is buy time. The right click from the Classic is not enough. Artist tries to get in there, but time is close, but he should just about get this.
Yep, got the defuse through. A beautiful retake. Actually, at the end of things, you can see the the moment there where Angel's on 20 HP, I'm not even sure how none of those shots connected onto him. We're just baiting out a couple of times.
Right back on the timeout.
One enemy remaining.
that was a precarious round. So
Just
dangerous.
clinging to life on the diffuser keys. He's still fist bumping.
Well done, boys.
But yeah, it's quiet in there. It's, again, Guild have found all the value on the way through. Onto side, this isn't going to have an awful lot of effect. I mean, more so for FPX's money, but...
Oh, I mean, yeah, Guild was sitting like on like 8k. They've been sitting pretty
the problem being, if Guild tie it up here, that's when FPX are reduced back to
they'll be back
pennies.
And let's kind of look through that round with a bit of a fine-tooth comb as well. I'd still say Guild looked pretty good into it. You had a moment from Angel picking up, what, 3 kills that round? 2, potentially, halting that way forward. Hard to find that value every round because Angel's been a little hot and cold. Not a terrible performance, but it's that consistency.
It's the positioning. It's not necessarily the gunfight that he's taking. It's being caught off guard in terms of positioning, which is something that Angel historically is just, I mean, one of the best at. Literally one of the best at. In just silently finding space around the map.
No, you're absolutely right. So big timeout coming in here. To stop the rot, FPX finally get that round on the board. You can see the streak starting at that 16th round. It's just run through. So FPX desperately needed that round. Came down to a 1v2. It was converted in the end. 10 to 11 though, the money in absolute droves for Guild. Sitting pretty, and we go back in.
Have the showstopper to try and get something done here. There's actually a slower approach here in the early round for Guild. Operator noted. Oh, this has to dip out now though. Cleared with a little bit of utility shout, hoping to find some damage on the back of it. Actually, Coldamenta might get punished. Nobody destroying the reveal for him.
We'll catch them. No charges.
That's the smoke's gone so early.
Have the spike.
That's a fumble.
And with an operator in mix, that's to make things interesting.
My only curiosity is Safe and how much they've accounted for this potential position. I think they're very aware. I'm already seeing Artist kind of turning towards it from CT. If he can thread the needle, though, it could still be so disruptive. But Artist going to tuck himself in towards the site. I think Angel trying to find a little bit of information. Notes nothing towards that A approach. So still having faith in it being this B piece, but they need an instigator. And as you said, with losing out those smokes so early on, it's caused problems for Guild. And really... And another Shao being such a nuisance with this. This has to force the hand here. Russ finally gets it back. Sugetsu's going to find Safe. And now that mid lurk's really amounts to nothing. Russ and Leo, you're surely not going to do much with this. Surely not. The flash at least gets Sugetsu away. Could facilitate the cross. Zipan notes one, but it's Angel on the back of the site. He cannot be caught out here. And he isn't. Zipan and Angel get them to 12. And FPX correcting course.
2 separate occasions there where the reveal is just not destroyed quick enough. Shao finding 2 crucial kills, and it's who's on the other end of these. Coldamenta falling first really, really weakens any sort of possibility for an execution. Comes the second as well. I think actually Leo's just behind him in main here, so it's a real shame to see. Just on the back of that utility, finding 2 freebies.
You can see the value of Shao on this map. It's why we always said, you know, him on that fade is something to really keep your eyes on. Bit of a specialist. Certainly garnered our attention very early on once they started to run this comp. You're seeing it in practice. Artists patrolling over towards middle. That's the Boombot past. We can see the intent from Guild. Heavy look towards that A side. That's going to be Sugetsu over here. Beside him, Zipan. Finest of angles being played with. And well, options now limited. Has to stand and fight. He tries to run. He chose the wrong option as Russ has had enough. Trex just going to lead the way towards the site, ensure safety. There's no one around. You've got that plant for free here. I'm already looking at that flank being controlled and considered. You've got Leo patrolling a little bit deeper down that way. But again, if you're Artist, Angel, and Shao, you're on knife's edge moments. This is looking like 11.
Especially with this operator in the hands of Artist. No possibilities to swap that out, so might even just commit to doing some damage. I mean, a couple of these Guild players very comfortable already. Really want to give away an ultimate orb towards Leo, to be honest. It makes the next round even more worrisome for them. Let's see if they're just going to try and hold on to these. The Operator and the Odin, definite considerations to make in terms of the investment here. Guild bring it back to just 1 round separating. So you get to, again, you can see it's got so many different factors to worry about.
Hey.
Oh no. Okay, thank God.
Live.
Just a little shake of the head. Wasn't happy about that
one. Not happy at all. 11-12. It's gotten close now. FPX, convert this one? Okay, no problem. A little shaky, a little bit worried for the rest of the map pool, because I thought this was going to be the flagship, right? This is the starting point, and then the problems begin on the next map. But
for me, there's an allowance for the adjustment period, but on Ascent, you got to take that with a pinch of salt. This is one that, oh no, they've lined up for the counter spam. No way, right? No way. Way. They just stack up. Leo and Trex literally removing Xiao for free.
You can't do it more than once. And now Safe, I don't know if you're prepared for this, both of them facing. That's a lot of information received.
Cover going out.
And FPX made it look a little silly.
Go get him.
Now what does Guild do with this? Man advantage so early on. Zipan desperate to even the board, and he gets punished for it. It's falling to pieces. It's looking like OT is beckoning. Sugetsu, Artist, and Angel can go and walkabouts, and this is perfect for Safe. Sugetsu might check. Oh, the timing's good enough.
Sugetsu.
Super clean with this work. Sugetsu, maybe just...
What?
Whoa! Sugetsu, what is that? What is that work? Clean, cold, and concise, and brings it back to a favorable situation for FPX. Unthinkable. And now the 1v2, it's Leo, though. Has to go forward, fights Angel, takes him down, and Artist.
Oh, my word.
Oh, just spotted him on the cross. It's 30 seconds. 30 seconds going to come in, and what does Artist do? The man. Do no wrong sometimes. Same can be said for Leo. Both so gifted, so talented. And the shots go astray. It's so dangerous, Artist. Brutish in approach.
What?
Does do it, and you got to say it. Thank God for Sugetsu in that round.
What is that last round? And again, he's so quick for the readjustment on the first, but then it just lines him up. Literally, one of the most confident plays you'll see. What is that? I mean, Guild completely robbed there in the last round.
They did everything right.
Everything
right. I could watch that last round back a million times.
I mean, what a first game for him. To come through here and deliver, especially in this final round in particular, deliver for FPX, bail them out from a round that should have been way more comfortable for them. Way more comfortable.
I mean, the mechanics on that, man. This is the thing, when you look at FPX, it's so easy to see them on that surface level of just being, they're thinking my team's super strategic. If you don't see how much firepower this squad has when it starts to hit, you are missing out. Because again, you got to say, Guild played a formidable game. They brought out a fantastic side here. They pushed FPX to the map. Just watch this.
This is so stupid. I mean, it almost defies logic. Guild are stacking up here. The repeats are pretty sloppy, yes, but Sugetsu just landing shots left, right, and center. And this is a map that actually Guild ran away with something that and they won out with finding very clean first blood engagements, which isn't something you're often given versus FPX.
No, it really isn't. This has been a welcome to the stage, I guess you could say, for Sugetsu, but what a first map, and we potentially have 2 more to come up. So let's not waste any time. Let's head over to that break, where you'll be joined by the desk after a second.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
hearts can do the same. Blood in the wind. Is this what we created? Where have we started? Did I lose my mind? I'm up against a wall on the edge. Seconds till I fall. I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning from within. Hands up as you fall. Don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall. Spinning faster. Hands up as you fall. Don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall. Spinning faster.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Guild, they pushed FPX to the limit, but in the end, the map went to the way of FPX, who the players have said, this is the real FPX now. This is the full roster. What was your impression on the fact that they managed to close that map out, but also not in the cleanest of ways?
Yeah, let's be honest, it wasn't perfectly clean, but this was still a solid look from FPX. I think you can kind of give them a little bit of a break that there were some issues in the map, considering it's kind of, it's like the new, old squad. It's kind of hard to contextualize that one, but despite this being his first game on the big stage, Sugetsu very much was stepping up.
Yeah, well, we said that there was no one in this tournament that could have replaced Sugetsu for FPX, and I think he proved it in that last round alone, just being able to pull it completely out of the bag. We would be in OT right now if it wasn't for him, so fantastic performance. I think Safe needs not even an honorable mention. He was superb throughout.
Yeah, and on, well, the same side for FPX, it was Angel, the IGL, who had maybe some inconsistencies in this game. I feel like it's kind of the duality of man with him. Sometimes he's inting in, dying first repeatedly, and other times he's pulling off these kind of last-minute crazy clutches. And when it got late in this game, it was very much the latter for Angel.
Yeah, I think there were definitely some weird moments where it was like he would be caught with his own utility in hand, like the smokes he was placing down and then being entryed because of it. And he does have some pretty poor stats when it comes to those entry percentages.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit worried in that regard that if Guild are able to capitalize a little bit better, they could have won this map easily.
I mean, that 30% first death percentage is pretty crazy for a controller player.
Yeah, and some of these misplays from FPX as well. Again, they could have closed out this map out, Tom, a little bit earlier.
Yeah, for sure. I think that obviously plays in for both sides. I bear in mind that there were 1 HP clutches and crazy rounds coming in from the other side. Safe's flanks was something to mention as well. Things that I don't know if they would get away with every single time, or even just rounds like this where they're playing against mostly pistols and it manages to go the other way. So I think both teams had their sort of shaky moments at times. I feel like Guild are going to feel a little bit hard done by, though, that they didn't manage to at least get this to OT.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, close really does not cut it, because that was the map that, well, it's really solid for FPX. I was hoping to maybe have Guild find that possibility to come on through, because Will Breeze has historically been all right for that Guild squad. I don't know if I have faith for them to rally back, take us to a third after that kind of heartbreaking loss on the first.
Well, Trex, though, you must have a little bit of faith in him.
I mean, he was popping.
Yeah, he was popping. And Tom, you mentioned the 1 HP clutch. Let's just have a look at this one more time in the Verizon high-speed moment. I didn't think he was going to do this, but maybe it's my fault that I underestimated.
Let's be real. If you did think that he was going to do this, you're insane, because this was one of the craziest clutches we've had in the entirety of the tournament. The fact that he was able to just isolate these 1v1s, and a lot of the time you can't even really blame the opposing side. It was just insta shots. The second he swings, you're already dead. Like, look at it from the POV of Xiao. Yeah. The man has a gun that's literally for spamming walls, and he couldn't even react in time.
And honestly, Xiao, you can't blame him. 149 out of 150, that's like 99.9% of the job being done. Unfortunately for him, the final 0.1% didn't really come over the line. But more generally, for Guild, some of those clutch rounds, some of those close situations, I mean, Trex in particular was popping off. That's what you were looking to see in the second half. He delivered, so maybe that's a form that can be kept on through to Breeze.
I mean, we've all been excited to see Sugetsu. Let's take a look at him as he prepares for the next map on the AIM Lab shoot-around. I think he's already justified his worth and shown why him being here is is going to give FPX a massive boost. How big of a boost do you guys feel like this is going to be going into Breeze?
It's his best map.
Yeah.
Man got 35 kills in the regular season playing this map. He's an absolute machine. So, and I think especially when you look at how he'll be left alone a lot of the time on the defensive side, you saw the vulnerabilities when they had Cider in that role. No offense to Cider, it's not his fault. He's not within this system, which is basically, hey, Saigetsu, hold the site.
Yeah, I mean, people complain about being anchors on Breeze. It is the role that most players do not want to do. But Saigetsu, not only does he do it, but he does it to such a high level. He's such a key player for FPX. I mean, shout out the visa office, really, for making this one possible.
Yeah, but what about Guild on the other end of this? We haven't seen Guild play Breeze yet. I have a few questions when it comes to it.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
I think compositionally it's probably going to be different. Like, I'd be very surprised if they came in... Well, Trex was playing Cypher last time. I don't imagine they're going to continue in that same trend.
Yeah, that was one of those games where they did win over Mech, but I wasn't super convinced by what they were showing me. I think the Cypher is a solid pick. I just want Trex to have more freedom. I think what he's shown us on the Rays has deemed him worthy of being able to play a more star role.
And do you feel like that is the win condition here? Take Trex off the Cypher and just let him go loose?
Well, we've seen them a couple of times change things up where it's even safe picking up that Sky so that they can switch off Russ's role. I also wouldn't mind seeing him play KO. I think his KO's been really good on Icebox, and I think that, especially with it being more of a meta pick, I think that could work nicely for them.
Still, I do like what Cypher offers on this map. I'm still of the opinion that maybe someone else would be the better option, but, you know, some other players can step up. I think what you mentioned with that Russ and the swap between him and Trex on those two roles would be great between the KO and the Cypher. Just not sure if that one's going to happen. On the other side, though, for FPX, this is a map where they've juggled their comp around quite a lot. They showed us that Yoru a while ago that was super cool.
That's every map.
It's every map except Ascent, really.
Yeah, we are heading into the Agent Select. Now, of course, last time we saw Xiao on Jet, I think we weren't super convinced by what he could do and the rest of the composition. And Mimi, as Mimi mentioned, well, they are going to go back to Xiao going on. Sova and Angel has finally, Tom, brought out the Yoru.
Yeah, this is the only map I ever want to see him play Yoru on. I think all the others in theory could have worked, but this was the one where it did.
Yeah, it worked before. And I mean, I was watching the games and I was like, hey, this is a little bit troll. And then I was talking to Josh and he had actually tried the comp out on this map. And some of the sneaky TP spots that you can get, it's really tough to play against. It's a completely different style. And if you're on the other side...
It must be bad.
Yeah.
Poor guy. But he's not even here and he's catching strays. It's tragic,
He did run it down in our ranked game,
okay, well, that's
so I
just,
don't forgive him for that.
He thinks Phoenix is a good agent in ranked. But, I mean, Guild, obviously, they're going to be continuing through with that same comp. They think Cypher is the good agent for Trex. I really am hoping that, well, that agent stays the same. He gets a little bit more freedom and that we can see some of those Trex moments out of him.
I will say, though, playing up against a Yoru, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for the Cypher because a lot of the time Angel's just going to go past all of his utility.
Well, they brought out the KO as well for the Sky, but finally we get a Yoru here at Masters Copenhagen, Pansy and Hybok. I'm very excited for this one.
Yeah, and I'm actually interested. Are you excited for this one? Do you believe in the Yoru pick? Do you like it here? Because, again, we have seen the kind of glimpses of this in the past coming out from Angel to varying degrees of success.
I mean, it's a tall order. Can Angel match up to Sideshow here and deliver a Sideshow level performance on Breeze? That's what I've got my eyes on. I'm actually with Tom. This is the one that you didn't want to see. Fracture, they tried this out with the Breach. I'm pivoting away very quickly. They tried this out with the Breach, and there was a couple of set pieces that looked good, but it wasn't really Angel in the role that we expect to see him in. And I think that was the key difference here. On Breeze, completely different application of the Yoru.
Yeah. I will keep my eyes towards it. I think we all will be. Something out of the norm. But they do have that map advantage. So they can get a little bit weird with it now. For Guild, however, this is the big one, right? You can't lose here or you're done for. And all that hope got ripped away. And what you could argue was just pretty much Sugetsu in that round. But come back in. Fresh start. Brand new map. And if you are just tuning in, we will be having Guild, of course, starting out this time on the defensive side. And that then means that FPX will be on the attack. And you're seeing early progress trying to be made here. But Zipan didn't quite get the fair fight he wanted. Coldamenta overwhelmed quickly. And a trade for Artist, but it's swiftly dealt with.
It's not actually considering the double stack here, but Angel's found some space behind this. So actually a very deep position here towards yellow. The spike will come through. Sugetsu actually going to find Leo inside Tube. And should take away some of the pressure, but Trex answers back.
So now we get to see what Xiao and Sugetsu can do about this one. Xiao still playing
Last player standing.
towards the site itself, and Sugetsu now called upon. This is a tough scenario. Needs some sharp shots here. And they're just not hitting this time. Did as much damage as he could towards Safe, but outgunned in the end. And the pistol round, at least the first hit, will be won by Guild.
Guild really stick to their guns there in Tube with the double stack. Happy to commit to it. FX don't really garner an awful lot in terms of progress elsewhere. Angel gets a very deep position, but very quickly dealt with. It takes away one of the key parts of that setup for FPX. Oh, today is Sugetsu's birthday. 20 years old.
Nice.
What a way to spend it, right?
It's not bad, yeah? Just like, hey, welcome to the event. Probably clutched up for your team, saved you
Got
from
himself
OT.
a clip for the day, yeah?
Got himself a clip. There it is. Happy birthday. When's your birthday, mate?
Been and gone.
Right. Still waiting for what you get me for my birthday. Very exciting. This round, probably not so much so. Shiko. So it could have a little bit of threat to it, but you want to be looking at Guild to keep this clean. You don't want any mistakes to be made. Set the precedent and the bar early.
The Safe almost left to try and figure out what this wall is for, but nobody behind it. Colomentor got to be careful here because a couple of members of FPX stacked outside B site. Actually, the TP sent through towards backside. Colomentor's probably not going to hear this traveling past him.
Poison's off.
I think it will just be planted as a bait for the time being.
Nailed them.
So it's challenged, but he's holding really well here.
Chunk of damage onto Sugetsu as well.
Trex did get removed, so it's not going to be flawless, but Russ trying to pick up here. Close down that middle presence, and there it is. One loss, which will be Trex so far. And Zipan, any more on the docket? Anything else you can find? No, not going to happen. Guild, 4 standing.
Well handled as well. FPX not really able to create any pressure towards B site there, draw any rotation, especially with Safe getting such deep control of mid very early on. Actually a fantastic position to be in here for round 3. 3 Bulldogs, a Vandal in the hands of Trex. Colomentor going to carry through the Spectre. If there's any adjustment here really in terms of the setup just to make, well, at least put Colomentor in a position to make use of the Spectre, but investment of the wall early on towards A, and he's actually going to make his way back over towards B site. So where FPX are stacked up once again. A deep setup here with the Cypher utility as well, looking to catch a couple of people off site.
See how much they can get out of this. Flank's timing could have been interesting. It's actually Trex still to find Zipan. So you're going to see now having to only operate with 4, see if there's still any movement to be found on this site. You can see Guild's actually got him pretty much wrapped on this, just holding those extremities, not overextending, allowing just enough room, but it has allowed Safe to be picked up. Artist going to find 1.
Russ is so early though.
Yeah, this is really, really big timing. Not going to waste any seconds here. Beautiful work from Russ. Huge value in that position on the flank. As we get to, not again, 3 HP. Surely this is too far, and there's no escape in that one. Leo doesn't even want to deal with it himself. Pops in the shock dart, takes him down, and Guild convert that 3rd.
Beautifully handled again. Just the damage control here, at least damage limitation on display from Guild, allowing safe passage towards site and burning up a lot of that time on the Toxin. Sugetsu had to, I mean, the entirety of FPX had to wait on that. And Russ very quickly on the back of next to no contact. Flanks through, completely catching Artist off guard. I think he's more actually concerned with the elbow flank than anybody even making their way through cannon.
Let's just put FPX right back down in the dumps here. With the light arm behind the Sheriffs, but he didn't get much play with it before. I think they only lost one. I think they were able to find Trex, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like FPX are trying to go roaming in middle. Maybe see if they could find Safe, because last time he did get a little aggressive, which is not necessarily a bad idea. This time, paying heed to the danger that could have been mounting, but something that was said on the desk is what Trex left to his own devices here. A lot of faith in this man.
So these are forced away, but Angel still in line of sight there. Head will be removed.
Careful now, Safe.
Double dips a little bit, yeah. There's another member of FPX Artist actually tucked up very close here. Oh, Leo still finds it though. Just a little gap in the wall and punished for it.
Such great awareness from Leo to not fall to that. They hadn't necessarily seen Artist prior to that, but Had a good inclination there could have been someone working close. Koldamensha going to watch that cross. Finds another. No, actually, Zipan's there for it. Now Russ on the side just needs to play for time, allow for the cross to be watched by his buddy, which is going to be safe. So, all going very much par.
Beautiful timing on the peaks as well. Don't give FPX any chance to isolate any of these 1v1s.
Really quite nicely done. And this is where I want to see FPX start building their way back into this, because, again, I don't particularly want one-sided maps in this affair. It's why it got a little exciting at the end of that first one, because it could have gone either way. Obviously converted by Sugetsu, but here I want to see FPX put up a bit more of presence now. Have that full purchase beside them. A couple of ults as well to work with.
The null command going to be one that we keep our eyes on. Early to note, Trex make his way away from the utility so that his teammates can make use of it. FPX this time around not stacked up towards B. There'll be 3 members initially to probe towards A site. That Viper's pit will go up. Safe. Finds Sugetsu very early on in this round. Barely past the 1 minute 30.
Beautiful. First time we've really seen that committed into at least the buy rounds. We saw them kind of probing earlier on in the pistols, but to then kind of bring that into the full buys. Bold play, but it pays. Now FPX trying to stack up over towards that B site. Don't think got any information on this. They should have a good idea as to what's coming their way, but it is all 4 players, and Angel gets red. Found swiftly by Russ, and now Safe's here in support. It's not just one you're fighting, it's so many. The rotations are en route, Koldamenta's on the way, and they're held at the door. There's no way into this. And it is just Artist, that operator, got nothing. He got no room to work, no time to work. Location now being tracked and safe on the Hun. Koldamenta's got him. This is clean stuff from Guild.
Prime Gaming flawless for Guild to find their 5th. Really running away with it, expecting the timeout to come through a little earlier here for FPX.
It's got to be now, right?
Not an awful lot of positives to really draw together from some of these rounds. Like I said, Safe isolating this seemingly for free as well. And it's the fact that it comes across so early. I mean, I guess that's why we see Angel trying to make plays like this, to get something done at least. Be able to throw something in this though for FPX. The Tour de Force available. Viper's pit here if they can get themselves into a post plant. The null command and actually the Hunter's Fury as well. Shao and Angel yet to get on the board. 0-5 a piece here.
I mean, the front line's been a little lacking. I feel like none of the sites, like any post plants, any of these scenarios were particularly threatening. They've had so much good control on that B site. I mean, again, it has been a categoric shutdown here, so I'm not sure what FPX have in the tank for this. That's what's kind of piquing my interest is, how many options do you have? What do you have to work with? What do you have to bring out here? What's the depth where you start going towards? You haven't really seen a massive look towards middle yet. A couple of attempts, but nothing too much. But well, you might back to Leo being there. You know, all the presence that's come in and actually denied this so well.
In the 2 rounds we did, it was Sugetsu trying to bait something out of the wall, and Safe was there so early on in that anti-eco with the Bulldog, where it didn't really create any pressure at all. So Guild, like you said, and actually in the following round there, where Safe and Leo are both tucked up in Nest, there's not really, and FPX have to re-explore it for the 2nd time because they're banking on the fact that Guild haven't got some of these close contact areas covered in mid. There will be a Guardian in the hands of Zipan. Tour de Force, as I said, and Sheriffs across the board. Koldamenta looking as if he wants to create further pressure and tube with his Poison Orb. So Arlis on the back end of it. So denied initially any sort of angle. The decoy is sent out. So it's always funny to see that the cogs turning when they're considering some.
This is a round for Russ here. Precarious positioning.
I mean, there's no contingency to this whatsoever.
Yeah, dependent on a lot of things going right for him here. You can't really back away from it. I don't know if I like the one and done in this.
Weapon, give it across as well.
Didn't love that, if I'm honest. I know dependent on the camera, but even with that, you still have to try and handle potentially 4 players. Trex good for it to isolate Angel. Trying to use this as best he can to find some safety here, and he's done just that. Leo's there in support now, and with all that danger, it is a 1v3. There's a chance for Artist, be it slim. Looking for anyone to overstep here or make a peek or make something happen. A mistake is not going to happen. Safe's got the cross again. And once they fall into position, Mike, once they get these crossfires in play, Guild are exceedingly strong.
Yeah, for sure. And you could actually credit the setup here with the spy cam to maybe support Russ a little bit. The one and done actually favors it. It gives them time to find this rotation. Trex also shutting down the TP of Angel. It's one that ultimately we want to see something on the board here for FPX. Really some positive, some pressure created. Because Guild are very comfortable in these setups. I said FPX have very few things. It's what, it's 1-2 rounds I think they've been able to get themselves a spike plant, but it's not been comfortable.
All right, Angel, let's see what you got for us. Leo, the head's one. Safe gonna bail him out as well. This is perfect support again. Yeah, Angel's made it to site, but at what cost? They're losing everyone around him. This is all for naught. And again, Angel's been found. There's no singular fight here to be having. It's all trades. Yes, Xiao's finally had some impact, but it's still 4 against you. You don't even have mid control to fall back to. Nothing is safe for Xiao. It's fallen flat, above a minute.
Well, the spike, but safe. Finds that there with the operator. A much, much quicker PC. You can see immediately the pressure towards double doors created on the back of that mid wall from Sugetsu, but there's just no real bite to that execution. Even with the information they're able to gather on the back of Angel's ultimate, the kills come ahead of him even coming out. He's not even here to kind of follow up, trade either of these. Safe, yes, tagged up, but able to respond immediately with the Blade Storm. 12-1 right now for Safe. He's having his way with FPX.
No one really being outstanding for FPX themselves here. Super, super quiet. And really, an individual probably isn't going to make the difference in this one. Safe this time, going to be warded away for now. First shot does go straight. Leo spotting Sugetsu, but obviously has not quite uncovered the fact that Artist has progressed up towards Tube. And again, Angel doing nothing with this. Ah, it's clean. Drex running rampage on him now. It's not as clean as he'd like, but it gets the job done. And now just Xiao. This is a shutdown, Mike.
Yeah, it is. FPX is getting nothing done. The only Sheriffs and the Guardians come through. Xiao finally finds a response, but there's 4 more to find.
I swear here, this would be a mistake if Guild dropped this. And they're not making them in that amount. It's a blowout at the moment. There's only so many ways to dress this up. And it is a celebration of how good Guild are on this. There's a reason that this map is out here, that it is in play, that they lean in often. But FPX being this flat, you got to say, whichever way this goes, right? You kind of then look into the rest of the map pool. FPX cannot allow this to ever reappear in any sort of crunch scenarios now.
Not with this comp. Again, there's nothing here really to draw away from. Like I said, the difference being here, the application of the Yoru, but Angel's not able to get into the backlines. He's not able to cause any pressure towards players like Trex, who are tucked into backside, right? It's other people taking first contact for him when these side hits come through. It's unfortunate to see, but Guild on a streak right now, and they've got to be feeling very confident. Expect these, mid swings to still come through. Safe now going to be heating up a lot in terms of this operator usage, and just can float his way around the map.
The other influence of having someone like Barbar is to make sure the boys don't get too overconfident, don't overdo it that last round, getting a little peaky, open up some chance. Again, it was going to be a 1v5 if it was going to happen, so very unlikely. Exactly, like it's probably not going to happen, but again, you want to keep your players calm, collected, keep their focus. Do not let them overheat in this.
Especially you talk about the mental game of losing that previous round on Ascent.
Yes.
That's the way that you actually lose out here, not forcing overtime there. To have the confidence built back in here with an 8-0 lead on Breeze. Definitely the best remedy for it.
It feels like we're just waiting to see. Safe gets to keep his life. First fight against Artist there. We look across the rest of the map, and actually Safe's doubling down on this. I think Artist has a slight inkling. But to what degree? Artist is in danger now. A haircut given, but nothing connected. And Safe's not backing down from this either. He's holding this just a little longer. Did he spot another?
This is the byproduct of that confidence. He's happy to stand here and fight, at least look for the 1 kill. The drone going to be forced out just to deal with Safe. We'll take away a key tool in terms of the execution coming through, but Safe still finds Artist.
Exuding confidence now. Safe getting a stranglehold in this game. Now, FPX do have side control. But again, keep in mind, the Guild have everything they need. Money galore, ults galore, tags coming through as well. Spike now down, though. Finally, FPX at least have the time on their side. Not what you wanted. And the ult to try and really supplement this, because they are in dire need of a round, Mike.
No command popped on the way back through here. A couple of tags coming through this Viper's pit, but no real damage to write home about.
Oh, come on!
And the second as well.
Come on, Coldamenta. Gonna find 2 Zip Band, digs his heels in, and now a 1v3 Shao needs it right now, and he's not gonna get it. Trex is there, and Guild continue forward. This is just a plow through the game from Guild. It's 9-0.
And showing almost no respect to the Viper's pit there. None. On the way back through. Coldamenta finding 2 crucial kills. First one completely blind, then dips his toes inside the ult. Fantastic stuff from Guild on display, and safe, honestly. The fact that he's able to get such deep control here towards Tube and draws out the drone, it makes it a massive, massive tool removed from FPX ahead of that execution and the first blood. At this point now, it's already snowballed for Guild, and only a couple of rounds for FPX to even have a mark to leave on this half.
It's snowballed so hard, you had to put a carrot in there and some coal for eyes. It's not happening. I mean, Leo's been a little sloppy with that, but Coldamenta is not. Picks up where Leo left off, and again, it's looking flawless. Shao, how many times are we saying Shao in a 1v5? Guess what's happened? It's Shao in a 1v4 this time. Spike down in a very poor position. And Trex's eyes on this. Yeah, Shao's got his work cut out.
At this point, the damage absolutely no factor to consider here, so almost banking on Guild slipping up here. 40 seconds left, they're just going to wait this one out. Coldamenta actually making moves towards bottom mid. Put tags onto Trex, but and safe posted up, holding his hand with the operator. He's been good for them. I feel like he's almost doubling up here on opening duels. I can't even recall a time where Safe's given away in opening first blood.
I don't remember Safe dying.
Not lost an engagement. I mean, 16-2 right now.
Yeah. Now this is pinnacle work coming out from Guild. Unfazed by anything FPX are throwing their way. It's looked flat from FPX.
I'll say FPX aren't throwing anything their way. Nope. There's barely anything to this.
They're barely limping into the round. This is a very underwhelming map, if I'm honest. Obviously, the Guild fans are in absolute rapture. They're loving it. But for the purists out there who just want a good game, this is not it from FPX. And with a scoreline like this, you're probably not going to have much of a turnaround, really. I don't know. I'll eat my hat if anything comes of it. But now Russ going exploring. Doesn't look like it's going to go too well. Again, punished a little there. Opportunity shown, but again, it's just one rifle. And you can imagine Guild are just brimming in confidence. That's a not spot. There it is. And Safe's just reading the game so well. It's all falling into his lap. He is having the time of his life. And again, he's just not missing.
Spike down.
Every single aspect's working for him. Maybe even predicting that presence from Artist, taking a safer angle and just keeping in mind where Angel may be, and Coldamenta just trying to hunt him down. No prisoners here. Trex sitting deep towards CT, ready to catch Artist. It's perfect. It is the perfect round once again.
FPX will have an opportunity to purchase here in the final. Ultimates-wise, Angel is back online, but didn't really achieve an awful lot on the back of it previously. Zipan one off the no command. Artist will throw an operator in the mix here. Actually, Guild going to pick up a second here. Leo, at least initially, going to hold on to an operator in the early round.
And will it be the flawless run on the half? That is the question. This will be one of those games you blink and you miss it. Quick enough. Coldamenta investing his ult. Angel now having to work his way through this. What does he do with it? Where does he take this? Got to see something, a difference maker. That will do it.
Finally.
Zipan finds an opener.
Yeah.
There it is. That could be the difference maker. Finally taking Safe out of the equation. Could be huge.
FPX still spread pretty thin. Able to really capitalize on the back of that. Trex actually the one to pick up this operator role for the time being. And Leo actually just playing very close contact on that trap wire. into. Look at FPX's positions. The 60-second mark passes, though, on the back of a first blood. Finally now making their way towards double doors. Leo should hear that TP pass him.
Trex this time, give it a crack. Good info found. Still finding value here. FPX unsure of what to do. They've never had this much success so far. Plant now going to go down, going to pop the ult as well. And post plant we go. Fundamental trying to work mid. 3 through towards CT, and maybe not flawless just yet. Calder still going to get it. Had no vision. Still gets away with just straight up murder. And a 3v3. Xiao with the operator Trex as well. Can they pry these players out of position? Leo trying to go on an exploration mission, doesn't note it, but actually forced to face. Trex was ready for it, and away we go. Ult invested, positions revealed. They're going to try and close that gap. How much more can this side do to turn the screws, to apply some pain? They push forward. It's a great play from Trex. A tap for the spike, but they still need to deal with Xiao. And it's going to be a tall task for it. Leo sits on the... Oh, Leo! The backhand for perfection. The flawless half. 12-0.
I mean, the fact that he still resets off that.
Switching sides.
Xiao made it interesting, but they steal away another heartbreaker. Much the same way FPX did in map 1, but what a total contrast we are. 12-0 here on the half.
This is a juggernaut performance coming out of Guild. Instantly redoing all the wrongs from map 1. And again, just a lovely little combination play. It was never out of question in this.
Just out there, Trex holding for the drone to clear the left side of yellow, picking up the second on the right. Beautifully done.
Oh, you
Leo.
nasty Leo.
What a great 2-cam to display. Doombros, I mean, luckily laughing it off. But what a half.
Okay, we need to obviously send this over to the desk. We'll tee up a fantastic second half. It's going to be a long series, I'm sure. We're going to send it back to the desk. Have fun with this.
Knowing Pansy and Hypok, this might go OT. That's the ultimate Panpok curse.
Yeah. Maybe if they can combine with the power of Mitch, there might be a possibility. But other than that, absolutely not. Or maybe if we get Platchat to just predict all in favor of the fact that Guild are going to win this.
You have the Platchat power.
No.
Do it. Use it. Use it right now.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I mean, I don't think you even could do it. I mean, Safe's already been playing so well. This team has been looking fantastic. I don't know what you say, because we say 12-0 half, but 422 ACS.
This is silly.
That's absurd.
Yeah, no, the man was just nasty throughout the entirety of the half, and a lot of the time he was taking the initial engagements. He was everywhere. He was playing that rotational operator, and honestly, it just seemed from the get-go, their whole plan was like, okay, so they have some Yoro executions. Well, let's make sure that they're in a disadvantage every single time they try and do it. And the worst case is a lot of the time he was getting like Saigetsu, so it's like, oh, we're going to try our execution with no Viper, and it's just like, it's never going to work.
Yeah. I mean, there was just never a moment where it even looked close until that final round. I mean, the Yoru wasn't getting any value. They were never getting close on site. It felt like every single time Safe had an operator in hand, he was getting a kill in the early round.
Yeah, he had a heck of a half, but it's not. Let's not just all only talk about Guild.
Sure.
Let's take a look at FPX's highlights for that as well.
Yeah, I think production prepped something good up for that.
Okay. Our machines are down right now. We can't actually show you the
That's
clips.
really tragic.
We'll do it post.
There was some really good stuff that we had pulled. So
I thought they had to delete the VOD after the game was finished, not at the halftime.
They must have made the mistake.
Okay.
Luckily, we have a lot in the second half that we can pull from.
There'll be a lot of highlights, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely more than one round, I reckon. That's my prediction, my hot take.
Got like
Do you know
4
what
out of
the
5 kills
terrifying
one
thing
time.
is as well? Like, I was going to set this up at the beginning and go, oh, okay, like, you know, they're normally really good at their attack. And it's like, I think even with losses they've had like 7 rounds on the attacking side. And then in their big wins, they had 9+ on the attack. Now they go into the defense.
Yeah.
They were never that good at the defense.
Well, let's take a look now and hand this back to Pansy and Hypok for a record long
See you
second
guys
half.
very, very soon.
See you in an hour.
Yinzu, why are you trying to curse us? Relax a little. All
Doesn't
right.
need to.
True.
We've never needed outside
We've
influence.
never needed help in this affair. And someone who doesn't need help in this map is Guild. 12-0, FPX looking flat as a pancake. This is one they'll hopefully just move on from. Sometimes a quick loss just gets you out of the way and we move on to the third map. That's, in my mind here, the best course for them because yeah, obviously it's possible, but the likelihood is near on impossible.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it's possible, to be honest with you. Again, making an interesting point here with a total lack of impact on the Yoru on the attacking side. It's even more difficult now. And unfortunately, Angel's been a little out of position, a little sloppy in some scenarios. I'm not really going to bank on it.
Deep breaths. How long does this go on for?
But he's solo holding A side for the minute.
Decided to make a change on that. So for now, they do manage to burst through those double doors. Spike will be on the way soon enough once they kind of secure this. Safe! Dude, what the hell is that? Okay, and the push up from Russ in the end will take down at least Angel from the side, but Xiao's managed to keep his life, and the Spike gets lost on the cross. Now there's a problem because that backfill from middle is going to be coming into position. Guild.
What?
Eh? Look, Russ has had a couple of rough games, but someone check him PC, because that's not normally. Safe going to try and aggress a little further towards CT. But that Spike's a problem. They can't quite get it back into hand yet. Artis denies Russ any opportunity, and Safe, the golden boy himself, seems he can do no wrong. This is a test. 30 seconds to try and pass it.
30
Shout
seconds
13
left.
HP. Artis tagged up to 75. We potentially given an opportunity to find the plant at least. Save himself only 19 HP. So conscious of the possibility Artis is repositioned elsewhere in the map. We'll find it here. Xiao a little ahead of Artis. Don't want to see a peek come out of this.
So you've seen a shoulder.
Great double
Nice.
swing.
Got a little worried when, as you said, it was Xiao kind of getting a little ahead of the curve there. If the timing was a little off, could have maybe brought himself to a 1v1. Not the case. Artis got towards him on time. Fuse comes in, and we got one.
It starts.
And so it begins.
Yes.
The
The long road ahead of us.
The story about it was 12-0 on the half.
Where were you when FPX found 12? I never say this. I kind of wish I was in Twitch chat right now. To be honest,
we can have a look.
I bet that is a very entertaining place to be.
We can check in. How the people doing? You know. Let us know your thoughts on this matchup. Are you ready for the comeback of the century? Head over to Twitter. I'll pretend I'm reading Twitch chat. Yeah, let us know.
Happy about that one.
Yeah,
Thrilled about that one.
It's a pump-up round for sure.
Lock in, guys. Come on.
Focus up now. And we go again. So, Buy comes out. It's going to be what? Spectres, Guardians, Bulldogs. Nothing too pretty. Leo going to get himself the Marshal. And a couple of Sheriffs to supplement with Safe and Russ, but should be part of the course here. Shouldn't really be too much hard work for FPX in this round.
Playing very cautiously as well. Sugetsu's got the support here from Artis. The trap as well just set up for B main. Looks as if Safe and Leo will try and double swing through towards default here. We'll just going through the motion. He's going to potentially try and get both orbs onto Russ. Actually, the one outside shop already shrieked. Angel going to catch sight of Safe. Slight exchange of damage here. Artis good for the first. Russ already tagged up from that snake fight. Makes it very easy. Artis actually sharp on the third.
Spike down mid.
Have to find Safe and Leo already showing a little bit of presence as well. Be cleared up, hopefully here. With Safe being down to 45 HP. The one weapon removed here.
Easy comeback. Here we go. Ride of our lives. Buy comes in. This was quite nice for Artis, to be fair.
I don't think so.
Even just mechanically, pretty enough to watch.
Well, Tour de Force online as well. It's an opportunity here to at least make this interesting. Look as if he's actually going to swing out towards B main. There's players stacked up on the other side of this.
They are so dead.
Go Artis!
Collapse.
That's money right there for Artis.
Right place, right time for him. It's Russ and Safe removed very early on. Guild's buy round. Try and pivot away from this. No progress found from FPX outside A main. Somewhere around Angel not going hunting either. If Guild can recover anything in this round. Looking for, I mean, it goes without saying, needs to be clean for FPX. Maintain as many of these weapons as possible.
Not in a particular hurry here. Still 47 seconds to play with and just see if anything presents opportunity. For now, not really the case. FPX sitting quite deep towards this. Rotations have already come in, leaving Artis solo towards that B site. And, I mean, the man's good for 2 at least, with 1 shot, so he should be fine for the rest.
30 seconds left.
Let's consider, actually, if Guild don't find a kill here, whether or not they even want to just hold on to 3 rifles here.
Going full Jame time.
I noticed Russ obviously retrieving the orb in the previous. I think he does have no command online now. Not sure about safe either, but...
Poison's off. 10 seconds left.
Feels like Angel's about to feed. I like the way you tried to go for a cinematic there.
Yeah.
Nice one, observers. Probably that Prius
They're
guy.
trying to help us out. They're trying to help us out.
No, he's like, don't look, just turn away. Turn away. 12-3.
Want to play? Let's play.
Nice. Yeah, not bad for Artis there. So let's look. Here's an easy way for me to get the game over with. When do we call it a comeback? What round?
You say usually at 10, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, you do. I'm with you. I'm with you.
The bar quite high. Only 7 more rounds. We go again. Buy back in, but of course there's now a couple of caveats to that. Safe could be working with just that Spectre. On the other side, things getting a little more flush.
4 noted actually on the back of Zipan's knife here in the early round. Actually, they will follow through with the null command.
There it is, Zipan. What do you got for us? Can you still hold as they flood towards the site? Safe's going to break in. First now found and the site now open. Artis trying to connect on the cross, but no one's really lining up for him. Aren't going to come in. These positions you've still got, I think it's Leo patrolling so deep, making sure no one's gone on that mad flank, so it should pull all the attention to the right place here. Artis does find Russ and Angel now with that pop flash. Swings it, gets it! Gorgeous from Angel. And now there's little hope. Leo has to be pulled back in to check here. They should know where these players are. They're gonna tap on the spike. First real shot at this one. And they ain't stopping. Angel's gonna sit this if he can. And nothing's shot him and really denied him until then. Hold on! Cold Dementor! He's just about held this. And Sugetsu has to try and navigate the way through this. And Cold Dementor on the reposition. The time's on his side! And the shot's there! It's 13-3. And it's shut down.
I mean, just a fantastic demonstration here on Breeze. Yes, you could talk about a massive underperformance here from FPX. This Yori just not working the way it did. Similarly, maybe actually with a little bit of tape now on display, Guild have actually taken that into consideration here with this veto, but shows if they weren't even entertaining the possibility. No nonsense whatsoever from Guild here.
And I like that they mean business, and after map 1, you've got to feel this was good for morale, good to get that mentality right back in the place.
Let's keep in mind that we actually edge FPX towards winning Ascent, right? So the fact that that's close and Guild come out and stomp here on map 2, actually kind of flips the expectation just a little bit.
It really does. That is something we have to now address when we go into that third map now that is on the docket. And this is something, again, I have to give credit to them because Guild are one of those kind of slow build teams. And if you're an EMEA fan, of course you know who they are, but the rest of the world still getting to learn who this team is. They've got superstars in the making. One of them being Barbar.
I think he's actually holding a mini-map there, drawing all the spaces that Angel's going to try and TP to.
Yeah, I like that. We'll slow it down, make sure that's the case, double check. But it is good to see Guild just answer back. As you said, no nonsense. And I think that's the key word to really rely on here is that they should be fresh for that third map.
Yeah,
feeling perfect.
I mean, I always say this in the best of 3, if you can flip back after conceding map 1, in map 2, if you come out with a confidence display like this, in a best of 3 series, it's a real power position to be going into the decider.
Well, we've got a game on our hands, and this is an elimination. Do not forget that, as we'll be going to map 3 after the break and the desk.
Narcissus, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
What a response from Guild there. They take map 2 of Breeze against FPX. I'm Youngsu and I'm back here with Mimi and Tom. We never like to see a blowout, but if you're a Guild fan, I'm pretty sure you're going to be pleased with that performance.
If you're a Guild fan, you're over the moon. I think they're a team that have always worked well with the momentum as well. Like, you see the way Barber's acting, I'm sure he's hyping them up. So the fact that they've dominated this game, I think it sets them up wonderfully for the next.
I mean, it was such an excellent standout performance from Guild, considering map number 1, despite the fact that they did push that to limit, there were some shaky moments. All that was gone in Breeze. This team rallied. Safe stepped up in such a big way. The way he was playing Jet on this map was insane. The opping potential. There was no moment where FPX was getting something done in the early round. I mean, there's not too much more to say about 12-0 half. Credit to FPX. They got a couple rounds in once we got to the second, but really nothing inspired. It looks like they just went through the steamroller.
Yeah,
I like the balance as well. It was like the fact that you had that aggression of Safe on one side, and then you had Trex on the other, who was just fantastic at holding the side.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to talk about the elephant in the room. The big blue elephant. It's the Yoru pick. Angel went back to it, and it
Wait, they played Yoru?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have noticed. You wouldn't have noticed because it didn't get anything done, right? We had these teleport plays. We had a couple moments where it looked like there was a potential, but Angel never was finding value in the early games. Even this one, where he ults in, you're not getting anything off of that. These should be the moments where Yoru's getting a little more. This one, opponent is flashed, and he just can't hit the shot. This agent is just so niche. It's so niche. You need a very specific, very weird circumstance for it to pan out, and Guild knew that it was a possibility. They knew where those TP gates would come from, and they shut it down in every single round.
I think as well the problem is a lot of it revolves around a setup. So you have him taking the space, and a lot of the time when they won, it didn't really matter if he died. It was the follow-up. There was never a follow-up. And I think a lot of the time that came down to Trex, because he had some wonderful setups that were like catching. I think it was like the KO running in. I think Zipan got caught quite a lot. Or yeah, like Zipan got caught quite a lot. It was like a problem for them that Angel was through, but nobody else was.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel a little scammed. Josh was telling me big on the Yo. He was like, trust me, there's actually potential.
You believe
for this
something,
pick.
Sideshow said.
I bought in. I bought in.
Deserved.
And now I have no money left. I have nothing left. I bet the house on it.
In fairness, Lothar has also said that it worked here. Lothar's
if Lothar watched that, he would be. He's probably ripped his hair out.
Yeah.
Because the way that he plays Yoru is not the same.
Very, very different.
Angel plays Yoru.
I mean, we spoke about Angel a lot today, but on the other side of this, coming into this tournament, one of the most underrated in-game leaders, Coldamenta, had a great map so far here.
Yeah, we were hyping up Sogetsu coming in towards this one, and I think he got Viper diffed by Kolda. I mean, he was the man to close things out at the very end there. Really great anchoring from this guy, 2.5 KD. He just was not dying, holding down the site when it didn't come towards that operator player.
Yeah, I think this is probably the worst Viper performance we've seen from Sogetsu. As said, like, I think he was averaging like 250 when it came to the normal season within EMEA. Maybe that's just a poor performance from him, but I also think that a lot of it was Safe. I think Safe was just causing them so many issues with how aggressive they were being. You can't get to the point where they have these executions and his late lurks if your lurk is being caught every time, if you're getting fought for every single piece of map control. And I think Guild, they always come in with a plan when they've seen the tape. They saw the tape, no adaptation from FPX, they got boomed.
When it comes to the plan, though, I did not think we were going to get to see Bind between these two teams, let alone Bind.
I don't know if I wanted to see Bind.
It's the decider here. It's the decider. And do you know what works on Bind? Yoru.
They're not running Yoru.
No.
The only person who's allowed to do it is Forsaken,
Yeah.
and even then, that's only because he's Forsaken.
Yeah, he is the sole exception. I mean, this is a map that for both these teams, they don't tend to favor playing. For Guild thus far, it was a rough one this tournament. They lost out in OT to Crew here. And for FPX, it's just not really a map that they play very often. Neither of these teams are huge Bind teams, which makes it interesting. My initial take was that neither wanted to actually commit to the ban, so they just kind of out-chickened each other to get into the pool. But I'm wondering, maybe it was intentional from one of these squads. Maybe we will see something new, because for FPX, they've been switching their comp constantly here. It hasn't felt like they've found that comfort place yet. Maybe they have it here?
Yeah, I think that's the same for both teams. It's like the fact that when we get into Agent Select eventually, like Safe has been changing up his role between Chamber and Sky. And it's like, that's not a normal transition between two different agents. And I think it's trying to find comfort for Russ as well, because Russ's Sky in the past was very, very good. Then it's they wanted to bring in a Viper, so now he's playing Viper, but they still wanted the Sky. And then it just leaves like, you can't really switch out like Leo's Fade or Trex's Raze, so you had to switch it somewhere else. I don't think either teams have found a strong footing.
Yeah.
We'll see what they bring in this one.
I mean, I don't think either have a strong footing, and on top of that, if you're FPX here, you have no footing. You are free-falling right now, utterly crumbling on Breeze. Now you come into a map that you don't play a lot of. I'm not sure if they expected to come in towards this pool. Honestly, I'm a little bit worried about them, because Guild is just looking impeccable right now.
Yeah, they are indeed. I think Koda was having some in-ears problems. He was really trying to shove it in there. But when it comes to the Viper, I know you guys said that it was a bit of a Viper diff. This is where we can see Sogetsu potentially redeem himself.
It's if he plays it. Like, I think he's been bringing in the Cypher a little bit more recently, which is something I think I actually enjoy more just because of his comfort level, and I think their setups work better around it. Again, I think if it is down Viper v Viper and it's him versus Russ, I would give Sogetsu the edge in that by quite a significant margin. But again, I think it's more so, at least from my perspective, important that they play the agents they're comfortable on, not just, oh, they're playing this, so let's try and counter them.
Yeah, I think comfort is a lot. And I mean, for Trex, we talked a little bit about how we weren't huge fans of that Cypher pick. He normally is going to be playing the Raze on this one, which is such a comfortable role for him. This map in particular, his routing on entries is incredible. If we're fighting in towards A, he'll like satchel in towards backside, wrap around and backstab the player in U-Haul. There's a lot of really creative stuff that's built off of him on executes.
Same as Zipan though, right? He didn't look that great on the second map.
We haven't seen the best from him at all.
No,
this tournament.
But Zipan go kill. This is the Zipan go kill.
That's the thing. If he hits his peak and so does Trex, we have the best game you'll probably see in the tournament. Like, both of them are incredible Raze players. It's just, I think Trex is much more close to the peak we've seen from him, and Zipan, I don't think has hit that.
Yes, but also if there's going to be a game where in this series where Zipan rallies back, this is it. They tend to play the Fade here. He's quite enabled. It's, I think, the best map for Raze, and it's the best combination for Raze as well. Maybe this is where we get FPX returning to the olden days of Zipan go kill.
Well, I think in terms of their win versus Xerxia, I think again it was Ardis. His KO was actually surprisingly good, because a lot of the time I think of this man, it's always going to be on that chamber, but he was able to take a lot of space, be that second man in, but also do very well in clutch situations. So I think there's a lot to look towards, and we haven't even talking about the Fade duo, which I think could be the most exciting matchup of all, is that Xiao versus Leo. Both have had peaks in this tournament that have been unmatched by pretty much anyone else. So if whoever turns up in this match is going to be the one to win it. And as we've sort of said, I don't think it's down to the map. I think it's down to the players.
Yeah, I mean, this really does feel like between these two teams, since neither of them are incredibly comfortable, a very even ground that will come down to who prepped better, who expected this map in the pool.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here. Sugetsu is coming in for Cider here. Cider played the Viper last time, and it looks like Sugetsu is going to play the Viper here.
Yeah, switch up. I think especially alongside Ardis and all of the utility he has, that can be a pretty nasty switch up. But also, I think now that we're seeing Angel back to that brim, that double controller can be quite nice.
Safe does go back onto the Sky. I believe this was their last played composition, but I liked it a lot better when they were rocking with that chamber. I think Safe is so good on it. I'm honestly surprised, even if this was what they were planning, that they didn't pivot just off of confidence from how well Safe was playing in map number 2. I'm not saying that he's a bad Sky player, but I think that operator can get a lot done on this map, especially when you're up against FPX, who does not play the chamber here as well.
Well, it all ends on a bind map we weren't expecting, but Pansy and Hypok. It's going to be interesting to see which team comes out on top.
Yeah, a couple more question marks around this matchup after that last match. Has that kind of tilted things in your expectations?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
With map 1 being closed and map 2 not being... I mean, I went with 2-1. If it was going to happen,
sure.
I think it was going to be a 2-1 for FPX. Now, I feel like that's out the window, honestly. A little argument to be made. I actually agree with Mimi here. It's interesting to see with how Safe performed on map 2 that you don't even just call an audible and be like, pull the chamber out. Pull the chamber out, honestly.
Yeah, it does take a little wind out of my sails kind of coming into this. I'd love to have seen that impact continue forward. However, it's the third and final map. We look what's in front of us, which will be Guild on the attacking side. And of course, that then means FPX on the defensive side. And this is do or die. It's elimination time for one of these two teams. And after that last map, a lot of us rekindling that faith in Guild here. And FPX got us worried.
Definitely coming into this one, licking their wounds. Need a couple of confident rounds here early on the defensive side. Lots of emphasis towards showers here. Ardis in tandem here with Sugetsu. The early probe from Guild. Now Ardis wants to try and get behind it, but Russ actually finding that one and actually following through. Coldamenta with the frenzy onto Sugetsu. Initially progressed towards A here. It's actually going to draw the rotation as Shout. So Angel going to have his hands full here.
This is all on Angel. I mean, yeah, Shout's so far away, so committed towards that A site. Angel needs 2 at least. All that utility coming in. You can see Xiao now making a mad dash for it, but Angel gets left to his own devices here. Hopefully accounted for if you are considering Guild's approach to this. Where is that spike off to? Yeah, they're very aware of this. Okay, trying to take the fight towards the backside of CT. Xiao's won the first, needs more though. This has to be some really steep success for FPX, and I feel like Guild are fumbling a little here. They've opened up a chance. 10 seconds, they can't fumble this now. Coldamenta on the drive-by, and Angel makes his appearance. Safe turns it to try and get that spike planted, which he has done, but it is a 2v2.
Overcooking this initially, actually some key damage coming through. Angel will find Coldamenta up on top here, Safe 51 HP. Tries to find it, but Angel is third on the round, will close things out, and maybe overthinking things just a little bit from Guild. 20 seconds left, and they're with Spike pushing through to elbow. Xiao punishes it initially. At that point, with Angel holding on to control inside Hooker, and Guild, rightfully so. I mean, the awareness is there. They didn't want to push in, but ultimately, it's their demise.
It felt like after those first 2 picks coming in, denying all of that progress that was coming through by Shower from Ardis and so on, that looked teed up perfectly for Guild, but you're right, maybe overcooking it, overthinking it, just didn't look good for me in that regard. So we have to now kind of maybe pick up a little bit of that pace from that last map for Guild. They need to kind of rekindle and kind of come back in a way that's confident, not overcooking the pot, not overthinking things. Get back to plan, because FPX will take every opportunity you give them. They will not look a gift like that and turn it down. They absolutely know what they've been presented with here. A solid chance.
Trek's going to get something done here with the shorty early on, but initially forced away, so really got the range to be able to put that to use. This Guild will pivot back towards A site. Looking for a ton of damage here. Brilliant utility investment, but Ard is actually finding 2 kills with the fragments. Sugetsu follows up with the snake bite as well.
Lovely.
Close this one right down.
utility reigning supreme this round, it feels like, but good work there, not being overwhelmed by the amount of pressure that's coming through towards Lamson. That was a lot of potential danger coming their way, but no. Nullified, navigated, and we go into pretty much what is this? It's actually a pretty dangerous round for FPX. They've got a lot of rifles coming out here. 2 rifles, one with Angel, Sugetsu, Guardian in play. I want to see if they've got something in mind here.
This is the purchase behind it as well. Looking pretty comfortable here for FPX. No early ultimate progress here. Angel 1 off the orbital strike. Nothing notable here for FPX, but early information garnered on the back of Xiao. Angel looking to contest. This big long control. See that snakebite set up from short from Russ, but a little off. And he's actually picked off on the back of it. So you get to actually finding him pretty early on in this.
FPX. Some opportunities presenting that I really didn't expect here. Russ going down so early on is a bit of an issue, but the rotations come in, and actually it's given Guild at least a 4v2 towards his site.
Nice.
Make it a 3v2 is already damage now done. I don't know if Zipan got noted on this one. A little bit of spam to give him the illusion that maybe no one's here, but again, Coldament is still curious. Going towards the side itself, but they've had no success towards the side just yet. So many targets for Trex. Has to back away.
Find anything ahead of that smoke here, and things will begin to slow down here for Guild. So they find themselves in a 3v5, 30 seconds left, almost looking as if the save pretty likely
30
here.
seconds left.
FPX will convert the bonus, which is a massive boom. Actually, you consider it with what they're potentially saving across here, even just the 3 rifles to bring into the next round for Guild. Try and get something done. I hate to say it, but almost a round where, you know, Safe's got a headhunter to work with.
Could have been
Something
different.
like that could offset just a little bit here, but I have to see will not Russ and Safe even have the ability.
There's that free rifle. And actually take down Trex.
And that makes it even more difficult now.
Yes, it
Because
certainly does.
you're faced with the dilemma of forcing up around these rifles, and it's going to be SMGs at best. Goldmenta left with 650, Leo with 350 behind this. Actually offsets them in terms of what the next few purchases could look like.
Oh, this certainly puts them in a downward spiral, doesn't it? And Guild are already in a bad spot if you're thinking about it that way.
Well,
Not a good start.
Massive advantage for FPX in terms of this first ult cycle as well.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
They're riding this across with even light shields here once again. They want to set themselves up for a very, very comfortable financial position going forwards.
And Guild need a bit of a miracle, something to bail them out of this scenario that's starting to be presented. Zipan almost got caught on the timing there, but does get to keep his life and peel away.
So gets to at least early on in this map here, acting as a deterrent towards this default from Guild. Dealing with Russ previously. Can't really criticize him for the way that he fell, but 3 members stacked up behind this now for Guild. So Getsu almost has the advantage here in terms of the Toxin. He's got another freebie.
That's a shocker.
Great pressure here created, but Trex actually answers back.
Okay, now there's a window of chance for them to maybe get towards the site itself. Ult comes in, doesn't really find as much, but it's actually Trex to punish Angel on this. Artist now could be overwhelmed, but no, Artist holds strong. Flash comes out and Trex trades it, and the damage gets pushed towards Xiao, actually pushed down very low, 9 HP. They need the spike planted, and they need Coldament to be a safe pair of hands, and he's not. Let's just slip between his fingertips. Trex needs to run and get the hell out of there.
Just have the showstopper to work with. Both members of FPX stacked up towards spawn here. Trex does prioritize the plant.
Get away without taking damage. No, he doesn't, Zipan. He was forced out into the open, and FPX are manipulating every aspect of this game right now, and Guild cannot get on the board.
And this is around the Guild actually get more done than you're expecting here in terms of that final rifle being removed. Only 2 brought across into this. Certainly made it interesting. FPX weather the storm. Yeah, I mean, initially that offset from the purchase not going to be too much of a problem. Coldament sat at 3,800, but another first blood found by Sugetsu. And another freebie, actually. Artist has done so well.
To get 2 out of that.
Absolutely.
wow, balancing the books a little in that round, because I really thought that was looking so dangerous to Guild after that nice little pickup that they got and sprung forward. Now, timeout comes in for Guild, and I feel like rightly so. They need to get a grip on this game because it is falling away from them in some quite bizarre ways. The amount of just freebies Sugetsu's getting through smokes and utility, but again, the value's there, and a couple of fumbles, a couple of over the things. Guild still inexperienced, right? Like, they're still a team that's relatively new to this. This is still one of their first debuts. We're starting to see the deeper teams within EMEA, right? This is arguably what everyone was saying was the most competitive showing from the region. And I think that's a fair assessment. FPX and Guild certainly fall within that. But again, they're so new to these stages, and a couple of those mistakes starting to show.
You come into this with tracks on the showstopper, an opportunity here to switch things up because it's been that expected slow approach here from Guild on their attacking half. As you see, when FPX actually decide to go exploring a little bit, you're seeing Ardis now actually considering the possibility of the operator. I think he's going to settle for the Vandal here. Toying with the idea at least. The Viper's pick going to go up towards Hookah. I guess it will be noted, but I mean, they have to effectively shift walk through this Viper's pit, soak up all that decay to even challenge him. And Russ with that supportive utility all the way from Market. They'll force something out, but they don't really gain anything on the back of that. Maybe just to try and force Angel out of position, but no notable damage done.
Message utility potentially to try and isolate anyone who would have taken up the mantle of where Sugetsu would have been, but we know where they are, sitting a little bit deeper towards the backside of sight. Drex going to take those first brave steps forward. Doesn't quite see anyone just yet. There's only enough audio cues to let you know there's someone just around that corner, and Zipan's been laying in wait. It's Russ to fall first, but that might be the spike thing going down. No, still held them off long enough. Shao proving to be an issue as well. There's the push out though. Zipan taking matters into his own hands. Pain Shell comes in. Leo's in danger. The spam! He doesn't get to keep his life. Leo goes down for it. Shao the second line to it. As Coldham enter in the 1v4. This is a shutdown and a half from
30
FPX.
seconds left.
Cole now faced with a 1v4. Or just to try and hold on to this, 20 seconds left. At this point, damage doesn't even matter. Guild losing out in probably the most important round so far. Going to put them massively behind now. And this is the one that FPX invested into in terms of the ultimates. Angel going to come forward, try and cycle some of this back. The round's all but done. Can come through and try and hunt this at least, but we have a massive knock-on effect here. Guild really struggling to get anything going. FPX looking solid in terms of some of these holds. A couple of weird overextensions. Russ, I mean, drifted solo towards here. Trex completely unaware of the possibility some of these could have re-aggressed back out of lamps. Leo just caught with a tag, actually slows him down, getting away from that paint shell. Wow, what a contrast. You would have thought Guild would have come into this with a real swagger in their step, considering their map 2 performance. It's just not a lot there.
It sounds silly, but I still feel those first couple of rounds were so telling of potentially what could have gone wrong, and a window of chance made here for FPX for the pace change coming in. Trek's going to try and maybe pick the pace up a little here, but it is only a stinger, so again, how much can you get done with that thing? Well, Coldham meant to show what you can get done with that. Angel and Sugetsu go down. First time they've really had a clean entry. Yeah, the Seeker's coming through as well. Ardis still tucked on the side. Not like he's unnoted, but he's still going to get away with one. Trek's fallen and Leo there to overwhelm with safe. Even just shout. No, he's been over towards LA site, so Spike should be going down uncontested here.
Fine.
Go for maybe a little bit of damage. I mean, a couple of these players did force up. Obviously, a couple more trying to save some of these credits across. I think Shao's really going to entertain it, but finally, I mean, it feels like brute force and ignorance that Guild are rewarded with this round, and maybe a slight overstep. FPX happy to stand a little closer with how slow Guild have been playing, so the pace change catches them off guard. Colomentor actually follows up perfectly on the Trailblazer to find the 2. This isn't one that Guild necessarily come away from and go, yeah, okay, that's what we've got to do, guys. It's not really possible to replicate this time and time again.
But it gives them at least a little bit of room to work, because they have been shut down so categorically in these rounds. fumbly sort of mistakes being made. Let's see if anyone pulls shout. Probably not anywhere near anyone at this point. They've all fallen back. So one recovered from Guild. And it's off the back of this. Let's have a little look at this one. Pretty free for Coldamenta there.
Actually, the reveal coming through at the perfect time from Leo. But yeah, numerically, it's not looking. I mean, Leo sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for Guild is something you very rarely see. Russ able to get much going here after, actually, credit to him, had a fantastic performance on Breeze individually. At least mechanically, has been some of the concerns raised around him. He looked very sharp on map 2. Obviously playing a very different role this time around on the Viper. And immediately, like I said, it's around the Guild resort back to this very, very slow approach in the default.
It's not filling me with confidence, if I'm honest.
There's so little pressure here at the start of the round that...
Yep.
And FPX are the ones to really benefit on the back of this slower gameplay, I feel.
Oh, FPX love it. Kings of the clock, right? They'll run this down anytime you can. Sometimes we'll say Na'Vi style round. I don't think they're going to be upset by it. Happy to be patient. Coldamenta's starting to lose a little bit of that cool though. Once in, wants to get the job going. 50 seconds on the board. They've built up a little bit of a portfolio towards this B site now. Do they have much more to work with? Divide goes in. Xiao. There it is. Right back through this. Has a full idea as to what's going on to an extent. Zipan, though, does not expect that. Safe winning on the other side. That's going to be an untradeable kill here. A 5v4. And they are waiting to burst through on this potential. I want to see what Xiao does with this. He's having to play patient, actually. They've invested everything into it. And on the drop, they all make their debut. Artis finds 2 kills. It ain't over yet. It's still a 3v3, and the plant's still not in. Leo said to try and hold this safe. As we get to an Angel,
Spike planted.
Still trying to work their way around any vulnerabilities to be found here. Angel's found one, and it's the one to be found. Oh, and the turn! Angel fumbles it on the knife out, but it's Sugetsu up against safe. And there's the peak. Sugetsu's there, and Guild invested everything they could into that. And they walk away with nothing.
So it's just another round that Guild aren't able to say, right, guys, that's the approach for the next few. Get themselves into a round-winning position, especially with the Viper's Pip. But Ardis goes huge to find 2. Angel able to slip the net on the back of Ardis, creating that pressure. This is initially here. I mean, the blind spray in. And this is what Angel's able to do on the back of it. Once the Viper's Pit falls, Angel actually finds a beautiful second kill. Like you said, caught off guard here with the knife, but that's a heartbreaking round to lose.
Yeah.
Especially when they're walking a tightrope in terms of the economy. Yes, they string together this purchase, but again, coming into round 9, it's not going to be pretty if FPX find their 7th here.
It's in my mind, genuinely, it's now or never. If Guild can't wake up in these next moments, this is FPX's. And for FPX to show this resilience after an absolute slap around in map 2, it's credit to them. Zipan, again, up for the fight. 2 on the other side.
Well, the showstopper to slow this down, though. If Trex or Leo decide to try and force the issue.
Okay.
Yeah, they're so cautious to follow through on some of this utility. It's only Zipan holding them back right now. Smoke goes up, and Hookah control firmly back in the hands of Zipan.
Where's the bravado of map 2? Where's the confidence? Where's those individuals powering forward for Guild? That's not bad for us. Does he expect the trade? No, Ardis is there. Instantly nullified, and they still have 2 players on this A site. So they're heading on over here. They're doing everything to try and draw that attention. Actually, good timing for Safe. Catching Shout. Angel though going to try and buy time. Does do well. He's to isolate 1. Trex to find Ardis, and Angel overwhelmed. Suddenly, it's not looking so bad, but Zipan a mile away. A 1v3. This is surely 2 for Guild.
Spike planted.
Yeah, retreats to pick up the flank control here, and very, very deep post-plant positions. Zipan down to 72 HP. Does have the showstopper, 1 kill, he'll have another paint shell. He's here in plenty of time, but you can see here the gravity well already set up. He's got to make a move fast.
No one giving him early fights. As you highlighted, sitting super deep. Maybe first contact would be Leo on this potentially if he commits around the corner, or yeah, Trex could be the one. And Zipan's getting nothing. This is good. This is a good post plan from Guild. They need, in my mind, 3 alive and the round itself. Zipan, yep, cuts the losses, looks for a way out here. Not going to happen, but again, for Guild, a necessary round, a critical round, and I still feel it has to be clean from now on, Mike.
Yeah, critical. I mean, FPX is still on 6. Let's not take anything away from that, but this was the round that was going to put Guild in a complete stranglehold in terms of the economy. Trex done well to find the first attitude, the pain shell sent forwards. And another interesting use of the orbital strike here. Very, very ahead of this hit and pretty deep towards short from Angel. FPX will call a timeout here, maybe just to take a breather. Majority of these rounds not really breaking a sweat, to be honest with you.
And they still have a timeout in the second half if they need it. Why not call it now, right? Try and take that momentum away from Guild, try and come up with maybe figuring out if there's anything that they found could be exploited. I think for now, though, when we talk about repeatable success, we haven't seen a lot of that from Guild yet, and it's still quite hot and cold as to if they can keep doing this or what they found themselves here.
There's going to be any switch up on the side of FPX on the back of this. They're almost waiting for it. There's space there that Guild are conceding. Like I said, they're happy to sit in this very deep forest. Very static position that they're picking up. And like I said, on the back of the snakebite investment, it's very rare there's anybody actually following through on that. And the one time it has been Coldamenta, which is the one that, particularly on the Astro, we know what his role is going to be. It's the backline, it's the chess master.
Tense moment now. What's the money like and ult's like? Okay, so Leo's got his, Safe's got his ult. Money's enough to fashion a buy. And, well, FPX aren't out of cash yet. They're still sitting enough there to bring up something this round. You kept saying it, Zipan's still got that ult. Artist there as well. They've got options. Curious what comes out now for Guild. They need to string a couple together here because FPX have carved away a good lead. This is very, very solid for them. And the double swing. That's the difference. Maybe figuring out Sugetsu has been consistently in that spot, consistently a problem. And instantly Zipan ready to fill the gap.
Just so hesitant to push on the back of this first blood.
Where's the take?
Yeah, where's the second leg to this? They're now hoping that they're going to have a favourable timing here and drawn a rotation enough, but Coldamenta with no progress towards B long. Xiao and Arda still tucked up here. Now the snakebite comes through. They force Xiao back a little bit, but no follow-up.
You're right. Not making the most of that first pick. Trex though going to unleash, heads on in, spots one, but he's flashed! Oh, it's a mistake, it's a fumble! FPX holding onto this with both hands! And again, you said it before, and it's becoming so apparent. Guild letting this one slip.
I mean, they find a massive opportunity here, but it's just they're playing so cautiously. They're so terrified of what sits behind this first blood. Like I said, it's not a guarantee that they find A site access there, but it's just, you can see this fumbling, scrambling for a decision to be made. Like I said, they don't benefit the timing here on the rotation whatsoever. With no pressure on towards B long, especially nobody following up on that snakebite, it just forces Xiao into a position to reset. And then they win out. They pick them off one by one.
I don't know what's happened to Guild. Where is the team that we just saw on Breeze? Where have they gone, and who is this taking their place, who look sheepish and second-guessing everything they do? I don't like it at all. Now the money's been broken, they're back down to nothing. Sheriff's odds and ends, and you didn't have to make this comfortable for FPX. That's the thing. FPX will try and do that themselves anyway, but I feel like they've had a very comfortable run this time in comparison to what it could be. And again, Guild look for option, look for starting. Looks like A will be where they try and bring something towards this time.
So we're seeing some focus towards showers here. Sugetsu spots one. Will likely back away here. Allow this hit to come through. And Trex is safe for so low HP that can't really force their way up short here.
Time to stabilize Guild, need to burst onto this. Sugetsu making light work of Safe. They backed away again. Doubling down, might catch.
30 seconds
wonder if they
left.
catch a bit of timing. Trex.
Angel's going to line him up here.
It's not pretty, but you're absolutely right. Oh, there it is. Absolutely lines him up, knocks him down. 1 HP is all he needed left over. And this is a very underwhelming final map.
It really is. Guild coming to round 11 with, I mean, they can't even really be frugal in this purchase.
No.
Obviously,
don't have that luxury anymore.
we know exactly what's going to happen for the final purchase, but Yeah, I mean, there's light shields, there's a Bulldog in the hands of Safe. Trex will have the showstopper, at least regardless of outcome here for the final round. Leo's still sitting on that ultimate, but still sitting at the bottom of the board. Unable to really have any individual impact.
Which is so rare.
It is.
And now FPX getting a little invested. Artist going walkabouts. Actually gets handled this time. Safe though turns a flash and he gets back to business. Angel forced to invest the smoke and try and stop the hemorrhage that could have been forming. Molly goes down as well. Angel needs to be careful here.
Noted, but Zipan actually with the TP crunch going to find Russ. Angel still standing, but not for long. Safe deals with him. Trex on the crossover. Xiao still good for it.
And it feels so segmented, one by one. There's no compounding pressure. Zipan and Sugetsu, what can you do with it? Let's see, Safe and Cordamenta over towards long. TP gets taken, Safe not too far behind. You can see who's on the run here.
Got it blocking vision.
Zipan running as fast he can to become relevant to the outcome of this round. It's going to be a fight between him and Safe seems very aware of the chance of this. Who gets the peek first? Who gets the shot? It's Zipan! Safe's going to be kicking himself for it. And now Cordamenta, the in-game leader of the squad.
One enemy remaining.
And not too bad on the mechanics either. Sugetsu, why not? Invests the ult, makes it harder work, draws out the utility, has to force the hand of Cordamenta.
Sugetsu drops the ult immediately. Tries to bait it out. Yeah, Cordamenta finds the second though. The Red Bull clutch to find Guild's third.
And I've got to say, Cordamenta feels like the only one for me who's actually delivering. That first, I think it was one of the first rounds, that double that he got actually opened up space. This as well. We need others. Where are the rest of the squad? Some critical kills for the man, some key kills. Where is the rest of Guild? Now again, if it ends, what, one more round? I mean, sure, it's not completely unredeemable, but it's the fashion in which we got here, Mike.
So expecting Trex to finally make use of this showstopper now. A judge in hand. Cosmic Divide up. Then do scrape together a purchase, but again, it's a Bulldog in there. A couple of light shields. You'll feel as if they found some success towards A. And stacked up this time, invested in the early round.
Gets a play on it. Overwhelmed, Cordamenta cracks open the site, and there is that ult. Didn't get to send it out in the end. Artist gets to keep his life. Flash comes in, he's going to have to sit tucked towards the back of it. Safe going to take the fight towards CT and wins it. Good work from Safe this round. But it is still two standing, Zipan and Xiao. But bear in mind how far away Zipan is to this. Spike not down yet. Giving room and time for Zipan to close this gap.
Still a million miles away from this. Xiao can just do a little chip damage, maybe prevent the spike from going down. Definitely still doable here in the 2v3. Guild huddled together.
Toxins going up.
Waiting for that cooldown on the Toxin to try and find the plant behind this. Actually, they don't. There's almost anticipating a peak coming through.
Careful what you wish for. Zipan's getting real close.
Good utility as well for Zipan.
And that's a fight. That's a clean fight, and now it's a 2v2. Again, I'm a little worried about Guild and his post-plant. His options for Zipan, and his destruction for Guild.
Oh my god.
Zipan has torn him limb from limb. That is just going to destroy Guild's mental.
I mean, it was a 2v3, but Zipan literally 1v3s them. Just one by one lining them up. So well played by him. Great use of the stats as well, just to force, make that last engagement a little bit more difficult and favorable for him. Beautiful stuff from Zipan.
One enemy remaining.
See it there. Last one just nudges Russ a little further back. It'll be 9-3 on the half, Lauren.
Barbar knows he's got his work cut out now if he wants to try and bring this back. As do the rest of Guild. This has been a very rough half for them. It has not looked good. It's not over, but it might be soon. Back to the desk.
Oh, Lauren, you know better than that. It's you and Hypok. It's never going to be over. But you guys wanted to see the teams come alive. You wanted to see Zipan go kill. There's a lot of individual hero plays there. It was quite exciting. Again, if you were an FPX fan this time around.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to, firstly, a little bit more aggression out of the likes of Zipan, like taking some fights that maybe he shouldn't have done and actually winning them, Saigetsu as well. But I also think there were some misplays coming through. Like at one of the rounds with Trex, he goes blast packing into the site, Flash catches him in the face, it just gets insta-killed. And it's like, these are the sort of misses in terms of synergy that Guild just didn't have in the last map.
Yeah, and I mean, it was Zipan go kill, but it was very much on the other side. Go kill individually. So much miscoordinated moments that we saw out from the side of Guild. However, for FPX, they were taking advantage, and Artis was one of the people to do so, playing on this KO roll. I was a big fan of the way he was setting things up. The flashes, it was very well timed. Every time there was an execute coming out from Guild, he was there to deny, to shut on down, and there was a few rounds we wanted to take a look at here around these retakes for FPX. This one isn't really even a retake, because Spike never comes down. Guild was all right in the early round at getting space in towards sights, but FPX, as they so often are excellent at giving space and fighting back in with their double initiators.
It's ridiculous. It's just spraying through the Viper's Pit in a round that just almost didn't look possible for them to win with the Viper's Pit down in the afterplant, but somehow they bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, just some magical moments. Even that final round before we came into the halftime break was miraculous that FPX managed to win things out. It feels like Guild, again, just so many of these moments where people are swinging individually, little mistakes just compounding on top of each other. And again, my worry is, similar to what we saw after map number 2, that do they even have what it takes to fight back into this one? Because you have to feel pretty deflated after some of those rounds lost.
Well, I think the main thing to focus on is what Hypox said. I feel like at the moment, Guild are looking a little indecisive. They need someone like Barber or Coldamenta to bring them back together, because if they play like that in the next half, they're out.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a hell of a speech, a hell of a rally for them to make things through.
Yeah, this is them, Guild, staring down the barrel of elimination, and also a champion spot on the line too. Pansy and Hypox, they have to dig deeper to bounce back here.
You're right, they do have to dig deep. Now, this is a tough task for Guild, and it actually might be out of the realms of possibility. However, what this is for FPX, though, is the first look at the full squad making it out and looking pretty diligent, turning it around after a disastrous map, too. They've looked strong here, but Mike, we go back in. Surely it has to start now for Guild if you want to see a close game.
He's going to find 2. Angel finds the open here. The pinch through the TP, safe. Good for the first, but tagged down to 34 HP. FPX happy now to progress through. Actually, I'm going to take the TP here. Try and find some advantageous timing. Russ actually stands its ground, but Artis trades it out.
Okay, and the spike's on the way, but Coldamenta's been here the entire time, tucked towards long, trying to give away nothing. Rotation from Leo as well. He needs to become a little activated here, Leo, in my mind. Coldamenta, does he get the timing just right? No, outdone by Zipan. Beautiful work. Another site looks available. Leo gets the tag, but not the frag. Artis makes it towards the site. Swing! It's great timing, but left in the open. Left in the lurch, though, is safe in a 1v2. So gets to full HP, sitting pretty. Yeah, Artis a little vulnerable, but that crossfire now set in motion.
Artis is going to tuck himself in, looking to take contact on the drop here. Safe going to try and make use of that first flash, jumps out, but it's actually Artis to even find it. FPX close the pistol round, close their 10th. If they weren't already feeling it, Guild now under massive amounts of pressure to deliver.
Pressure's on, Guild. Gotta do something about this. If it gets... It feels like 11's inevitable, right? Like, you get this one, the follow-up's looking super likely. We know that FPX don't go lightly into these rounds either. They're starting to have fun. Picking up that pistol takes so much weight off of even FPX. They're like, cool, right, now we're in the right mood here. We're getting everything right.
Which is why we see Guild try and just be decisive there. They try to be the initiators in that round with that TP crunch, but again, it comes back to that thing, the synergy just slightly off in terms of the pinch. Trek's over-investing in that peak, and I mean, whether or not it's safe behind the pace or Trek's a little ahead of it. Come around, FPX now can and slowly work their way in. The paint shell going to force the shorty a little deeper inside, and actually Zipan still finds it.
Really nice from Zipan. Getting to see that capability from him as an individual this game. Artis as well, all kicking off at the right time for themselves. Coldamenta, yeah, going to get one. There's the rifle in a bad spot here, but dealt with by the nade. It's 11, and it's quick so far.
Oh, can they make a last stand here? Guild obviously coming to this buy round here. No real ultimate progress for anybody. And we'll call a timeout here because, I mean, this is the map and series.
Yeah.
With what the knock-on effect's going to be. A long way back into this map. Like I said, there's been so few positives to take away from that attack in half as well that I mean, coordinating any sort of proactivity here on the defense, it kind of lies into the same sort of concerns that we had.
It'd almost be a shame to see them go out as a shadow of their former selves, it looks like. Coaches got their work cut out on either side to an extent. Barbar had to kind of get their mental back in the right place. And for the Guild side, it's... Excuse me, for the FPX side, it's not that difficult right now. Just going to keep them focused, going through the motions here. They've done everything right. The prep is good. I was worried after map 2 that they'd be taking it personally or, you know, being a little frustrated, but no, they were kept in the right direction.
That's where someone like Angel is just such a cornerstone for the team to come through. Again, even with an abysmal performance in map 2, he's a very grounding factor in terms of the communication, that in-game leadership. Was it to compliment Doom Bros? It's paying off for them here.
Oh, yeah.
To flip back here in map 3.
In this
the way they
fashion
have.
as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's the nature of how they're winning here on Bind.
And if it was
the
the
total
other,
composure.
That's the thing. And I wouldn't have been surprised if FPX were the sheepish one after map 2. Hard to maybe pick up that confidence, but it's not. It's the complete reverse. So we go in now, and this is one of the rounds that can define so much. It's 11-3. If Guild get this, it's game back on. If not, it's looking pretty done. However, we start, as we mean to go on Angel, a little further ahead than expected as well. And they're just running through this one. Safe's going to find Artis. Can at least deny that front line. Angel with a quick trade and a flying player. Zipan makes it towards the site. It's called a Mentor, who's still finding room to work. 1 HP and Zipan's there. Needs to bring out, and he does. Oh, Zipan!
What is that?
Phenomenal!
Hits him with the Spectre Cheese, the drive-by. That's how Guild lose out in this round. And the cherry on top, the jumping classic. Well, the Cold Mentor, I think down to just 1 HP.
Yeah.
What is this?
That's Heartbreak slowed down right there. That is the round done, and he knows it. He knows it. It's 12-3, and this is tournament life, Mike. This is the one. This is all it comes down to. This is all that hard work leads up to. One more round.
Jack's got himself tucked up. Playing very close contact with this judge, FPX. Now the wind in their sails. Anticipating a little bit of aggression early on here. It's a 4-man stack for Guild towards A site. Safe. We're on information gathering duties outside hookah. Shao will deal the Trailblazer. We'll actually pull a rotation here from Leo. Rightfully so, but FPX have done the hard work here. They've actually got themselves an advantageous fight towards A. It looks like Guild might even push through here.
So dangerous, so precarious. Zipan sees one. He's got to feel like there's maybe more. Oh, Trex brings it back down to earth, but he needs more than this. This is so dangerous, so scary for him right now. This is nerves aplenty! Rising to the challenge, but the trades come out. Russ backs him up in it, and now Artis tries to make a run. A lifeline found, and it's only one in a need of so many.
See what the knock-on effect here, FPX. Actually, a couple of people forcing up. Yes, the ultimates are just about getting there, but with Showstopper used up in the previous by Zipan, he's so unlucky not to find Trex here behind the box. Russ plays it perfectly on the timing. Rewarded with 2 kills, but yeah, you can see it's a little flat.
Feels like
in terms of the spirit there up on stage.
You got to get the boys back up in this. I know it feels almost redundant, but it really isn't over till it's over when it comes to these final maps. But it has to. It's a long road. It really is a long road. Cold Mentor doing well though. Catch Angel. Keep your eyes on the rifle with Zipan. First challenge would be Russ. Doesn't quite win that one out, and Russ still gets to hold on for this. Rain shell could have been a problem. Takes a little bit of damage, but keeps his life.
So with vulnerability as well. Artis just digs back in to find the headshot.
Well, Mentor's in no man's land. This makes me a little nervous here. Does get to dip away before the flash really blooms. Trex by his side. Picking up one behind, swing back in. It's messy. And this is a 3v2, and they've got rifles. Mike, I don't like this. Getting fumbly in these moments now. Don't get too worried yet. Safe is en route. The Seeker's kind of, you know,
gives away
them
the
out,
flank,
but
though, almost.
Exactly. Surely you're starting to question that. There's got to be that, you know, little bit of the clock in the back of your mind. Now wondering what's going on. And Artisan to get to are dangerous players. Look how deep Guild are now sitting.
Yeah, they got to respect this. Also, then have to have the secondary consideration, which is the finances. They need to build up that cushion to be able to have a say in this half. Happy to wait out the plant, though.
Can't make mistakes here. And there's a potential for it. So we get to clearing sight, spots no one.
Toxin screen down.
The plant now has to become a priority. 10 seconds, Mike. It's got to be now.
10 seconds left.
Safe to be whether or not you can actually time this perfectly.
That's the question, isn't it, Artis? Ooh, nice little jump peek there from Leo. Gonna at least know the position and not give up his life. Plays in safe a little, but Sugetsu seems aware. And away we go. Oh no! The tragedy! It's falling to pieces! The full 5 at full force. FPX stay alive at a 13-4 scoreline. Guild crumble under the pressure.
What a flip here. What a heartbreak for this to be the end of Guild's run. They made a real splash here in Copenhagen, but almost feel like they just run out of steam a little bit here. What a first showing for Sugetsu. Again, not necessarily statistically reflected the same way as we see online, but the impact in some of these rounds. Think back to that final round of Ascent, going absolutely huge, and just think actually completely different outcome here. If Guild were able to win out Ascent with that performance on Breeze,
very different outcome potentially. The difference that one man made could be a historic round for them. You've got to give credit where it's due. Calder meant to put up a good fight there, tried the best he could, and to me, will always be a bit of a kingmaker. Every roster he touches turns to gold, but this time couldn't quite make it past FPX, who had that buff of their new player coming back in, getting, playing right beside each other, what they've wanted this entire time. And a little bit bittersweet for me seeing Guild go out in this fashion, really I think is the main thing. They could have lost this game any which way, that's not the problem. Seeing them kind of bow down at the end there and just kind of crumble under the weight of FPX, really a bit unfortunate.
We get a little comparison there for the previous two cam, but like I said, just a heartbreaking end. Well, what a way for FPX to deliver. With that map 2 performance, you got to say, like I said, this flipped the veto on his head for me. The Guild have been able to demonstrate here, at least put their name on the global map, which was the main objective for them, right? They were probably the roster that had so many questions coming into it.
Yep.
It really started with a splash, and I got to come back to the same thing. It feels like they ran out of steam just a little bit.
And maybe with time, experience, you get to see that depth come through. It's good to see them back as they were meant to be. All 5 of them standing beside each other, coach as well, of course. Firing it out. And this could be a whole new team, a whole new look at this squad coming in. Now they've got Sugetsu back with them. Finally making it here to Copenhagen.
And a bit of breathing space as well now to kind of reset. Yes, we're talking about comfort zones at the start of this series and get back into shape. Again, don't think that now that obviously with Silas slipping away, Sugetsu coming back in at full strength, Angel returning back to comfort zone, who's somebody for me today looked a little uncharacteristic in some scenarios, right? So that's a big positive for FPX leading forward further into the event.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the best of Angel yet here. I think we've actually seen a very shaky Angel, which...
But that pressure's now alleviated. He hasn't got to consider that massive variable in some of the structure and the FPX are renowned for.
No, you're absolutely right. So I want to see with a little bit of time as well. These boys have been absolutely in the grueling schedules. You're working it out on the go. Down below, your MVP vote. Let us know your thoughts. Who stood out to you? Of course, you have your selection. Anyone for you there?
He'll always take it from me. It's the UK bias. It's the UK bias.
I'll double down with you. That's fine. I mean, Sugetsu maybe saved the entire series, but
happy birthday. There you go.
Vote for Artis.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Sugetsu. Artis MVP. But no, you're right. It could kind of go a couple of different ways, but the map pool definitely gets thrown into question in my mind a little bit. We go forward looking at FPX because, again, vetoes do become such a deadly thing here for these teams. So for me, there's a lot more to be seen from FPX, but I don't know. I'm happy to see them at their full capability, Mike.
Yeah, I'm keen to see them build back on this. Get Sugetsu back firing on all cylinders.
Well, it's been a pleasure to get to welcome them, as said, as the full collective to the stage. And a little sad to see Guild go, but again, it's not for us to truly wrap this series up. That'll be for the desk after the break.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
This is EMEA versus EMEA with elimination on the line, a spot, a champions also on the line. It could potentially be absolutely brutal for the losing team.
What's love got to do with,
Maybe just one Sugetsu, what is that? It's so dangerous, Arnis. Brutish in approach. Does do it, and you gotta say it. Thank God for Sugetsu in that round.
What's love with a second-hand emotion?
Artist, please.
Eyes on! Yes!
This is clean stuff from Guild. Coldamenta! He's just about held this. Coldamenta on the reposition. The time's on his side, and the shot's there. It's 13-3, and it's shut down. Guild letting this one slip.
Nice, boys, nice.
One enemy remaining.
Zipan has torn him limb from limb. That is just going to destroy Guild's mental. Oh, Zipan! FPX stay alive at a 13-4 scoreline. Guild crumble under the pressure.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. I'm Yingsu, I'm back on the desk with Mimi and Tom. As Pansy said, FPX, they stay alive for another day, but it wasn't really the bind that we expected to see in the end.
No, I think that especially with both teams having vulnerabilities, we said it would come down to the individuals, and boy, did it come down to the individuals. So some ridiculous plays on the side of FPX.
Yeah, some crazy moments from FPX. But on the side of Guild, this map, it was the exact opposite of Breeze. It felt like, again, it was just the deflation. You only have so much air between the two teams. And in this one, it's not really being given on over to Guild. I didn't really love the comp they brought into this one. I would have loved to see Safe have an opportunity to opt and maybe play that chamber. He didn't do bad by any regard, but I don't know if I loved what they were pulling out on this one. And on top of all that, FPX was just playing an incredible game. Artis on this KO was, I mean, as an individual, just absurd. And Zipan as well, what a step up from him.
Yeah, let's talk about Zipan, because some of these rounds, you talk about individuals, and this is what we want to see from someone like Zipan.
Yeah, it was the perfect time for him to peak. And I think so far in this tournament, this is the best performance we've seen from him. And then that's the thing with Zipan. Once he gets in that zone of confidence, he is terrifying.
His micro on Raze is just so good. The way he uses the satchels to bonk people out of the way, get the kill off of that is just incredible. Also, I don't know what that was. I don't think that should have been allowed, which is the run and gun off the Spectre, but look at that improvement. Game 1 starts hot, or excuse me, I think this is inverse. So Game 3 is Game 1, and that one started pretty well. Game 2, a little bit rough, but once he got things down to that Raze, he was just farming.
Well, it's where he's always been his best. I think that is, though, why I kind of want to look at even Artis a little bit here, because Artis, I think coming into like Valorant in general, we were like, he's the Jet one trick. He was probably one of the best that we had, then moved over to a Sova. He was pretty good at that at all. And then he just went missing for a long, long time. Now he's come back with Chamber being meta. He's unreal, but there's depth. And that's the thing that's so great about Artis is his KO is disgusting as well.
Yeah, I mean, it is an incredible role for him. It feels like no matter what he plays, this guy is doing well. On top of that, it was a great game to welcome Sugetsu back into FPX. He had a fantastic map number 1, maybe struggled a little bit more in the second, but map 3, again, that rally back, it really is a beauty to finally see FPX back at their full strength.
I mean, they've been selling that to us, haven't they? They're like, this is the real FPX. I'm sold. I'm buying all the stocks right now. And on the bigger picture, more importantly, that win from FPX has officially locked them and Fnatic to champions, and I firmly believe these are the two best EMEA teams we had this year.
Well, the most exciting thing is it's the first time we'll have a champions hometown hero, which I think that's the coolest thing ever, is having a storyline based around this Turkish youngster of Alpha here. Still an opportunity for another to come through, like maybe if Send can sneak their way into that LCQ.
BBL.
Or BBL.
If BBL gets the champions?
I think Send might be a little bit more realistic. But sure, if BBL can do it, that would be insane.
It would be crazy if that could actually come to fruition. But, I mean, Fnatic, I think they are in the conversation for the best team in the world. Obviously, they still have to prove it at this tournament, but they were looking incredible. And obviously, FPX back at full strength. I'm super excited to not only watch them for the rest of this tournament, but in towards champs.
Also, Guild fans, don't worry. Guild will be playing LCQ, so there is a chance we might see them on the international stage again. But for now, let's take a look at the in-zone player of the match. You guys voted on Twitter, and this time it goes to Sugetsu. I'm a little bit surprised Zipan didn't get that one.
I don't know if he was the MVP in terms of the individual performance, but he was the MVP in our hearts.
Well, also,
he showed up and he got to play.
I don't know. There was only one close map, and it was decided by him.
It
so
was.
I don't know. The other two maps were absolutely dominant. So I guess maybe people were just thinking, you know what? He won them the game by winning that round.
I also will say that I think that there's one of the stats that Sugetsu actually got 7 out of the 8 MVP votes during the regular season of EMEA.
That's decent.
So maybe he just has a really big fan base.
He's really good at the MVP votes. But, I mean, you do have to give the credit to him, because that very easily could have been a 2-0 for Guild. Breeze was a stomp. It was 13-11. That clutch doesn't come through. Maybe Guild are the ones moving on, but FPX, they rally, they win it.
Yeah, Zipan also the man of the hour after that map. He is standing by right now with Esports Doug in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Sue. Yes, Zipan, congratulations on the win. It was a big one. I've got to ask you right off the bat, you just take down Guild, a little inter-region rivalry. Does that ever feel bad to you? Do you feel bad that you just sent them home?
Yeah, a bit, because it's an EMEA team, right? So I would rather send home an NA team, if I'm going to be honest.
I got to ask you about Yoru on Breeze. Artis and I were chatting earlier in the tournament. He said he really likes it. He rates it. It feels like it plays well. To be candid with you, it did not look good. What happened? What do you feel like went wrong on that map?
Now that we got to get to back, Guild kind of expected us to pick Euro, and yeah, we are comfortable on that agent. We rated highly on Breeze. We won Ascend like twice with this comp, so. But I think Guild anti-stratted it really hard, and with the Cypher especially, they counter us.
Do you think that perhaps against a different region, even a team that has not really seen it as much, you would find more success there, perhaps?
Yeah, maybe, but I think other regions can still watch the VODs, you know, they can still anti-strat us. But yeah, I think just the Cypher really counter the Euro.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you about the team's personality, because you've got Tugetsu with the loudest pants I think I've ever seen. I kind of want them, I'm not going to lie. You've got Artis who's singing during the match, and you go, Artis, please. Tell me a bit about the personality behind the scenes. What is it that makes this team so fun?
I think we like to joke with each other to keep the mood high in the team, so it's just like that. Artis has a really funny personality, so it's fun to joke with him, tilt him a bit maybe, but he knows his jokes, so...
And then the last question I have for you, now that Tugetsu has rejoined the team, how do you feel like this team has gotten better from one day to the next? What is it that he brings to this team that makes FPX so formidable?
Yeah, now that we have Tugetsu back, as you say, we can follow our game plan, like all the strats, everything that we couldn't with Cider, because obviously he doesn't know them. So,
right, sure.
So now that we have Tugetsu, we can use all the strats, we have all the waypoints, all the stuff, and our flexibility. Before we couldn't use a Sentinel like Cypher, Killjoy and stuff, but now yes, Tugetsu can play it.
Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on qualifying for Champions. You guys look terrifying, and I'm excited to see how else you guys perform in the tournament. That's going to do it for us here. The good news is there is still more Valorant to come. You've got Leviatán against XSET, everything on the line, one match to decide it all, and it's happening right on the other side of this break.
feeling obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone, to Masters Copenhagen. We've had one elimination match already, and it's time to get into another one. I'm back here with Mimi, and Mitch is joining us. Welcome, Mitch.
Hello, nice to be here.
Good to have you here, mate. Good to have you here. Let's talk about the match at hand. We got Leviatán versus XSET. Starting with a LATAM first seed coming into this. I think they impressed a lot of people yesterday despite losing, Mitch.
Yeah, I think, well, look, they blew me away. This was a team that I underestimated coming in, as I've evidently made a habit of doing when it comes to LATAM teams debuting on an international stage. I'm always surprised. And look, there's plenty of facets that I was excited to see on this team, but I'll be honest, I didn't think when it came to the international competition, they would be able to go pound for pound with some of the best. And yesterday they proved me wrong, certainly on that first map.
I mean, map number 1 against DRX was just some impeccable Valorant out of them. Taco as an individual was absolutely farming on the chamber, and that lockdown defense was so good out of them. DRX is a team that is excellent on those executes, and there was no space given away by the boys of Leviatán. I mean, a really impressive game out of them, and King was a big part of that. Played a few different roles throughout that series, and while he struggled a little bit in the second, his Raze and his KO in particular on 1 and 3 were really, really nice, stepping up, helping Taco in that regard.
Yeah, I think realistically, map 2 was a struggle for everybody on the team, right? But his consistency throughout was impressive, and for a game that I think most people will go home thinking about Taco because of those very important and impactful rounds, it was still incredible to see this guy was able to do the damage.
Yeah, and on the more supportive role as well, when he's playing that KO, not only is he giving a little bit of help to Taco, kind of flashing him onto angles, oftentimes those two were playing together, but he's also giving himself some individual moments against a team that, again, is excellent in that regard. Thus far, they've looked good, but still, it wasn't quite enough to stay in the upper bracket. It wasn't quite enough to beat DRX, so now they land themselves in this lower bracket, not only as the last hope for LATAM here at Masters, but also with a chance to beat out Crew on points and maybe make it to champs if they win here.
Yeah, all they have to do is win today if they want to secure their spot for champions. But on the other side, XSET, they also made their debut here at LAN. I think very different impressions in terms of what Leviatán were able to bring. But Mimi, let's not forget, this is still the NA first seed. Although, is that a good thing at this point?
It's a question. I mean, Guard, we saw how that went for them at Reykjavik. They came on in, lost their first series, lost immediately. Is it a curse for the first seed? You beat Optic, you lose out later on. It's a question. And thus far, XSET do find themselves in the lower bracket, but I still think they showed us some good stuff yesterday. They lost to Optic. I think maybe the nerves were a part of it, but we still saw step-up moments. I mean, their young players were rising to the occasion. I think their adaptation was good. It's just, this is Optic at very peak form.
Yeah, and I think even in what we saw, looking back at the grand finals, it didn't look like the same team of XSET, though, here on the stage. And it's something that we've had a lot of debate and discussion about. Having that deeper seed, it means you get to bypass the group stage, bypass all that early pressure and the potential to go out early. But the downside is you face off against warmed-up teams who are in their stride already, and you're just trying to get off the ground.
Yeah, you guys saw Psycho stepping off the bus there early. I love his suit. And Mimi, he said some really poignant things after their loss yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Psycho is a really big individual for this team, and he's not even a player. He's in that coaching role. A lot of respect from the players. And he said in an interview yesterday, talking about how he just felt like the team was a little bit shaky. They were struggling at getting used to things up on the stage, but the boys will know what to expect and that they will be ready to come back and get him tomorrow. And I really do want to give this team a break because they have constantly been fighting for this opportunity. They've constantly been a step away from qualifying for international tournaments. Then you don't get the opportunity to warm up in the groups. You're straight against Optic, who is looking at their absolute best. I do want to give them the benefit of the doubt and believe that they can rally back.
Yeah, I think it's a fair expectation to set that, look, you can have that one bumpy game, but now you're coming up against a team who's also not in their stride, right? They're in the same situation as you, played a game, now facing elimination, so we don't really get the excuse of, oh, well, the playing field isn't level, because right now it essentially is.
I believe anything that a man in a suit tells me, so it's going to happen.
Especially one that looks like him. I mean, he knows how to clean up, I'll tell you that.
Glasses, man.
Yeah, he looks really good. And do you know who else has been looking good? Zekken. The young players that you guys speak about, Cryo and Zekken, they were on the losing side. And with the stats that he was putting up, I cannot believe he ended up being on the losing side yesterday.
So it looks like he did worse than he did at playoffs, but that's because he was a monster in the playoffs of North America. He showed up and he still did incredible, even in the loss yesterday. The players that were struggling weren't the inexperienced ones, weren't the young ones. It was the older core of XSET. Both Second and Cryo were absolutely farming, and I think that game being as close as it was, well, it wasn't that close, but pushing it a little bit closer was because of the step up from these two guys.
Yeah, I think that's also an interesting point, right? The experience, we talk about it so many times. Oh, now that team's actually got to play a LAN, so next time they'll be fine. But from what we're seeing at this tournament, it seems more that the players who are new are still delivering, still performing, and not facing any sort of a LAN debuff. Whereas the other way around, we've seen some tenured players who we would give that benefit to have that little bit of a stumble along the way.
Yeah, and on top of all that, I think there is also the case to be made that, you know, even the players that we weren't talking about as much were still having some good opportunities. I actually liked some of the rounds I was seeing out of BCJ. I liked seeing him on the stage because he was very fun. In general, I think this team just has a really good mentality around improvement, and I have faith that they will rally back for this game.
I'm with you. I think I have a lot of faith in them as well. But when it comes to the maps between these two teams, they played already. We got a little bit of a taster. But I have a question for you guys as we head into map select. Will we see Fracture? Because both of them banned Fracture.
It's a possibility. Somebody could come out and pocket pick it. I imagine it's going to end up being floated here. It just seems like a massive downside to let it go through. So there's a chance if somebody has prepared that as a pocket pick.
My question is, I think there's a chance Leviatán might just ban it outright, because I think XSET has shown better things on that map, and Leviatán has been a lot less willing to play it. But Icebox is actually the ban to come on through from Leviatán. It's a map they're not a huge fan of, so not super surprised by that one. XSET, pretty much their perma bar Fracture will be that bind, but this means Split is left in the pool, and this has been an incredible map. XSET brought this in for Stage 2, and they were excellent on it regionally.
I think most people have been banning it against them. I think the one team that let it through was FaZe, who ended up barely scraping it out, and that was the only map they ended up beating them on. So a strong pick there for XSET. I know they've been liking Haven along this tournament, but it just doesn't make sense to pick it up against a team like Leviatán.
Yeah, and Leviatán get Ascent, and after yesterday, maybe I'm excited to see them back on Ascent.
I mean, they were just so good on that map yesterday, but let's give credit to XSET as well. They play an interesting comp here. This is where you see Zekken pivoting on over to the Sova. You have BCJ and Omen. They switch a lot up, but it has been a solid one for them, and you mentioned Haven. That'll be our third map.
Interesting decider. You know, we saw the struggle from XSET. As I said, the contrast between the grand finals up against Optic, they looked incredible on Haven, and it was a completely different team when it came around to the last iteration. One of the big problems for me on this map, actually thinking back, very similar to what we saw from Angel, Def was going down early again and again and again, and having an initiator, and then I think in the same series he was on the brim, going down right at the start of the rounds, it put them in so many awkward positions where they just didn't have the utility they needed when going into sites.
Well, we have the maps locked in here, but we're going to take a quick break. Make sure you guys stay with us because Leviatán and XSET will be taking the stage right after this.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Narcissist, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Both of these teams made their Masters debut tomorrow, and it's time to throw this over to the stage and welcome back Leviatán and XSET. These are the first seeds of their regions. They both still have a lot to prove, and certainly it is not the right time for them to go home. But also, why is Cryo gonna do him like that?
Dude, I liked XSET. I thought they were a wholesome, lovable team. I saw Suit, I saw the banana, and then Cryo had to ruin it all.
Yeah, he had to go in there with a little bit of disrespect, but sometimes it's about getting those mental games in. You know, this guy certainly doesn't like to take a loss. One of the only players, I think he's the only player who hasn't actually had a first death on record so far,
wow.
But still plenty of rounds left for him to make that up.
What a stat, given that they kind of got dominated yesterday. Yeah. But speaking of things that are a little bit out of the box and different, Neon on the split. I feel like we're going to get that today.
Yeah, we likely will. It's pretty much the only comp in recent memory that we've seen out of Leviatán. And the thing is, it's been incredibly well executed from them. Last time they played this, it was an utter stomp on towards Crew. They play that Neon Chamber composition, which lets both of their stars find big moments between King and Taco.
I'm a big fan of it, actually. Looking at the difference between the Neon and the Jet, I'm not sure who's going to take the cake on this, but some of the usage of Neon in this tournament has been really breaking the mold for me and making this agent viable.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's been viable for a while, and now she's pushing even further than that, so you love to see that out of the Neon. But on the other side, I've never been a big fan of what XSET runs here. They prioritize their Sky over the Fade, and I've never really liked that on this map. I think Fade Raise is just too valuable to give up, and while BCJ is solid on the agent, I've never seen a hard sell to justify them making that pick.
I mean, similarly, when it comes to XSET, the reason every time they're going to pick split if it gets let through, right? Everyone knows that. If you're going to let them split through in terms of the map features, they're going to choose it, which kind of leaves room.
Cryo's even egoing his coach. Look at this guy.
Oh my
he wouldn't even fist bump Psycho.
He's not going to get any first deaths today. But I just mean that when it comes to the counters, if a team is well prepped enough for XSET, there's a lot of tapes on what they can do.
Yeah, and you know that Leviatán are comfortable here anyway, so they absolutely demolished Crew when they faced them here on Split. I mean, there was no sign of life out of their opposition, so this is not somewhere that I expect them to come in and just roll over, but I am a little bit worried for them. If XSET have got a plan ready for how to deal with this Neon, there could be some trouble brewing.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming agent to select here. Again, King, the Neon, is what he played last time. So we're probably expecting them to lock it in. And on that side of XS, so far, everything is completely different, apparently, because Def is playing Sage now.
A little bit of a change up there. Does BCJ stick with the Sky? No, he's pivoting to the Omen. So this is actually similar to the composition that they play on Ascent with BCJ on the Omen. And I don't know how to feel about it. I think it's an undervalue of Initiators because they're just so good in this meta. But at the same time, I think it's a counter pick to that Neon, right? You have the Sage to slow things down. You have the Viper as well. This team is actually really good at playing against Neons because FaZe plays it always on this map, and XSET has played a lot against FaZe and are always shutting down Baby Bay. So I'm a little worried for King.
This could definitely be somewhere that XSET and Psycho in particular have just come out and really set the analysts on their opposition, looked at how to counter it. We saw it. DRX faced major roadblocks last international event when teams came in ready for them. This is not going to be easy if Leviatán haven't at least got some serious contact time with this agent encounters.
Well, it's a different look for XSET, and they certainly want to avoid that first seed curse. I'm going to throw this over to your casters for today. It is Sideshow and Brent.
Thank you very much, Sue, and the analyst desk crew. Yeah, we've got an elimination match, Josh. Our second one of the day. It's all on the line here. Leviatán versus XSET. The last hope of South America, the entirety of that southern half of the continent. Here, playing against XSET, who are trying to dissuade and disprove the North American first seed curse, I think.
And that comes with its own different set of motivations for both of these teams. I feel like Leviatán here might be playing for more. If they win, they make champs. They're the last hope of South America. They're trying to bring glory back to their region. On the other side of things, XSET, it feels like, are more so playing to prove that they belong, to prove that they are part of this group of top teams, just to prove the doubters wrong, let's say. Take a look at the pistol round, though, as the desk was pointing out. XSET are pretty well prepped for this.
Oh, off the rip, you can feel it. Leviatán have been playing this Neon comp last few matches, found some success of it on Split, obviously, and both of these teams, they do love to lean into each other's map picks as well.
And all of this aggression down mid and out of B main is funneling people into Takolia, who's sat here with a shorty.
You don't expect this, surely. You don't clear this. The shorty doesn't get returned with the kill, in fact. But the damage is done. Right from on high, on top of heaven. King's already ready to supplement it. Raining down the bullets. Cryo just trying to walk through the slow field.
That's the spike.
Yeah, dropped down.
It looked like he was searching for a weapon or something, but he's put Zekken and Def in a very hard position to win, and Melsa just deals with them. No problem whatsoever. And I think XSET have the advantage on this first map. Even though Leviatán are 3-0 with this current composition, it's been XSET's best map for quite a while. And when I look at the compositions, I think XSET have deliberately counter-stratted them here with the comp itself. You've got Def with slow orbs, walls, that kind of thing, and BCJ pulling out the paranoia should be a more effective tool to deal with than the suck from Astra, weirdly enough, because you can just run past those sucks. It's so hard to get the timing. So for Leviatán to be able to pick up the pistol here, and we'll see how much more momentum they can find, they could get the early footing.
It's a big deal.
And with how much the game plan collapsed for XSET against Optic, these first impressions and the momentum you can get early in the series could be very important.
It's high risk right now. Easily could be punished, but no one's going to be following off of this. Bit of an off angle straight down mid as well, spamming it with the Spectre. CJ falls. It is about that momentum, I think, for them. A rebound off the flash. Going to try and re-clear this one as well. Stun, supplementing that. Pushing them back, but still slow is the name of the game, with a minute left in the clock here on the eco.
And this is how XSET are going to be approaching their attack half. Little jiggle from Adverso, spots the player.
A good trade at the end of the day.
And that's the power of XSET all grouping up as they take mid like this. Going to be able to get a Spectre into their hands, but no map control, no information towards A main or B main because they're playing so grouped and trying to trade out against better guns. So now take a little bit of a riskier split back through B. And they're going to meet Takolia again with the Headhunter.
30 seconds left.
Yeah,
he's so comfortable with the Headhunter. It really looks like a weapon in his hands.
It certainly is a weapon. Slide off angle, has to respect it though, backs away. The aftershock to try and stop him from going through the choke point, but while all this is going on, time is running low. Wall going to be dropped down. It's up to Cryo to see if he can catch timing. Stun dropped. The kills are going to start to fly through for them. In fact, they found many off the back of it. Spike has to be stuck though, but the crossfire is being watched.
What a play.
He's worked his way into their spawn. Watching the angle, and it's just a thrifty win off of it.
What a thrifty to get XSET back into this one early. They needed a bit of a confidence boost, I think, in the first 4 or 5 rounds, but to find one round 2. You
could hear him screaming.
Yeah.
10 seconds
Yeah, these
left.
guys are hyped. They're determined not to allow the same errors that plagued their game occur again. But this is above and beyond being able to take round 2.
Leviatán's comp as well. I mean, I look at this composition.
Listen to that. Specifically from Def and Aaron as well. 2 of the players that didn't really step up and have those huge performances. The players with experience, they're screaming.
The desk was touching on it in terms of, you know, that first seed North American curse. For the guard, when they ended up losing at Reykjavik, it was off the back of that inexperience and the rookie players. Hasn't really been the case as much of XSET. It's been Cryo and Zekken really turning up the youngest players.
Yeah.
And the experienced players who really just weren't there in the Optic match.
Yeah, dropping the ball a little bit. I think specifically Def as the IGL,
yeah,
ended up having 9 first deaths in the series against Optic. He'll be wanting to calm down a little bit, reduce the amount of opening duels that he's taking. And the game plan itself fell to pieces too, and that wasn't just Def, because Aaron does the calling for them on the defense side. Now, tuning back into the game though, this has just been a very easy eco round for XSET to put away. I think Leviatán are going to find it quite difficult to get. Are they just strategizing
They're
that
just
one?
min-maxing. Yeah, they're trying to get the res onto Def.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be much more difficult for Leviatán to pull off these big eco rounds, because XSET are just going to sit back. They're going to take a very defaulty, safe approach to this attack half. But if they group up and barrel over people, we've already seen how dangerous those rounds can be. And what a great economy to have as you head into a round that could break Leviatán again.
Plenty of money. Prime Gaming flawless, of course, so lose any of that weaponry. They dealt with that aggressive push quite nicely. XSET are going to be quite comfortable, I think, as well, playing against this Neon. Certain regions, it's a bit more of a rarity peak, but, I mean, XSET were forged in the fires and flames of playing against FaZe.
Yeah.
They're used to it.
And not just FaZe. Optic played this composition too. Two players detected over by the A side. You're expecting Aaron on this Viper pick to work A ramp pretty heavily. The smoke cutting off information from Takolia's position up at A ramp, and anybody's playing
really awkward orb
back of
for him.
A2. Look how aggressive Adverso is in mid. This is the second time he's tried to play these kind of positions right behind the smoke. With, I guess, kind of shy there to trade, but not too many people around.
The smoke is awkward because look at this, the players of XSET grouping up around Takolia. Has to get value of this operator pickup. That's why he put it in his hands to see if he can find something, but it's Zekken who takes him out first.
A major first pick for Zekken Shy, instantly with the response. Throws down a fragment grenade as well to stop the rest of XSET exploding into the site.
This is really nice delay, I think, from Leviatán.
Can BCJ get anything done on the other side of the map? No, he's just going for the backstab lurk. And eventually XSET break through.
Oh, Zekken's already going to be taking a lot of that space. Aaron does get spotted and King will fall. Just trying to contest this one now. 3 players left alive for Leviatán. Obviously still doable for them, but BCJ's found wonderful timing off the back of that one. Reminiscent of the way that, honestly, Def sometimes plays when they were playing him on the smokes. And still down with the rifles in their hands. Leviatán, they've got an opportunity, but it's slowly slipping away from them now. Just left alone, and Verso just wondering where the remnants of them are, hiding in every little pocket of the map.
What a fantastic round from Zekken. And he opens it up and finishes it off 5-2 currently. And the desk was talking about his statistics. Yeah, they were slightly worse than the North American playoffs, but that was in a loss to Optic in God form. So Zekken has definitely been stepping up for this team. However, he was getting first killed a lot. That was one of the issues that they ran into, was Zekken dying early, and they didn't convert a single 4v5 round, which is astonishing. But if Zekken can keep delivering them the entry kills, that's going to be a major win condition for them on the attack. Here's Aaron. Aaron knows what to do against this kind of aggression. He backs off, absorbs it, and Leviatán don't see too much.
It's incredibly passive positioning from Aaron, so yeah, nothing. Gate. A bit of damage. Mid-explored. Have to be careful, of course, when you're up against the eco to half buys, even when in this particular situation, you never know when it could just be turned on its head. Melza in particular, player I'm looking at, that Bucky in his hands, could do some significant damage, but Zekken's probably going to be double satchelating right past him. The nade sent through, that's going to be a pull, moves across, but not able to claim the kill, and Cryo is so good for it.
Takolia unable to have any impact back here. Oh, hello, Def. Going for a peek. Gives Takolia 1. Only 3 bullets in the headhunter, now down to 2. It does look like this would be almost impossible. The gun, irretrievable. But Leviatán will try and do as much damage as possible to a flourishing economy.
Yeah, at this point, either just setting up, trying to anticipate a player walking into them to try and play the exits. Looks like Takolia might want to go for something. Smoke drop down and spawn side, though that's going to honestly dissuade anything that he was trying to go for. Just playing for the exits and to die to the spike at this point.
Yeah, essentially just dying to the spike. Trying to stop any level of ultimate snowball that XSET might get online. But you're thinking about this coming into the next round, which is going to be another economical swing situation. XSET are going to be going in with a showstopper, for example, a tour de force available for Cryo if he wants to try and navigate that on the attack half too. And while Leviatán do have some tools, the early round aggression is more so what their comp is going to be suited for. And there are some cool trap plays you can run with this, especially around mid that we might see come out. But you're looking for Rolling Thunder to get online or something like that, maybe King's ultimate, before you can properly execute those. So far, XSET in pretty commanding control.
Yeah, Flare attack side is pretty good, honestly. Cryo with the tour de force. Whips this one out now, going to be locking down that angle straight down mid. Obviously doesn't want to overextend, just holding in case they do end up pushing deeper into mid. You can see a lot of these slow, cautious rounds from XSET on their attack side. Just the nature of their composition running these double controller.
Adverso.
Oh, they're just spamming a common angle.
Yeah, Adverso has been playing that position so many times, and this
times in a row.
This time XSET get the read. And BCJ, Shy is getting...
This play is just... You're going to get punished instantly. It's traded.
Just trying to grab that information, but not having a read on how slow XSET are playing. That's a nice one to get them back into the round, though. BCJ took B main very early on, and Takolia is effective with the retake.
Yeah, this feels like Leviatán defaulting to high-risk, high-reward plays, but they have evened it out in this round.
And that's where you can stop. That's where you can slow things down. You're not at a player disadvantage anymore. But Melsa's going to be asked to do everything.
Yeah, 1 star waiting at the choke point a little bit
30
deeper.
seconds left.
Question is, can Melsa even survive this one?
Does he even know?
Angle does end up getting that pull off, and it's in a good placement for it. Spots him out as Cryo was just trying to scale off a bit, take a bit of space onto ramp. Second eventually just breaking free of all that utility. Doesn't get the rocket off, though. Down to the 2 players left into this post plan for XSET. Incredibly winnable round for Leviatán.
If Aaron had managed to grab a kill at any other point, the Viper's Pit would certainly be getting used right now. But Leviatán are playing this so cautiously, so safely. Somehow, Aaron dodging the stuns.
Yep. Sent them flying fast lane down to see if they can get and drop down onto the low ground, just spamming through, finding that first kill. Aaron falling all down to second, only the one finding the second. You've got to be kidding me. 7 bullets left. A dodge, a juke right round the corner, around the map, but King, oh!
Does he have it?
I think he might have just had enough time. It's right down to the wire. Is it going to be enough? The answer is yes. 0.10 on the clock. Leviatán going to be gaining a round.
That's one to sweat about. Ooh. And Zekken is going to be kicking himself because he chose that timing to go and swing. He had a nade back online, but was uncomfortable trying to pick a timing. And take a look at the replay again.
Enemy remaining.
He's just dancing around. And if he had been literally 0.1 of a second slower on the swing, they win that. What a big one. What a big one there for King to come out and win in the clutch.
And King is the centerpiece of a lot of these Neon compositions, especially Leviatán when they're playing it. The guy who they're going to be relying on. Paranoia drifting across B main there.
BCJ is using a ton of utility early round to stop Takolia going for early B main control. Last round he used a smoke just in the middle of B main and slowly tried to get in there, still ended up dying. This time, Paranoia off the rip, just to push the Oppa back.
Just to set Cryo up on the angle, so he can hold it and try and take that space. It's going to be explored at the same time.
And a reminder here, Brent, that both of these teams actually chamber duel and Cryo comes out on top of it. I mean, they seem to know exactly where Taco is going to be playing. And my point that I was going to bring up, Brent, they've only had 24 hours to prep.
Not a lot of time at all. King returning fire, though. Takes out second, but the Resurrect ready and waiting in the back pocket. Offloaded, even a snake bite, so that it ensures that King just can't hold the angle and spam it down to make sure he can undo that work.
Melsa is doing a great job of holding down a ramp, though. He was the player that got him a man advantage situation previously, and now he's in front of the Viper utility. Oh, second though, finds a pick on a player trying to push out. Can Melsa do it again?
Finds the one. The player's still gonna try to swing him! What a spray down! Exactly when his team needed it. And the positioning is gained. The XSET players, they try and return once more. The Rolling Thunder scattered across. 14 seconds down, and it's ticking.
10
Spike is
left.
unobtainable right now. This is going to be a 1 round for Leviatán, and it's all down to Melsa.
Disgustingly good. A ramp anchoring there from Melzer in back-to-back rounds to get his team back into it. A BCJ's gun gets ripped away as well. What a hero Melzer is right now. He's getting them tons of good info just by playing in front of the Viper utility. And it feels like the only area of the map that XSET aren't dominating. They're winning the duels in B main, they're winning the duels in mid as well, outplaying the players there. But Melzer just lining those players up on Aaron and Cryo so perfectly.
Spacing not quite there with a swing.
XSET's back was broken against Optic when Crashies kept winning clutch rounds against them.
Yeah.
I wonder what their mental's looking like now, and this pause will give them time to stew.
Really think about it. Leviatán, feels like the confidence is back. Obviously, the few instances that we've been able to listen into their comms at the end of these rounds, they've been in high spirits, obviously.
Yeah. And both of these teams are in such similar positions. #1 seeds from North America and Latin America, respectively, playing their second match with only 24 hours to prep for an opponent that they won't have played before. I very much doubt they'll have been scrimming against each other as they head into this event. You know, being out of the group stage and such, they might well meet in the bracket. And the adjustments that XSET have made with their composition, I like them. I think that they've done a good job, and they've clearly thought very heavily about how Leviatán approached this map.
Yeah, trying to prep for it.
But also, Leviatán are still finding those moments, those glimpses of beauty that made us all respect them so much when they played against DRX.
It can come out of any of the players. Takalia at times has shown just absolutely outstanding potential. And so far this map, it's been Melzer.
Yeah, and even if we want to talk about Taco for a moment, Taco had an insane map 1 against DRX, and then didn't really do too much in map 2 and map 3. But to me, the way that DRX were focusing on shutting Taco down and denying him any opportunity to take angles was what was the issue for him. It wasn't that Taco was underperforming, it was that he got hard countered by that utility. And I think the same thing could be said here. Takalia, 3 and 5, but it's not because he's missing shots, it's because XSET are reading the angles he wants to take, pressuring him out with utility, and then Cryo is in a position to try and punish him and take the head-to-head. And so that shows me a level of respect.
Yeah.
But also, it's on Taco then to maneuver around the game plan and still find his value.
Options and the values, yeah. Just from playing it. He really has been, it feels like, corralled into the side of B main. I think early on, all that pressure, we saw Aaron just lobbing over the Viper Warp as well, cutting off those sightline angles.
Yeah. It's impossible for... So if you think about things from Taco's perspective, trying to op on the defense, and he is one of the biggest opping players that we have in the event. He plays it like third most across the entirety, or second most, sorry, across the entirety of the players here at Masters. If he tries to op mid, there's going to be a smoke in his face and people struggling to help him. It's not the game plan at the moment, though we will see him op mid a little bit. But if he goes towards A ramp, he's got Viper utility in his face. It's extremely difficult to try and op.
That's why you see the adjustment. Melzer going over there and playing there instead.
Yeah.
It's worked out.
Yeah, it definitely has. But Cryocells was an excellent player yesterday, and that's who Taco is up against on the other side of things. Cryo's been playing like a beast. He's been the best player so far for XSET. His playoffs performance was fantastic, and my question was, is he going to be able to replicate that when he gets to international competition? And thus far, he has. Thus far, he is playing lights out.
These numbers that he's building up, I mean, they were outstanding considering the fact that he was coming off the back of a loss. I mean, I think he was
Of course, these are his stats from yesterday as well.
Absolutely,
in that loss.
Yeah, tied second in terms of the kills per round that he was being able to get. The value he was finding was just, I mean, astonishing. And there's a magnifying glass, I think, over a lot of these young, inexperienced players every time they come into these events. But Cryo and Zekken, with all the pressure that was on their shoulders, they seem to have been flourishing, even under the circumstance of losing to Optic.
What's interesting, though, is that Cryo was playing as a mid-round player. It was Zekken and Def taking the vast majority of those early engagements, which is a stark contrast to the way that Taco plays, but Cryo was cleaning up. In the few instances, only 5 occasions where Cryo took an opening duel, he won every single one. But he's not taking many of them. It was only 5 over the course of the series.
Sure.
You know, Def, their IGL, who's playing like smokes and initiators, took 9. So, you know, and I think Zekken took about 12, something like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Cryo not playing exactly the same kind of style, but when he's asked to do work and put up damage and kills in the middle of these rounds, or to trade players out and to use the space that Zekken creates for him, he does a great job.
In case you're wondering what's happening with the tech pause, slight monitor issue with one of the teams involved. We could make guesses, you know, on who it might be. Maybe even run a poll as to who it might be.
Just run a poll that changes reality.
Maybe we can just read the, I mean, if you read the facial expression, you can see who's most pissed off at the moment. And seeing who, you know, the game's being decided. I mean, BCJ's looking cool, calm, and collected.
BCJ is looking cool, calm, and collected.
He's been chatting so much smack over the course of the tournament.
He has, and that has put a microscope on him as well. And there is this story about where he stacks up in terms of the initiators, but we had an opportunity to listen to what he had to say as well about performing at the international level. And I want to hear that.
Somebody was going to lose today, and it sucks that I didn't perform as well as I'd hoped, but obviously there's a lot of things behind the scenes that the fans don't know about, and so we're getting ready for our next match, and we'll be the best version of ourselves because of this loss. I think what's changed the most is probably that LAN environment. I know a lot of us, this is our first LAN, more specifically Cryo and Zekken. Getting them comfortable, getting, you know, the rest of us, you know, amped, ready to go is definitely key, and I think you saw today how over time we kind of got a lot stronger during the, you know, towards the end of the match.
BCJ actually has a one-on-one on the site right now.
I think what people don't realize is that being comfortable allows you to think better, play better, and you know that's kind of where you want to get to. My whole family has been watching the games together. Big shout out to all of them, and for all those that are repping the set, we hear you, we see you, and we love you guys.
Certainly made the match, I think, more interesting than otherwise. A lot of people, you know, it's I've seen a lot of complaints online of people saying like, oh, why are they talking all this smack? You know, well, at the end of the day, you know, we're talking about the series.
Yeah, you want them to just turn up to their first international event like a wet lettuce.
No, that's how you get the Overwatch League job. That's not what we want. That's not what we want.
No, I appreciate that XSET is willing to go out there and talk their talk, but then you have to prove that you're ready for the big leagues. And I think that's the story of XSET in this match, honestly. While Leviatán, like I said, are playing for a spot in Champions and are playing to bring glory back to South America and their LATAM region, for XSET, I feel like they're proving that they're ready for the big time. And they are clearly good enough to get here. I mean, they're qualified to get here as well. But that could be said for Northeption, and that could be said for Guild. Of course, two other big teams that have had their first opportunity at an international level and have already booked flights home. So for XSET, they're trying to avoid that kind of situation, a guard situation from last time.
We keep touching on it. The desk has been talking about it as well. That first seed North American curse of you get that first seed, you go up against Optic in the upper game for whatever reason, and you're sent packing all the way down to that lower bracket. Have to battle your way through, but yeah, hopefully the issue will be resolved soon enough to get the game back underway.
Yeah, I'm sure people are working as fast as they can to try and do that too. Yeah. There's another player actually in this match, though. That we're already back in. All right, there we go. Let's have it. So, a reminder of where we're sat. It's 4-3 in the lead for XSET, but Leviatán were mounting a bit of a comeback. And here's Taco with a very early peak.
This is so aggressive.
The first time they haven't thrown util at him.
Yeah, it's a complete wide swing to try and bait the shot out. But still, has to respect the paranoia that was sent flying towards him. Rendezvous back to safety.
You can see already how much value they're getting out of the Omen pick. Not necessarily kills, but positioning, map control.
Fully grouped up. Down into B main, that's going to be the Omen TP right into the back, and the nade. The stuns to cut across here. The rest of XSET actually can't follow up off of all the space that's been gained, but the smoke, it splits it up and it gives enough coverage just for Zekken to strike.
It's an awesome punish from Zekken. And look at how they're using BCJ's smokes as well, just to cut off all of these Leviatán players that might want to punish them. XSET are slowly marking their area of the map and dividing it up, slicing the space and taking it.
They have been denied this though. The Cosmic Divide splitting up the site. That's going to be a Viper's Pit off the end of it. Space needs to be gained here. The rest of the Leviatán players, they have worked their way through. The site just trying to deny up the spike plant.
30 seconds left.
Time is running so low. It's just spam against spam. Bullets flying from one side to the other. Adverso. He's worked his way into the back. A timing here needs to be impeccable, and he's got it, but still it's being covered at the back. Only 17 seconds left, and it's all up to Shy. But Cryo, the big wraparound right from on high, on top of heaven, shuts it down.
And the poise is looking lovely right now from XSET. They're not rushing anything. They're making sure they punish any of the plays that the Leviathan players are going for. I mean, King could have easily got value on that wraparound play from Pillar. It's a smart play, but Zekken reads it and swings through the smoke off the back of the sound cue. And then you've got Cryo making this reflank after Adversos had been shut down.
And that's perfect timing as well. Mauser was watching that for so long.
Yeah, it is absolutely perfect.
Create chaos, baby. That's what we do.
So create chaos, is that what I heard?
Yeah, I think so. Create chaos, baby. That's what we do. Coming out from BCJ. It looks like XSET wanted to go a little bit faster this round, and they've been instantly shut down by a suck nade combo. And Taco is so advanced.
Pushed into sewer.
You just never expect this. If any of the XSET players come down here, Taco's going to spawn a slow field as well.
How did they anticipate this?
Was that a deliberate jiggle from
Def? They just knew that the space had been lost, I suppose, and decided to test it.
Crazy good awareness.
Nade into the corner, they got another players there, forces it out. Showstopper up into the high ground, just a flick of the wrist off to the side. Adverso already, and waiting, what is that flick? Aaron's down and out, and it's all down to Taco. Taco Leah, tour de force, 1v2, this weapon, anything's possible. Players grouped up, doubled up on this slide angle, one behind. Just a flower pot, but doesn't expect it. The XSET players just holding that.
Yeah. I think that's really a really good attempt by Leviathan to try and make the round as close as possible. But Cryo's just holding these angles, shutting down the players, and it's the same duo. This time you're getting big performances, though, out of BCJ, and Def is playing much better in terms of his opening duel win rates. But it's still Cryo and Zekken doing a lot of that heavy lifting. And I think, potentially, the swap from BCJ over to Omen might have allowed him to have some level of mental reset.
For sure.
We're going into a tactical here, I believe. But, yeah, I think the swap from BCJ over to Omen, his Omen's been great. He's been playing it occasionally in the past on Split. He's been pulling it out on Ascent. And it gives him an opportunity to move away from the initiator role and maybe the whole headspace he's in of being one of the best initiators in the world.
And putting so much focus on him.
Just focus on the Omen. His Omen utility has been amazing and extremely unique so far. Throwing smokes that are specifically targeted to Leviathan players, not just default choke points being smoked off.
It's all purposeful.
It is.
To shut down players like Taco Leah, I mean, we all know how capable these players are on Leviathan. Incredibly skilled. Taco Leah can absolutely take over a game if you give him those opportunities, but he's just being kind of pushed out. He's not being offered the same opportunities to really let loose over the map and find those options. The time out being taken for Leviathan.
Yeah, and thus far, XSET have managed to contain Leviathan's aggression.
Yeah.
We saw it in spades when they played against DRX. Map 1, they were wide swinging, aggressive, hitting their shots, and XSET have managed to just dampen all of it. Paranoia used again off the rip for BCJ just to take B main control at the beginning of the round. Such a heavy investment. The rest of XSET move their way towards middle.
Holding these crossfires, smokes propped up. Adverso's in a world of hurt. Drop down, the spam, I mean, they're just catching stray bullets all over the bloody shop.
Yeah, they've got a fantastic read on how Leviathan want to try and contest this. Taco has moved into that position that Meltzer was previously playing, pushing in front of the Viper utility. So 4 of these Leviathan players are going to be able to stack towards mid and B. Hasn't been enough yet, though.
So much damage done. Deep positioning gained though by Taco Leah. Knows that there's no players lurking towards that, so it does give Leviathan a bit of an advantage that they know that this is being heavily played in mid. The double swing, different elevations as well. So XSET clear that one, making sure that they're favored. But they get close enough. They know the trademark's not set up there. They don't hear the sound cue.
The time is definitely ticking, and King and Adverso are waiting on B with full utility.
This off angle, Josh. Right now, they're just trying to break it, steadily make their way in. The nade cut across. King not being separated. Perfect crosshead placement, drops down to the low ground. Cryo, he's been dealt with.
And all of these stuns, all of these flashes, XSET just have to go. There's no time.
Yeah, there needs to be some oomph off the back of it, but BCJ seems to be delivering. 12 seconds left. The spike has to be stuck. Coverage is there. Gonna be able to get themselves into this post-plant situation. Shy just opts to just save. They're just gonna save.
They're just gonna save. I mean, how many saves did we see coming out from Leviathan? In the game against DRX, they were saving constantly. And it is the percentage play. When you're all the way over the other side of the map, you're very unlikely to win these kind of moments. But it just It must be so mentally difficult to deal with.
I think it's a really difficult decision to make because you can feel the series just ever so slightly slipping away from you, and you want to take those high-risk plays. You want to take a 2v3 fight, despite the fact that you're going to be losing positioning, just trying to retake it all.
I mean, you say slightly slipping away from them. XSET now have 7 rounds on their attack half of Split, and their composition looks good on defense.
Yeah.
It's clear that they have brought their A game today. And even in that moment where there's 20 seconds left and they have to barrel through, it looks like King and Adverso should be able to shut it down. And yet after getting the opener, there was no more. There was nothing extra.
Yeah.
They couldn't get the synergy together. Adverso was spamming out flashes from the back of the site, just couldn't quite catch the timing to trade King out. And you got Zek and BCJ barreling their way through. Much better performance today out of BCJ.
Yeah, off to a ridiculous start.
And still that nasty consistency from Zekin and Cryo.
A reminder as well, I mean, this is XSET's preferred map pick. When they get to play Split, they're often going to be picking it.
Arguably their best map.
Yeah. Got floated in the Optic game. I think Optic were trying to bait them.
Yeah. I mean, Optic aren't scared of any map.
No.
But the rest of the series, you're getting the best possible 3 maps for these 2 teams. I mean, all 3 of these maps, Split, Ascent, and Haven, are up at the top of both teams' map pools. This one should be the most one-sided map that we see. And if Leviatán are able to get back into it and give themselves some belief and some hope, it could send the entire series cascading in a different direction.
Yeah, theoretically, this series, it should be heating up in terms of how even it is, just with what we've been mentioning about the map pool, but a very slow beginning to this one.
And it looks like a full A retake kind of setup. They need to be cautious about Heaven, and Adverso was watching it for a moment. Now he returns back. But they have great ultimates to retake here. Rolling Thunder.
One of us! Oh, he doesn't have his weapon out! And he's been punished for it.
I thought Adverso's positioning was specifically to stop that, but apparently not. He got caught completely off guard.
Not expecting to push through, and the coverage once more. The XSET players. Oh, they're finding all the space in the world. King just trying to capitalize. He tries to push past the smoke, see if he can rattle off a shot. Or 2 Melzer can't even get past. Has to just knife his way through.
Brutal.
Oh, and the shot's being baited.
The doorway not quite wide enough for Melzer. And he's just on his own. It looked like a round where they might have been able to do something with low economy. A Rolling Thunder, King had his ultimate as well. And King was still able to find 2 great shots with the Vandal in his hand. But this half has thoroughly slipped away from Leviatán. I mean, XSET are bringing a masterful game. And again, Brent, with only 24 hours to prep against this comp. Hey, maybe they already had it in the lab. Maybe they were planning to bring it out against an Optic or something like that. If they thought Optic were going to stick with the Neon comp, which they themselves have been moving away from. But nevertheless, I think this is extremely impressive.
You want to play?
Let's slower once more. It's been the tale of this map, honestly, just the constant back and forth descent of utility to push Takolia out of these deep positions.
Imagine being Takolia. You're playing for champions. You win this match and you make it to champions, overtake crew, and they're throwing utility at you and you can't have impact in the game.
You just can't do anything.
It must be so frustrating for these Leviatán players. The way that XSET is approaching their half right now. They've got them in a chokehold.
Final round of the first half. Couple of seconds obviously being bled away from the clock now. Down to the minute mark. Looks like it's going to be the end over towards the A side of things for XSET.
And BCJ is throwing the same utility that he normally does for a B burst.
Pulls the players over.
There's the smoke, the paranoia. This is a fake.
Yeah.
Taco finally finds the first pick, and he's anticipating more people, and they're just not coming.
Well, Taco getting that first pick is honestly massive for him. He didn't spot any other players. Honestly, they should know that this hit is coming in now onto the A side. You can see the fragment nade, the knife, spots out the remaining XSET players, and now time is running low for them. This is a beautiful round, and Leviatán should be able to convert it.
Melzer was solo anchoring, just goes for a little info peek, worried about XSET moving away.
And XSET are so happy to just play that comfortable position, moving forward. Still though, the Rolling Thunder is catching, and it set them up beautifully once more. Shy with 2, all down to Cryo. Not enough time in the world, the overdrive popped off, a quick little glide to the side, stunned up.
10 seconds left.
Not going to be able to win this one out in the slightest. And that is going to be the 4th one on the board for Leviatán. Maybe, just maybe, Josh, it's enough.
It would have to be one hell of an attacker for Leviatán to get back into this game. I think XSET have got the wind behind them right now and are looking great on their map pick.
Yeah, dominant first half from XSET. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break down all the action of what we've seen thus far.
Thank you very much, guys. Now, I feel like we've finally understood why nobody lets his map through against XSET. You just can't. They're going to do that to you. The adaptation is just great here.
The adaptation is excellent. They come out with a new composition, and I think it works really well for them. Not only is it, well, I wasn't fully denying the neon on this side. It was more so that they were just shooting the neon when they ran forward. But this team is already really heavy on the contact plays here, so losing out on that initiator utility hasn't really hurt them, I feel.
Yeah, I do think that that first half is absolutely ridiculous with the fact that these players are able to consistently see so much space with the comp that they're running. That should have been the downside here. Honestly, when I look at this comp, I also think that, sure, we can say that it's here to counter the neon, but that's really the second half where I think it starts to come in. I'm very worried for Leviatán as well, because I think across that whole half, they essentially won a single round.
Yeah, I mean, it was just that last round, right? They won the pistol, and then it was a 0.1 second clutch and a 3K in a crazy angle from an Aster to be able to win things through. And part of the reason that XSET was so dominant, it was Zekken in the early round. This guy had an incredible first half. We knew the youngins were stepping up yesterday, and that just continued today. It was XSET, or I always say that, it's Zekken as the opener, and then it was just the flanks as the closer. This round, a great example, Mitch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is something that is being done really well on the XSET side, which is leaving safety nets for themselves. They always have this fallback, even in, I think it was this round here where it ended up in a 5v3 after these sick openings, and they still send out Cryo to go for that super late flank through mid that ends up netting them the round with the 2K to close.
Yeah, it is really great stuff, and that is the XSET standard. It has been for ages. Maybe the players are changing a little bit. Previously, it was always def on that late lurk through mid, but it doesn't matter who's doing it. It's the same fundamentals. Zekken, really aggressive early on the site, heavy rotations out from their opposition, a late lurk, they close out rounds. Again, I just can't hammer home the point enough that there was not one clean rifle round, bar that final one, that was taken by Leviatán.
Well, Brennan, Josh seems to think 4 could be enough for Leviatán. What do you guys think?
I'm doubtful.
I don't think so. I think this map might already be a write-off.
XSET is so good on the defense.
Oh, Mitch wants a GG go next. What do you guys think about that, Brennan Sideshow?
Well, sort of would be ideal, I think, if you were an NA fan. You know, a bit of a GG go next to get that advantage. But Leviatán are no stranger to comebacks. Ended up pulling off a bit of one against DRX in their final map in that series.
Yeah, they really made me believe that that was possible for them, and that was on the attack side as well. So I'm wondering whether that's going to be the key here. King's still been playing very well on the Neon. And Takulia's going to get more space, weirdly enough, on the attack. But now you see why they've gone for this Sage pick, I think. The slow and the wall instantly to try and halt the early round aggression from King.
Yep, just absorbed straight away, isn't it? Odium taken out at a hit. Leviatán are pivoting now into a bit of a contact play. Stun into the flash into the corner, but Zekken's ready and waiting, and that's the nade.
And
rounding off.
The wall actually allowed Zekken time to rotate. He was playing for a fast A hit, and then when they ran up mid instead, the wall buys him enough time to rotate to beat Heaven. So they're very much, they have a thought process, XSET, behind what timing the wall is giving them. And what it's buying is Zekken's nade.
Such slow play now by Leviatán. They notice trademarks there. Looks like they want to try and burst into A, honestly, off the back of destroying it. Goes down, space now can be gained as well. Bit of jiggle to try and see if they can get some positioning, but it looks like XSET were ready and waiting for it still. Gonna be the 1-for-1, the Boombot did get on target. Stun sent across, scattered. Now the XSET players completely grouped up. Adverso, you've got to be kidding.
30 seconds
That's
left.
an awesome play by Adverso. He's got his team back into it. Massive advantage, and Taco with the chamber head-to-head win. What a save by Adverso. He's been pretty quiet so far in this map, but in my opinion, he was their best player against DRX. On Initiator, able to get so much impact. Despite the loss, he was popping off. He had consistent value and damage. He was 12-2 in first kills to first deaths on Initiator against DRX. If he can have more rounds with impact like that, I might start to believe in the comeback.
Yeah. Might be enough to change it. The tide of this fight so far on first map of this series. Already to fast play, stun. King not messing around. B hopping around, making sure that he can poke try and force a fight.
Meanwhile, on the A side of the map, actually, Zekken looking like he wants to go. Just jiggling for some information. On the A side of the map, they threw down a Viper Orb very aggressively in order to break Taco's trademark. So now that's actually pulled Shy over towards A ramp and weakened the mid hold a little. XSET moving their players to gamble stack on B.
Oh, it's right where they're ending.
And it's the right read.
Yeah. That's right where they're ending, isn't it? And look at this, holding a nade. Doubled up, holding the choke point.
With two shorties.
Two shorties in play, two shotguns, all the players moving towards it.
Oh, this looks gross.
Could be brutal. Time running low, the Leviatán players, they might be able to deal with this. They might be able to weather it. It's really hard for them though to stun. Doing a significant amount to try and slow down anything that might be happening. It's still disrupted, but one kill being found. King opens it up. Damage still done, and the players holding close to pillar. Well, they're dealt with easily enough.
That one looked dangerous on the minimap, but Leviatán made it seem like child's play, dismissing that one. King with his dash in, perfect to get past both of the players with shorties, and just commed it to the rest of his team so that Aaron only able to get away with a single one. Well done from Leviatán there to convert, though of course they're expected to win round 14. And now it's about how much can that momentum keep going.
Can they keep the ball rolling? A conversion of the bonus round? I mean, exactly what they would need. Send the economy tumbling for XSET. They can manage to do it. Stun once more, sent flying, disrespecting the slow orb. I mean, King just went straight over it.
And the slow orb itself is not great against Neon Comps. You're relying on the wall, actually, to stop it. I was expecting it to come through there from Death, like it did in the pistol. But they've given them extremely early fence control. So maybe Dev's got an idea of using this in the mid-round to block off B main or something like that.
Tackle at the same time was just trying to catch a bit of an angle. Lurking his way through. Trademark's going to be destroyed. Cryer now forced to just keep one eye on that one particular area on the ropes. XSET making the call here to try and contact Reclear through B main.
This seems a little dangerous to me, actually, but Zekken and Def are getting away with it, and they're getting a lot of good info. Def still has his wall if they just want to wall this off and drop back to B. But they're going for the over push?
No way, they're just pushing all the way deep. I mean, they're going to be meeting each other here. Knife out for King, of course he doesn't anticipate that.
Yeah, very unexpected stuff. And you've got Adverso trying to catch a timing deep into their spawn.
He's in there.
While the rest of the players go to A.
He's running around. Aaron's going to be whiffing a shot there. Not going to be finding his mark. An approach coming in now with 25 seconds left. Leviatán want to be trying to get this spike down onto the A site, but the players, this is incredibly chaotic. A lot's been thrown into this, Josh.
Adverso had so many people running around into him. That's almost the third Leviatán player in the round that dies with their knife out.
A bit of overheating going on. Shy has got the world to test on, hasn't he?
Player standing.
Not the proper weapon for the job. Only grabbing the one, eventually traded. All up to Melzer. What can he really do? It's not even planted for him.
No opportunity there in the 1v4, and that is a sloppy round from Leviatán. Sure, it's just the bonus. It doesn't harm their economy, and they're still within 3 rounds. So it's not a tragedy by any means, but I think they had ways that they certainly could have played those moments better. No qualms with how King played this one, though, because, listen, holding on to that B main push, I think Zekken and Def found the
Melzer
perfect
was watching
time.
that for so long.
Yeah.
Planted.
But a bit of an unusual decision-making going on from Adverso and Taco. Maybe Adverso just being a bit pot committed back in their spawn there. And this looks like a very fast hit into B.
Players looking like they want to capitalize.
Nobody to meet them.
They got the weapons. A pull just in case there was a player holding at the choke point. So they're going to be using that slow orb and the nade. Clears through. And it's that push and pull of utility that they're just trying to get out of each other.
Yeah, interesting that there's no commitment off the back of that. It looked like Leviatán were going to go for it, but Taco on the other side of the map. And now that you see minute 14, they've stopped the first hit. Now the second wave, break the trademark, paranoia to re-clear out A main. And they're pretty confident that this isn't going to be an A split.
Def ended up rotating pretty early there, but now making his way back over to Heaven. I think he's realized there's a window of opportunity. They could already be up there, recalling it now with the Rolling Thunder. Scatters them again. The stun's just offloaded, even catching on to King there, but still damage. Oh, it's found. Zekken will fall, but Def, this angle is everything. He's being found. The shots just whizzing past his head, and Shy, oh, just wall to the wall, shoulder to shoulder. BCJ right next to him. He's found him in the end. It's just so awkward in which they're able to find these timings, but XSET have come up with the goods. 4 players left alive, but they're going to try and get themselves into the site, and they are finding them.
Oh, what a flick!
Every place, Melza, it's all down to him! 3 kills, surely he can't get the 4th. This would be absurd. What a salvaging around if he can make it happen, but he's intelligent with it. Rotates around, plays the positioning of the pillar, and time for the spike, and he gets it! Unreal scenes!
Did he just run at him? What an absurd way of playing that situation. I thought for sure it would be some kind of bait, make the footsteps, try and dance around. What confidence, what skill from Melza. He's only had 2 rounds where he's been able to convert these big plays into round wins, but they've been so important. I feel like I can hear the coach.
Oh my goodness. It's exactly what you need to get back into it if you're Leviatán. Exactly what you mean.
It's such an enormous round. The buy is sloth from XSET.
Just trying to take risks off the back of it. Okay, 3 players drop down, including Shy to his knees. Weapons going to be exchanged. And try and remove him, which they do. This buy, despite being poor from XSET. Oh, it's come to fruition, Josh.
Yeah, the mid-crunch was just so good. And now Zekken with those kills gets his ult back online.
Yeah.
Taco takes him out. What a major kill for Taco to find. The paranoia doesn't quite hit.
You're walking into the middle of a judge, man, and still... I mean, the weapon, listen, is good in some situations, but not that one.
What a bizarre round. I mean, from the very beginning, Leviatán have an economy advantage. XSET come up with a mid-crunch to try and punish. I mean, Zekken with an awesome play here, tucked in the corner, slaughtering people. But what on earth was this overheat from XSET trying to fight at the end?
Spikes down for you.
Yeah, if Zekken just repositions, they win that round 3v2 with the showstopper. And now, I would assume Coach Psycho in his suit calling the timeout as his players are just overheating slightly and allowing Leviatán back into the game. This half has been 4-1 in favor of Leviatán, and they are certainly starting one of those comebacks similar to what we saw on them when they were playing Haven against DRX.
It's a team that you don't want to let get that confidence underneath them.
Not at all.
You need to try and keep your leads. Psycho looking very serious.
And one of the big problems for XSET, actually, that's starting to rear its head again, they're losing these big clutches.
Yeah.
They can't convert on 2v1s, 3v1s, 4v1s sometimes seem like they're even not a sure thing for XSET. And they have the skill, obviously. You can see that throughout the majority of the rounds. They've got the skill to be able to go up. But something's breaking down in those end moments. Perhaps the communication flying all over the place. Either way, it's an issue that they need to solve, and it's an issue that the timeout will have sought to address.
Get right back into it, aren't we? Buys on either side. Maybe the Sage pick that, you know, Def's opting into, maybe the intention of it being to slow down a Neon, but so far, I mean, the slow orbs have just been disrespected every single time in mid for King.
Aaron's popping his pit here and has 2 players ready to defend.
King's up in ramp already.
Yeah, they had to react quickly because there was no Leviatán players in mid. And if Leviatán's Neon comp isn't taking mid control, they're running somewhere else. So you better go and stop them. Even using an ult from BCJ just to check whether or not a ramp had been compromised.
Yeah, the players are hiding now.
And it's a really cool trademark that Takolia's managed to put into the middle of the Viper's pit. So he knows, actually, there isn't a push, and Aaron is actually sat back in one of these really passive positions in B Heaven or in ropes.
Teleport's ready.
The information right now. Well, with the stars drop down on a fast lane, that's going to be the go button pressed for Leviatán. The nade, and look at that, the timing is off. Leviatán players happy to just run straight past it. Spike. Oh, the plan's coming through. Has to get off of it, though, with a showstopper. Rocket whizzing past, finding his way onto the site. No damage really being done other than King brought down very, very low. Double satchel plays. It gets over his head, and he's found 2. Bit of a return, a swap around with the weapons, and Verso's got to come up with something huge. Him and Taco Leah, the angles, will they find them? The answer is no. XSET on the retake. A little bit too clean, a little bit too sublime.
That is classic Zekken. Wonderful blast pack usage. Gets over the top. Bamboozling, breaking the ankles of King, I think it was, in elbow. Flying over his head. And twisting it down onto another player, tucked in the corner, who never saw him coming either.
Yeah.
Awesome retake. Very nice. Even after his ultimate had failed. Look at this.
And he just breaks the crosshair placement.
And you've got Shy there, who had no idea he was going to be in the line of fire.
Worrying about that the entire time, obviously. About that heaven push.
Pretty much the first retake that XSET have gone for, where they allow Leviatán into the site and try and pull something off against them. I think they specifically set that up with the showstopper. Leviatán have taken early B main control this time.
Yeah, that is a very high risk, potentially high reward play. Disrespecting the snakebite, gets vulnerable up, tries to take the shot, but just about gets away with his life, Josh.
Yeah. There haven't really been too many players towards screens for XSET, though. So I don't think Taco was likely to find anybody. The confidence from Zekken on this repush through mid.
Against a half-by as well.
Yeah, as Cryo just holds the angle for him. If Zekken does get caught, it could be difficult.
Well, Leviatán, I believe they've been farming up orbs, so King's now got his overdrive. Popped his ult and he's handed the rifle off over to Adverso. They want to pop into A here, but BCJ is holding down one angle. Aaron, it looks like he's got a bit of utility out just in case with the snake bite ready and waiting. Pings are there. One way's going to start to fade any time. Now with the smoke popped up, they just spam through, anticipating it.
But it's only Taco that gets caught. Having said that, there are 4 players there. I think XSET are pretty confident in their read that this is going to be an A-pop.
Cryo's still watching that mid-angle as well, just in case the load comes through. Overdrive popped. King almost going down as he just tries to waddle his way straight past that choke point.
Do they have time to pivot through mid?
They're trying to pivot, I think, off the back of maybe Melza finding a bit of space as well, but they have taken a heaven control, but still they're split right down the middle, trying to find the angles, trying to find the players, but not enough. The weaponry just not there.
Yeah, Leviatán, nice try, but time ticking too low, and XSET had the read. I mean, when you see 4 players staring down the A push, you know XSET are hyper-confident that they've got a good idea about what's going on. And Leviatán use Neon ultimate there. They got a Rolling Thunder with which to play with. The last time they had that Breach ult online, they went and took mid control and tried to do a B split. Breach ulting through heaven. Neon stun towards back stairs. You may see something similar. And in fact, actually, when we can see the minimap, I can see somebody on XSET pinging that one out. So the defensive team already prepped for something like that.
Yeah, it seems like they're aware. This timeout from Leviatán, got to be coming up with answers. I mean, XSET, they took that one timeout, and it seems like just the entire tone of this map so far has just changed.
Yeah, Leviatán's timeouts have historically been fantastic. I mean, it's not just Owner. Obviously, Owner is not here. The legendary coach that took Crew to these massive results. He's not here. He wasn't able to attend. But Bitoni was the assistant coach from Crew, who was also involved in that.
Yeah.
And you're expecting a similar level of impact, honestly, because this coaching staff is good, and this coaching staff is proven for Leviatán. We'll see whether they can make the right adaptation, yeah, and come up with an answer here. I think it looks like they're set up for a B split again with the Breach ult. But as I said, I could see the little pings on the minimap. I knew that XSET were ready for it. They've got 3 players over there at the moment. I think there will be a
line of pings.
Yeah.
Seems like it might be.
And in fact, Cryo pinging out a line where he's going to be holding it with his ult.
Already. Averso's not messing around. The ult sent flying. It looks like XSET, though, were ready for it, but the utility slightly off still. Cryo has the angle.
Exactly.
Pinged it out earlier. Read like a book, it feels like. XSET more than ready, but maybe the raw mechanical talent of Leviatán is enough to try and pull them ahead. Flash through, doubling, and just disrespecting the fragment nade. You don't expect that.
That's an awesome idea from Def and Aaron to swing through the smoke together. And also, full credit to XSET. It is Aaron that normally does the IGLing on their defensive half, but it could be any of the 3 big brains, Def, Aaron, or Psycho, that read that play coming. But they were orchestrating every little anti-strat there. They had players stacked over, they knew what utility they were going to throw, and they specifically put Cryo on the line to up heaven.
Yeah.
Read like a book.
Layers upon layers to try and deal with that one. And now a fast play, something to try and disrespect it. Death's been caught. Finally something in this trap. Leviatán, a play they've made a couple of times on his attack side, this time finding a critical pickoff.
These are the moments where XSET start to re-explore the map. They've been following the same pattern repeatedly here, even with the player down. I think they're going to go for an info play. Yeah, and it's Cryo looking towards mid. Once they stop the initial aggression from Leviatán, whether it's intended to be a full site hit or not, then XSET choose this timing, about 110, to start pushing deep. And you can see Cryo Zekken going for this play again. It didn't really get spotted last time, though. So we'll see whether Leviatán have an answer for it.
Gives some good information in the mid-round, but no players are going to be able to stop this if this pop comes through that Leviatán are setting up for.
And a reminder that against Optic, XSET won 0 out of 23 of these rounds.
Go, go, go.
Where somebody like Def died early.
The attempt comes through with a fast lane, gets the players in, a bit of spam here and there, which is definitely trying to be done. Whoa, the angle being held! Aaron's just hugging the side of the pillar, sidesteps it, Cryo's got him covered once more. It's going to be the trade online, a nade to deny the plant. There's 24 seconds left. Now you see that no command. Shy wants to just deny the abilities, the utility usage, being able to stop them, and Verso, what an angle being held, but still Cryo, how does he get it? Time and time again, this guy has been so consistent, and it could be enough. The damage, once and for all. King has to find something, and it's down to the 1v1 to keep them in this map. Half under the fuse, BCJ moves forwards, and he finds the shots in the end. The Red Bull clutch, 3 in a round, and Leviatán are still in it.
What a huge one from King. A desperate one as well. Leviatán are hanging on to this by a thread. They have had so many big individual moments. From King, from Melza, Adverso with a clutch as well. On the pistol, were able to take out so many players. I think King plays the situation perfectly with the Spectre.
Yeah.
Just run and gun with it.
Why not?
But if that's what it takes to keep them in it, look at how shoddy the buy is once more.
Just scraping by, aren't they? Super Nail trying to find a way back into the map. They can drag it to OT, but these risky plays starting to feel the other side of it. It's a double-edged sword, of course. You can find those pickoffs, but the damage is being done. Shy immediately pushed away. They don't lose any players, crucially.
And Aaron has no snake bites to defend this. It's only him with his weapon.
Utility popped off, stunned up, flashed up. Aaron really cannot see a thing. Cryo was trying to cover it. They're not really finding the shots, but still BCJ holding on the top of heaven. No one cleared him off of it. And the off angle by Aaron. You're never going to be expecting that. Crouched up on the box. It's all up to King and Takolia. The Viper's pit popped up. Def just hopping away, dodging, juking to the side. The player dropped down. It's all down to King. Can he keep them in the map once more?
He's been great in the clutch. Leviatán have been great in the clutch, but I don't think this one is doable, Brent. It would just require an absurd performance. XSET using the Viper's Pit, using the Resurrect, and this area's walled off.
12 health, 10 bullets. He doesn't want to reload, doesn't want to reveal where he is. No time on the clock. And they just spot him. The spam coming through. King reacts just a tad too late. He doesn't pay for it with his life, but at this point, it just feels done. And like that, XSET going to be claiming map number 1 in this series. This elimination match between them and Leviatán.
And they looked really limp yesterday, but I think they're showing right now that they're a different team compared to the one that took the stage back then. And also, they're not playing against the defending champions. Leviatán are good, but that was the map where XSET are supposed to be favored, and they delivered. I think a special shout out to me from BCJ, because he's one of the players that stepped up the most. Brent, you said at the beginning of the cast, it wasn't Cryo and Zekken that were letting the team down. It was those players with all the experience. It was Def and Aaron and BCJ. Especially Def and BCJ in my head, and BCJ himself went crazy. Omen performance, masterclass.
Yeah. Bit of a roll swap for them, and it seems to have worked out in spades, hasn't it? They take the map that we expected them to take, but still, there's a long series left to be played. Dono never failed to make me chuckle. I mean, the guy, he's got some style, hasn't he?
Yeah, you know why he swapped his suit? He just sweat his way through the last one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Go up against Optic, that tends to happen.
But I think also from Leviathan's perspective, they're not anticipated to win this map. This is XSET's choice, it's XSET's best, even though Leviathan are good here. And overall, they've proven that they can come back from pretty much any result. Okay, they're not winning these maps, but they are always making them close when it looks like they're completely out. Yeah. Against DRX now in map 3 and against XSET map 1, they've had those moments.
Well, let's go to a short break. Analyst that's going to be breaking down all the action of map number 1 and setting us up for map number 2 here in this elimination game, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
There's a new dawn. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
XSET, they're on the board. They pick up their first map win here at Masters Copenhagen. I'm Youngsu, I'm back with Mitch and Mimi. That was a great map for them, and I think we needed that to be a great map for them.
Yeah, we absolutely did. And for XSET, they come out with a new composition, and they look excellent with it. I really like that they made the pivot coming in towards this matchup. I was initially critical of them making that change. I was a little skeptical of it, but I think the Sage worked really well. King was definitely struggling to find value on that Neon, and as a general point, I think Leviathan was not really... They didn't get the XSET that they were expecting in this match.
Yeah, to be honest, it didn't even feel like they were as hard countered as I was expecting coming into this game.
Sure.
I thought that off the bat, we would see a massive shutdown of King, and altogether, he had a pretty good half. I mean, it was funny that we closed out the map, though, with him being countered, right? He had the wall blocking him out when he snuck up behind, so it technically did come down. But yeah, altogether, I wouldn't even put this down to Agents, right? Just XSET looked like the better team.
Yeah, they really did. And I mean, the reads were impeccable from this team, particularly on the defensive side. This one was awesome. They realized that the breach ult was in play. They have Cryo holding in the exact right position.
Yeah, they got the paranoia right afterwards. as soon as the pick comes in, smoke is blooming. And this was something that we saw at the very start of the round. We heard Sideshow and Brent call it out. These players were pinging down that line, and the line was exactly the line that the Rolling Thunder followed. They were ready for it, and that was an impeccable call by Aaron, who Mimi let me know calls on the defensive side. I also love that from teams, having the versatility to have two callers and then almost go, you know, I like the attacking side, you take the defense, really playing to their strengths.
Yeah, it really does. That's a perfect way to put it. It lets you play to what is best for each individual person's brain. And it wasn't just that round. The round before, there was also another really nice call from XSET. They had a great understanding of what they were playing up against coming into this matchup. So credit to their IGLs and to Psycho as well in that coaching position.
That was also a huge round because Leviathan were getting back into the game. They were coming in with the comeback, but also I got to say, we talk about shutdowns. Taco was massively shut down on that map as well.
Yeah, Taco was having a really tough match. If you compare it to how he was playing against ZRX just the other night, it was a world of difference. And on top of that, Leviathan as a whole, I think there was a couple coordination issues. We talked about that during the halftime, but there was kind of a reliance on the clutches throughout this. I mean, some great moments from them. Melser especially was stepping up, but it just wasn't the consistency that we wanted to see that we saw from that Ascent game versus DRX.
I mean, speaking of great moments, let's take a look at this from Zekken in the Verizon high-speed moment. Mitch, there were a few times that he popped off, but this was really something crazy.
Yeah, this was something else. You don't get to see a player just fly through the sky like that undetected all too often. King's sensitivity may be doing him dirty on that. You're not expecting to have to pull a full 180 when you're down there in the elbow, but this was opened up completely, and looking at it from the third-person perspective, it just looks even more ridiculous.
Yeah, and the coordination on it is really nice. You see the breach flash come towards the back lanes the second that Zekken gets on in. The retakes from XSET were really pretty good throughout this one. When that Neon was finding value, when they were getting the sights, XSET did a good job of giving up that space and being able to fight back in a few of those rounds.
Yeah, a lot of synergy there from the whole team all the way around. We've also got Zekken right here in the aim lab shoot around as he prepares for the next map. We talk about these younger players coming up.
Another one of those, of course.
Is Link a LAN or something? Like, what is that crosshair?
So Zekken is the one who popularized the sus hair and the big. He is just known for having the stupid crosshair. So of course he shows up and is prepping on the aim labs with that one.
I'm not gonna lie, I've seen Link use this in game.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's rocked a couple of games with and probably worse than that, actually. No, definitely worse than that now that I recall. One big worry, though, looking at that previous map, right, you walk out with both pistols, a lot of clutches, and it's still that close of a game. I mean, Melser really put in some work here, surprised me in some of those rounds, and yet with that scoreline, it doesn't fill me with a lot of faith, I'll be honest.
Well, let's talk about the next map because we are going on to Ascent, and we've seen Leviathan on Ascent already. They looked insane against DRX. Mimi, do you expect them to repeat that here?
I'm not so sure, and the reason why is that XSET are actually really experienced against playing against that style that Leviathan likes to run on this map. It's actually the DRX comp that they are playing, that they beat DRX with, which is pretty cool. But it's the very same comp that Optic Gaming was running in the Grand Finals where XSET shut them down. Triple Initiator, it's a really cool idea, but once you know how to play against it, once you know how to work that push-pull, it is very much counterable. And we already saw from map number 1 that XSET is a team that is primed to make those counters happen. Still, it was a fantastic game. DRX obviously had a good plan coming in, and it didn't work out for them.
I'll say that in the previous map, Cryo was impeccable with some of the trap placement. The amount of information they were able to maintain because that trap was unchallenged. We would see eventually King go out and try to deal with it, but this map, I don't expect to see him have the same kind of leash where he has to stay alive to maintain that map control. If he's pulling out a jet here, the freedom that could give him could yield to some massive plays.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here. It's all been locked in here, and Mimi, no changes.
No, Zekken does play the Sova on this one, which I think is interesting to a lot of players. When you just look at it, you think this guy's your star, this guy's your race player. He's flexing it over to the role, but he used to play Initiator a while ago, back when he was a free agent. This is a guy that he's not just a star. He is flexible. It's only this season in Stage 2 that Zekken was switching to the primary duelist role, so it works really well for him. And for Cryo, this is where he gets to play the jet. He gets let loose. It will be a testament if he can keep up that performance against this Leviathan team, who is really solid with that triple Initiator comp at shutting down star jets like RB.
Well, Leviathan, they couldn't quite take the first map, and they need this one if they want to stay in this tournament and make it to champions. Over to you, Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yes, let's get right into it. Map number 2, and the desk set it up beautifully, haven't they? Elimination game, XSET versus Leviatán, and Leviatán playing for the hopes and dreams of South America as a whole. The final team from that region, or from that group of regions, I should say, that are left here in the tournament at Copenhagen.
Yeah, your only Brazilian team, grouped, crew, grouped, and it's on to Leviatán to try and bring it back for South America. And this is the map where they looked so good against DRX, running the triple initiator comp that they're going to stick to here again. And I think I need to see another monster game from Takolia. He was quiet, he got shut down in map 1. But now that he's got the space, and in theory Leviatán have the utility advantage, Leviatán need Taco to come online.
The stage should be set for it, right round the corner. Only the frenzy, but still, King's able to make it work right across into heaven on top of it. Look at that dart, and it spots out the positioning of Cryo. It's immaculate. VCT, an instant response from him to try and take control of A main away from them, but that's also been shut down. Ready and waiting.
Excellent stuff. Really cool pathing on the pistol round. Trying desperately to find the head. Yeah, that is a ghost moment. Awesome pathing though. They go for a cat push. They go all the way up through heaven, and King swings around on top.
And it's kick the fragment out of the way as well, I think, ever so slightly.
It's the aggression from Leviatán and the confidence that works so well for them with this triple initiator comp. You know, there are teams that play this same composition that cannot get things going on their attack half at all. Very good teams that can't make the attack half work. I'm thinking Optic in particular here. But with Leviatán, it seems like they've got confidence, they've got a good idea of what they want to do in the rounds, and there's a lot of set cascading utility.
Aggression being shown just through main, but yeah, the comfort levels on this composition, Leviatán definitely. They have a good grasp and idea of how they want to play this one. And look at that, Takolia is just trying to bait out, see if there's any aggression towards B main. He already knows that there was a player lurking around there because his trademark was broken. He backs away, and this is just Leviatán trying to minimize their risks, trying to minimize giving away any guns.
We saw XSET win round 2 and break the bank, break the momentum for Leviatán early on. But that was when they were on the attack half, able to group up. And this time it looks like they're going for a bit of a gamble stack over towards A, which is not going to be the correct read. Despite Leviatán's comeback on map 1, the defensive side calling did look excellent. But sometimes when you take the gambles, it's just not going to work. Sure, the turret finds it, but there is no way that XSET are going to be able to respond to any of this.
No chance.
And just look for a moment at the amount of utility these site anchors potentially are going to have to deal with.
Yep.
All of that came in there. A horn, a recon dart, a flash back into the site, a prowler into the site.
A dart if it's online.
It's just
it's too much to deal with.
Adversar was droning in too. Yeah, the triple initiator comp has so many tools to make it incredibly difficult. And the side anchors for XSET are going to be Aaron and BCJ. They're going to get tested.
You have to find ways to wiggle your way around all the utility, maybe just by making sure that they use it early enough that they can't go for those wholesale executes. This is just an attempt by XSET, see if they can grab a couple of these exits.
They might start to believe here. Unfortunately, there's nobody that can really get into the site. The time is ticking.
Time is ticking, yeah. So, yeah, not much else for Zeka to do other than just to go down to the spike. But Leviatán getting off to a fantastic start. Josh, we mentioned it, we spoke about the map picks. The way that this has ended up shaken out between both of these teams. They do float each other's maps that they prefer to play, like to play. XSET have been floating Ascent. It ends up being played a lot by Leviatán. This is a map pool that, honestly, if you're just looking at the strength of it from either side, we should be going to a map number 3.
Yeah, and you're getting the best from both teams as well, which is
truly
not always the case with these map vetoes. But Leviatán have a long way to go to push it to Haven. Coming into this bonus, doesn't look like they're going for any major early round aggression. Only 3 Spectres as well. It's not the greatest, but Takolia's got the Headhunter, and he just loves using that weapon. You'll sometimes see him using the Headhunter over the main weapon that he has available.
Yeah.
He has the 3rd most kills per round with the Headhunter out of everybody in the tournament.
That's astonishing. Really leaning into this one. Leviatán ended up Just using, I think, both of their shock darts early on in this round, straight down mid, but they still didn't find the alarm bot. In fact, turret's pulled back as well, so Aaron's going to be able to keep that one. Facing the side, just about jutting out. Something has to be used to try and push them back, and Cryo, well, he's opened it up. Oh, finds 2 picks, still going to get ran down at the end. Shy does find the target that he was looking for. Market control going to be gained, but the amount of damage that these players are taking, it's looking like quite a mountainous task ahead of them.
Yeah, very good crossfires from XSET. Dangerous? Not quite. This one looks fairly clean. Well dealt with by XSET. They're stopping the players from getting into the site before they can even take the first step.
Sure.
Spamming from the CT smoke alongside Aaron spamming from lane. And even though Cryo eventually went down in market, take a look at these kills he was able to get on the B split. Finding Adverso peeking before the utility, and that's the big problem there. They're using the Haunt and the Prowler, but they're swinging beforehand. And that's where your Jet is going to find the timings. Trying to get in front of the utility instead of running away from it. Which is why sometimes duelists can be the answer against heavy utility calls.
Just taking the fights, taking the timings against them. A lot offloaded. Prowler and a shock dart just through A main, making sure they can grab that orb. And King, he's got his no command online off of it.
It's a major tool, especially when you're considering.
No. Okay, just behind the wall.
And it looks like XSET might want to go for some catwalk aggression here, trying to bail Cryo out of an uncomfortable position. Def's starting to make his way towards there, but instead putting up a one-way, just happy with what they've got so far. I'm wondering what Aaron would do if a null command came flying at him over on the B site. Because he doesn't have any tools to be able to deal with it. Instead, though, it's Cryo finding a pick over towards Tiles. He's just been there for a minute.
God, I mean, I feel for the observers. We were on his camp for so long. We were just watching him, ready and waiting. Unfortunate timing on that one. Still, these players are dropping one after the other.
Yeah, it's rough. Leviatán expected there to be multiple players fighting in mid because Cryo was so late round contesting it. And instead, there are players still ready for that A lurk. Adverso gets nothing done.
20 seconds left at this point. What is the play? What do you do?
You save. I mean, this is an economically crushing round if Leviatán lose it. So you need to keep these guns online. Def,
in a percentage play.
Def can go for this.
Yeah. They have...
I mean, Def has no money, but the rest of his team...
Sizable money on, yeah, with the rest of his team that could buy him. So these guns, Leviatán, they've got to hold on to this one. Every advantage they can get. It's just being jiggled perfect in terms of the way that Def was clearing that. And he backs away. Not too greedy.
Yeah, really nicely played. And Leviatán were caught slipping there. They didn't expect Cryo, with 50 seconds on the clock, to still be tough in the middle of B.
Of course not.
And then there's a reactive push from Adverso, who's thinking A must be weak because there are people in mid. But that's not the case. It was just Cryo on his own. And these are moments where Cryo should be getting caught by utility, but he's managing to dodge it and evade it. And that's 2 rounds back-to-back now, where Cryo's been the difference maker, weaving past the utility and taking aggressive fights.
Think about what these aggressive mid plays do as we're on the half by for Leviatán. Obviously, plenty of opportunities for them to potentially make something of it, especially that Taco Leah gets that tour de force online off the back of that all. But when you have Cryo making these aggressive plays, you're forcing this triple initiator comp to use the utility to potentially clear him out of those angles. You're not going to have it for those big hits.
Yeah, that's a great point. The more that Leviatán feel they have to use their utility early, the weaker the side hits get, and that helps BCJ and Aaron.
This time, though, respect being shown. Right around the side, Def just tries to get info, jiggling it, and Takalea, he capitalizes.
Can't be affording those first deaths. Brutal for Def in their game against Optic.
Yeah, no command. Offloaded now, just trying to work their way through the fragment. Close quarters. Melzer on the high ground. That's Cryo dealt with. They have found an advantage and they have grasped it. Spike going to be going on a bit of a tip-tap when it comes to the play. Still, they've lost Adverso and damage is being done. This is getting a little bit dangerous now for Leviatán.
Second almost with another as well. And these angles that he's spamming, you can tell he's very comfortable on Sova, but they don't have big tools to retake here. No drone, no paranoia.
No way.
Sector just keeps finding wallbang kills.
I mean, this is just raw instinct. spamming the common angles and finding the players. He's brought it to the 3v3, but time now starting to tick. It's up for the Leviatán players to come up with something huge. Taco Leah, what is that? Collateral, the spacing not there. A bit of spam, a 1-2 tap, Zekken almost salvaging it, but eventually they find it.
What an absurd round from Taco and Zekken. How Zekken was able to make that one close, I will never know. But the man's got a hidden instinct for where players are going to be on the other side of things. But it's Taco that's the star, and it's Taco that had to step up. These kills are absurd, but look at the collapse.
Oh wow!
BCJ and Aaron just pushing through, and Taco's on an off angle. Taco was the star player for DRX. Oh, sorry, against DRX when they played Ascent, and he's got to do it again to keep them alive in the tournament.
Has to put up the kills, has to put up the numbers. They need him to.
Otherwise, they're going all the way back through LCQ as well. This game means even more to them than just life at Copenhagen.
But offloader utility early on, drone now being used. So we approach that minute mark in the round. Cryo has found himself an operator, so that's going to be locking down the mid. Approach, Melzer, you tagged up there, a bit risky.
See, these are the moments in the round at about a minute where Def, as a player with an IGL brain, really wants to go and grab more information. Zekken, with the drone, goes over and spots out B main. Cryo's in quite a passive position with the operator, rather than hunting for that info on push himself.
That's quite far back.
But I like this. Instead of going for the jiggle peek and trying to find information with your eyes where you might end up dying, they're using the tools available to them, the drone, the knife, the operator locking off angles.
Weird approach now. Prowler comes through, Cosmic Divider split across, it baits out the no command, but the spike is in a completely different place.
This is not an A split.
And now there needs to be a bit of pace, I think, injected into it. Leviatán wheeling their way through. They haven't actually found any space just yet. It's still Aaron and Zekken holding it down. The off angle, the approach, Aaron sprays it down. And two heads are found. Nightfall scattered through. Zekken's, just deafened, can't hear a thing. And they have come out with miracles, but it's still not enough. No time to get the plant down. XSET going to be carrying away this round, and all BCJ has to do is stay alive for the Red Bull clutch.
What a major round for XSET to come away with, and all they had to do was tick the timeout. Leviatán there playing with the triple initiator comp, trying to bait players into making mistakes. And when the time ran low, it was an interesting fake. But they just didn't have what it took to get through onto the site. Major play by Aaron. And I'm surprised that the reaction was that mellow, honestly, from Psycho.
He's chilling, isn't he?
Yeah. But this is a very tense game, and Leviatán had opportunities there to maybe steal the round away. I think, though, you're seeing a key adaptation. You want to have Cryo be the player that face checks in these rounds and fights for duels. The rest of the team for XSET gathering info with their utility.
The knife castle and the drone, the fight being taken by King. He's rewarded. Gets the pick off. Haunt strength. Down mid once more.
What a timing that King caught on Catwalk.
Yeah.
Before the one-way was even active, BCJ just had his smoke in his hands.
I'm going to say a couple of times now I've noticed as well, Leviatán have been sending that shot card down, but this is a re-clear. Flash, anti-flash position paid by King. It doesn't even matter. Is there going to be a punish? Hunter's Fury sent flying. Somehow Def gets that kill onto Shy through the fragment naders on top of it.
Yeah. Even though Def does get punished in the end, that re-clear on Catwalk was beautiful.
It's down to it once more. The Hunter's Fury dodging, juking, sidestepping. 3 shots rattled off, fired away. Nothing being found.
And that's also Zekken using the ultimate before Leviatán get to the plant. With time pressure, he could have used that ultimate to make Cryo's job a lot easier. Instead, he'll be asked to find an entry and stay alive.
The responsibility of trying to shut this one down, but it's a slow, cautious approach by Leviatán, not wasting any time with this. Now the tempo has been turned up. The spike dropped to the floor. They just have to clear him out. But this is Cryo you're dealing with in playoff form.
And he's such a beast. He's so consistent with it. The way that he takes these fights, he didn't have the correct crosshair placement necessarily. Wasn't expecting those players to be in so deep. And yet he adjusts very quickly. And even when he got jumped on in the end, he was fine. How on earth did the fragment grenade find this kill? I mean, Shy was just weak, I guess.
Yeah, just the first burst of it, I suppose.
Yeah, he clipped it. That readjustment onto Melzer is gorgeous. People enjoy their Spanish trash talk.
Of course. Beautiful language. It's very emotive. Leviatán on the half fight here. An opening would be sublime, but it's just being covered. Every avenue, every approach, weapon picked up. Dodging, juking a BCJ. Oh, he slightly dodges it. He slightly misses the mark there. Drops the door down, so he actually has given an opportunity for Takolia to get into this one. Spam through into the wall. Takolia could have made something off of it.
But not quite. And Leviatán have not been having too much success on these eco rounds. They tend to just spill out into a site. And it was a little too easy there for BCJ to deal with. It is a great spray transfer, though, onto Shy. Overall, I'm still missing that level of aggression and the coordination from Leviatán. They're getting pulled to pieces here on Ascent. And we've already seen them take down an awesomely good team at this tournament on Ascent. DRX hadn't lost it in 18 maps in a row until Leviatán won. We know they're capable.
What an interesting play. One-way setup, flash over the top, BCJ teleports, and there's a recon dart, so he tries to spam them through his own smoke.
Yeah, it's a crazy good one. They pulled it out in the grand finals against Optic as well. Great set play. Doesn't quite catch a kill this time, though.
Yeah, Leviatán are able to weather it. We saw on Split, all they need is one big pop-off moment, one big round to get the confidence back. Get themselves back in that driving seat.
And Leviatán are really struggling with Catwalk here. They need to get through a one-way. There's Def looking to potentially re-clear as well, who also has a fragment grenade to stop it. I'd love to see Leviatán go for a proper A-split, but they never have Cat and A main control at the same time. They just can't find the timings to get past Def and BCJ. On the other side of things, Takolia's walking back potentially into Cryo's op angle, which doesn't look pretty.
Knife gets used for mid-round information. Approaching that 30 seconds. Now holding it down, you're starting to see a bit of a play being made. The jiggle just debates it out. The alarm bot's still active though, and now that gives the timing. They know this is a B split coming through. Nana Swarm stops them from just walking their way into the site for free. More time just being bullied and burnt away off the clock, but the player's still barreling through. Leviatán, can they find the options? Can they find the openings? It's a 2v2 with time dropping down. 7 seconds remaining. Spike in the process of being planted. A bit of a spam. The angle. Takolia was just waiting, hidden around the corner. All down to BCJ, but Leviatán, they're primed and ready. And they take down BCJ and they claim the round.
That's such an important one for Leviatán to get themselves back into contention here. Gotta question what Cryo's doing at the backside, taking that shot and opening himself up to anyone else that's around. Cryo had knives online. If he stays alive in backside there and just waits for BCJ, he's got a fantastic position. Spins it But okay.
Leviatán, they grasp it. The opportunity was presented to them. That's what it's about.
And they took control. And these B splits do look really good. The utility usage is excellent from Leviatán. We saw it on one of the rounds where there was nobody anchoring, but that was difficult for Aaron to stay up and get anything done. And now King, null command online, makes this round very dangerous. Tons of spam there, actually, as Aaron was trying to punish him for picking up the orb. Barely does it. Barely grazes him with a bullet, though.
Drone down mid, Cryo's been pushed up into it. Smells going to be able to punish it. The knife dodges to the side. Shakhtar not going deep enough again to remove the alarm bot. Slowed it down now.
And is this one of the rounds where Leviatán are going to be able to use the null command and get into a post-plant situation with time on the clock? Time has been a big problem for them so far, but there is still 50 seconds left. As long as they can stop Cryo from picking off players.
You are divided.
He could go double up draft. They've Cosmic divided him off.
Yeah. Even a nightfall being used in the pull into the back of the site. No players really waiting in that position. They are running for a double up draft right from the top. Not finding any mark, and the no command is going to be coming out as that second layer of the Leviatán attack.
How do they deal with a lockdown retake? That's my question. Is Leviatán going to try and get aggressive here and burst their way into tree? The door opening.
Yeah, opened up now, but still the kills. How is this flooding in for XSET? How are they finding the advantage with the lockdown now placed? The time pressure is on. Spam through the smoke, a flash around the corner. The players, the positioning, it's just immaculate. A flawless approach on the retake by XSET.
Yeah, so well done there. Leviatán didn't have an answer for the second question posed in the round. Sure, they got into the post plan with an ult command, but how do you respond to that? I think there was a player ready to reflank through Catwalk, but XSET, ultra diligent, picked them off. For the Prime Gaming Flawless, you can just see the X there at the top mid position.
And this is a different looking XSET compared to what we saw from them. Their match against Optic.
Let's go! Nice and calm, baby. Get it going.
You can feel it.
I did not hear a single moment like that from them when they were playing against Optic.
No.
Maybe there were a few half-hearted cheers, but not that level of confidence and almost a feel like you're in control of the game.
Sure.
We've seen Leviatán come back in maps, and we've seen them win on this one too. Their defense side looked really good at stopping those jet entry plays.
Still capable of doing so, Josh.
But how many do Leviatán need? Is 4 enough? Should they be, I mean, obviously they're going to be aiming for 6, but do they need 5, 6 rounds to get back into this? Maybe 4 an attack is enough to work with if they can grab the pistol too.
That's possible. Timeout's going to be used to try and find some change-up and adjustment to it. They've really been struggling, I think, to just deal that pressure into mid constantly. It's like a shark dart that gets offloaded, but they never really been able to find this alarm bot. This time it's a little bit deeper from XSET on a defensive setup, so...
Yeah. Normally I'm a big fan of going down mid, breaking the alarm bot, playing the slow defaults, etc., etc., create some pressure in that area. But I'd just like to see Leviatán rip it on an A-split at some point and really put the squeeze on Def and BCJ. Def, in fact, not over there at the moment. And this is, of course, an eco round from Leviatán due to all the damage that's been done to them previously.
Takalea is always going to have that tour de force. Feels like he does save it for these rounds where the economy's just not that good for them.
Yeah.
So he's always got that threat in their back pocket that they can rely on, and this angle that he's watching. So narrow. No player's really going to be watching for that information. Maybe you might see a jump peek from the back of the fountain, back of the well.
Yeah. Taco, the only player that went positive in the series overall against DRX. But we haven't seen those awesome moments from him almost since kind of that last time he played Ascent. Really overachieving in his debut map and has been shut down since then.
And the utility just starts to collapse onto Cryo, who's holding down that angle, including BCJ, who was just trying to anchor, force the TP back, and mid-control has been gained. Takalea locking down the angle, there we go, the kill goes his way, but suppressed means doesn't have the ult taken away from him with 30 seconds left, time now starting to run low.
But this is where the Leviatán utility looks at its peak.
Have to take care of these players though, still swinging through, Aaron should not be allowed to survive, but he's claimed 2 kills. And a backup from the rest of his team, well, it comes through in the end.
And XSET able to hold on. Can Leviatán put 1 more on the board here? 5 rounds on Ascent attack would be quite reasonable. A decent half from them. They just didn't have the tools to be able to work with Takalea flooding out through market, trying to make space for the rest of his team with only a headhunter, and the shades have come back.
Yeah, okay. Don's got the aviators out. He's feeling confident, more so than before, I guess.
And I think there's good reason to be confident as a set repper right now. But they still need this last one, I think. An 8-4 half, you're feeling really good on Ascent defense, but 7-5, and we've seen what Leviatán can do. This time, working their way down mid quickly. Alarm bot will be broken here as King walks into it.
Yeah, Paranoido cutting across off of it. Means they have to respect it. Just a bit of a play that was triggered off of it.
And despite Def using his 0 point to cancel the drone, it still saw Cryo. The drone still saw him. So Dash burnt in this round. They can maybe be a bit more confident now that Cryo won't go for those aggressive re-pushes or an aggressive peek as they hit a site. But they're still not in position to go for an A-split.
No.
It looks more like the spike is going to go back over towards B.
Yeah, they want to end there, it seems like, with 2 players just holding back down mid. The B splits. They've been looking better, I think, for Leviatán.
Yeah, they've
so
been
far
looking
on his
fairly
attack
good.
side, so this could be the option they're looking for. And honestly, good timing for them.
Yeah, straight after this recon dart would absolutely be the best timing. Adverso is a long way away with the spike, presumably playing off his Sova ult.
Yep,
here it
we
comes.
go. Popped off there. Zekken just trying to dodge Duke. Sidestep it. Right into it. Finds Zekken. The timing. 2 tags, but the timing right from behind. Def. Well, he's caught it. It's a beautiful one at that. 2 kills found. The players still not finding their mark. Still not finding their way into this. The spike is just stuck. And Melza, though, the big wraparound. He's caught it. Into market. Cryer from the back. Still only 10 seconds, and it's their biggest enemy. Josh, time is their biggest enemy over and over again. No opportunity to stick the plant, and the 8th round is claimed for XSET at the end.
And overall, I've got to say, that's a pretty disappointing half from Leviatán, I think. 4 rounds might be doable for them, but the way in which they lose that, Def just running behind them from Cat, slipping past Melza. I think Shine King thought that was Melza behind them.
That's absurd.
And the spike was so late to get into the site because Adverso had it in tiles. And facepalm is the right emotion to be showing there, I think.
It's an emotion, is it? It's a first for me, Josh. It's a first for me. Still, that is going to do it for the first half. We're going to send it down to our analysts to break down all the action and set us up for the second half of Ascent.
Brent, I've seen you facepalm like 8 times a day, so I'm surprised that he doesn't recognize that as an emotion. But for the side of XSET, I think at one point things were really, really close. It was back and forth, but 8-4 half, which is a pretty good score for them considering they're one up even already.
Yeah, it was really good out of XSET. We expect big things from their defensive side here on Ascent, and I think just what was good about Split on their defense continued on through. The calling from Aaron here, again, was really impeccable, and on top of that, I think they were doing a pretty solid job of shutting down the players they needed to. Taco wasn't really getting as much traction as he was in that game against DRX, and well, a big part of that was Cryo. He didn't have the craziest of games because he didn't need to, because his team was always set up in the right positions, and the side anchoring just impeccable at XSET.
No, we just saw the comparison up there, and I think Cryo having that little bit more freedom, like I said, in some of these duels, is sure the escapism isn't as ridiculous as it could be on a chamber in some of these duels, but when he's sticking around, he's still coming up with massive value. That said, after a slow start, I feel like we're starting to see some of those taco rounds come through. Just, is it enough is the question, and so far, in that half, I don't think it was. That said, the second half is where I expect to see them show up against DRX, up against Crew. It was, what, 11 rounds and 9 rounds against Crew. This is somewhere that you have to say Leviatán are way more comfortable on the defense.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think this composition in general just favors defense so heavily. It's impressive, actually, that they're able to get those 4 rounds. We see the cast was talking about, a lot of teams do struggle with the attacking side with this composition, but I thought they had some really good ideas. The executes were working really well for them. However, XSET also have a really solid attack side on this map, and like I mentioned before, they've played against this composition. Optic ran this regionally, and they had a rough attack side, went in towards the defense. It's generally good with the composition, and still, XSET managed to overcome that.
And no pistols for XSET so far. I'm fully expecting Leviatán to get this pistol, and if they do, they're right back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, 3 out of 3. It's been ridiculous. The clutches that have brought them back into games, the pistols that have given them that little bit of early foundation. Leviatán have had a fantastic time with those, and to be honest, they kind of need it after that rough first half.
Yeah, they have to win here if they want to stay in this tournament. Bren and Josh, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Leviatán.
A lot of pressure indeed, and it all comes down to this for Leviatán.
They've played under pressure. They've played under pressure before, and I think that that's what, you know, Batoni will be saying to them here as well. They've overcome a lot of their mental weaknesses in the past. They've choked many times before, and finally look like they've got over that, delivering us some good comebacks. And as the Des said, 3 out of 3 so far in the pistol rounds. They need to go 4 out of 4 though.
Quick wrap around here for XSET now on this one. The utility was sent out early.
Oh, a bit of a counter call perhaps.
Yes.
They were definitely making the rotate.
Maybe.
I can't think what would have given them the read there to go back over towards A. Maybe just a gut feeling from Def or one of the other players offering up their suggestion.
But no noise being made. Are they just going to swing through? Yeah, no utility being used to clear through this. Facing it with all their players. Stars drop down. Melza wants to try and stop this in its tracks before it gets messy, but the utility is being held by XSET. And the burst is going to come through shortly afterwards. Smoke comes down on top of the pull. Looks like Leviatán are ready for it. Can he get the kills? The vulnerability being applied, and now they found it. The Ghost doing significant damage, significant work, but they have to deal with these players up close and personal. Down to Zekken. 1v2, 44 health.
They have no
don't know
idea
where he is. He closed the door. He's timing this one. Just finding it though, but the double swing should be enough, surely. Dodging and juking Shy. He's got it in the end.
And Leviatán do in fact take 4 out of 4 of the pistol rounds in this map, in this series, sorry, which is an astounding stat considering that XSET felt comfortably in control on split and are still leading here on Ascent as well. Zekken had an opportunity if he'd just been able to grab one of the kills on the first one. But now for Leviatán, it's about converting on this momentum. They have so many tools to work with on this defense half. We saw it, how much they punished RB trying to get into the sights. You have to dodge a recon dart and a haunt coming through, and there's nades at your feet combined with the gravity wells. And not just that, but Taco and Adverso have been pretty excellent in terms of first kills.
Pistol has set them up beautifully. Tagulia. Good angle being watched. Still disrespecting it as well. Holding his ground, even though he's got the teleport to just evacuate at any point. Still wants to look this. Turret's catching it. Okay, this time respect being shown.
And XSET look like they're playing extremely passively here, just ticking the time down, seeing if they can grab anything. But really, when you look at their economy, they barely bought anything coming into this round. No, they're not trying to win it. It's not like they have light armor sheriffs.
It's these rounds where they're trying to gather a lot of the information for which to make calls on later. Find where trademarks are being played, the position of certain players. You often see it. It's just information gathered and then a play cooked up on the following round once they get the buy and the weaponry under their belt.
But I don't think this round will have given them anything specific to work on for the future. King could be in a dangerous position, but instead deals with Cryo quite easily. It's all left onto Zekken's shoulders again.
That's what you want to see.
With a little prime game in Flawless.
Yes.
Very good at the opening halves.
It's brought them right back into it in terms of the scoreline, just about. 2 more rounds, obviously, and they'll be even, but being consistent at these pistol rounds, yeah, winning the bonus here would be fantastic for Leviatán. One more way to get them back into it.
Left.
You take a look at their defensive position, Bren, though, and in terms of what XSET will be learning, I think that looks all fairly standard. They had Adverso playing towards mid, they've got the Fade and the Chamber over on B at the beginning of this. Some B-main aggression perhaps here, though, from Leviatán on the bonus round, as they take 3 players and the drone
all the way through to get a tag onto Aaron. Still, Fragment Nade's going to be stopping that push right in its tracks.
And is there something reactive coming out from Dev, from Cryo?
Call's being made now, but the players have only just got into position, and Melzer can do some serious work right now, some serious damage to pull as he hears the footsteps just backing away for but a moment. The paranoia will be connecting, but Takulia, maybe he can do something. Dashing to the side, Cryo. Oh, it's just instinct once more, finding the shot. The targets are falling rapidly at that.
Taco found one and was able to reposition, but King going in to try and support the swing up through heaven. And it's falling to pieces here for Leviatán. That's the A-split that I was looking for from Leviatán on the attack half. Well executed from XSET. They realize that there's a push coming out of B main, react, and take 3 players over the catwalk, drone out into A main so that they have that control. And yes, even though Zekken died to Taco hiding in wine, they still had Aaron pushing through. And they caused huge amounts of pressure there for Melzer, for King.
It's so hard to deal with.
It's very difficult.
It's every single avenue when the players are just trying to lock it down and hold it down on the site. No way,
oh, that's disgusting.
No way.
I mean, Shy's soul leaves his body there. That's just not even allowed a crumb.
They're just trying to play for those exits, but
it's a bit of a blow for Leviatán, not being able to do anything on the bonus, not even an economic advantage heading into round 16. They need everything they can get to make this comeback, even though they're great on the defense side.
Yeah, not too many more rounds left in the buffer to try and stop that. I mean, that is absurd. Just committing the spray into that box, making sure they can't get a scrap of it. But now you see it, the Odin in play. Spam off the rip just in case there's any players just holding that one particular angle.
2 players suppressed at least. They spotted Taco, I believe. And so XSET are now going to look to pivot away. Smoke allows them to cross. And this, honestly, it looks pretty similar. Some early B main aggression. Find out that there's aggression happening there with the chamber and move away, run away from Taco. Go for an A split again.
But this off angle by King could be everything.
Can he keep it up when there's A main aggression? What
Such
a flash.
Orthodox angle, yes, but a bit more, I think, in terms of just its expected angle. Melzer, the reposition, and the angle is impeccable. 2 kills just to the side of his own smoke, but he does go down. At the end of the day, the drone straight through the choke point, get a bit of info. See if they can get a tag as well. XSET now left scrambling, scattering.
Still 40 seconds to work with, though. That's the advantage of XSET playing fairly quickly at these early rounds. Recon Dart burnt here from Adverso, just letting him know that there's nobody in B main right now. But I think they could have deduced that anyway. They'd only just heard Zekken taking the ult orb in A.
A deep knife. He's going to force Shy for the rotation.
I think Def's going for a fake here, though.
Yeah, he is. All it took was a knife as well and his presence, and it seems to have just brought 2 players over towards it. Cryo, he's found King. His entire job just to lock down that angle, and with the recon dart against the wall, Takolia, he's got to respect it. Spike, though, has to be planted, moving around, finding the timing of one another. What a shot! Right to the side, flicks it down, and it's down to Zekken. Dropping onto the ground, Shy has got him. And now that the fuse can be stuck, they know that Def is nowhere near.
And Adverso finishes him off with the recon dart too. It was a great pivot, I think, from XSET in the middle of that round, but Leviatán dealt with it thanks to a fantastic play. I mean, Takolia, even with all of the discipline there that XSET showed, using the recon dart, not peeking until the recon dart had its full first pulse, Taco still has the confidence to get into sight, drop, and hits the shot with the headhunter.
This guy performing under pressure.
Overall, too. I mean, you didn't see it in the replay, but that's twice now that they found value out of hiding in wine. Melzer doing what he did on Split, winning a huge round to keep them in the series.
Just a slight reposition.
Get out of my way.
Fighting at that kind of team, they're willing to take those risks, and look at this! Bit of a play being made, the recon dart! They're all lit up, have to try and avoid it. The C's as well did significant damage with the Odin spam, but no kill is going to be claimed.
That's such a cool strat. They ran it against DRX as well, but just the same way, it doesn't actually net them anything. A bit of damage chipped onto BCJ. That's weird. Oh, that was the turret shooting towards bottom mid, in fact, even though it was looking catwalk.
A bit of a weird one, but now a bit of pace once more. Hunter's Fury. Going to be the knife as well, denying that one, but Zekken, look, he's got that tag, and he's predicted the movement. Shy, he's fallen. A teleport away, what is King going to do? A play has to be made, and he swung with the perfect, most impeccable of timing.
But Cryo Zekken have still delivered for them already. It's up to Adverso, making a play again. Does he anticipate?
He doesn't want to spam! He was handed a free kill there, he could have spammed through the box, but he didn't want to do it.
Zekken, the hero, shutting down play after play that Leviatán have gone for.
How has this happened? The patience from Adverso there, he's just holding in case he could find a second player. I do respect it, a bit of discipline. It's again, a risky play. Melzer now left in an impossible task, isn't it?
It seems like too much, especially with Def hanging around next to Market. Any weapon that he could have got there would have also been good. But it's XSET that get up to double digits and are now 3 rounds away from progressing, from killing the narrative.
You are divided.
Look how good this trade is, though. Zekken comes in and kills King, and Cryo is already, even though we're only seeing the back of Zekken's head, Cryo's head, as he gets punished, Cryo ran in with the knives and got a kill. So they actually end up going 2 for 2 there, despite how good it looked from Leviatán's point of view.
The tale of this series has been, honestly, I mean, Leviatán have made it close at times, winning out these pistol rounds. Occasionally coming up with the goods, but XSET have just been that one step ahead, the layers to their play, and sometimes you got to disrupt it. Takolia taking a swing out straight into Cat. Not much to support him. Couple of shock darts on top of it right at the choke point. The players are dropping like flies.
What a thrifty round this would be. Immediately after winning a crucial economic swing round, they pull this one out.
I mean, this is Leviatán, isn't it? That's what you can expect with this team. Able to find those moments.
They're scrappy. They never give up. And they're willing to take the risks as well. I think that's part of it. Taco pushing all the way out into tiles. Or, you know, Upcat to look towards tiles. Past the turret, too. And Melzer and Adverso continue to craft some interesting setups and ways of making this triple initiator comp work.
Yeah. A little jump peek there from Adverso just to get information. Knows the cryo's there. Obviously, that's why he's using the drone. But with this little time left in the round, XSET doesn't really want to go for something here. Maybe confidence is running high, but honestly, the percentage play might just be to save these weapons and move it into the next.
Yeah, it's definitely the best idea to go for a save. A couple of their players are running low on credits. And it looks like Def is just holding this.
Oh, wait. I mean, hello? The Hunter's Fury going to be used at this point?
10 seconds left. So uses Hunter's Fury?
I mean, I am just perplexed at this.
Was that a fat finger?
Possibly intentional, I'm not too sure. Trying to follow up, trying to remove these guns. Listen, can't think about it. Not just yet, but a spray down from Def. He will eventually fall, but not before doing a bit of damage. At the end of the day, Josh, though, it's still good to buy.
Yeah. The damage wasn't actually that important there from Def towards the end. He was just trying to keep his own gun alive. Because XSET now have a very weird situation. I mean, we're seeing Adverso getting the kills in this round. I'm interested to know what was going on with the Hunter's Fury. Did they really think that Cryo and Def were still a threat in the 2v4 there, perhaps?
I mean,
but then
either a threat or knew that they were trying to save in that location. The knife did spot them.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a play to try and clear them out of the angles and take the guns away. They went for it.
But perhaps just some nerves coming into things as well, as Leviatán are facing elimination if 3 rounds go the way of XSET. But they've done such a phenomenal job just there of pushing them in A main, denying the guns, and pushing XSET down onto their own thrifty.
Eyes on Taco here, but again, you're finding a similar tail, a split. Look at the utility that's being used to just push him out of those angles. I mean, the smoke as well, all of it, to make sure that he just can't hold the common angles that he wants to.
Def loves holding these positions with a Marshal, but King's going to make him pay for it.
Honestly, for Leviatán, assuming that they play smart here, play to minimize the risks, they should be walking away with a round on the board once more.
Absolutely. They've looked solid in these kind of situations. They only ran into, you know, one of the big thrifties in round 2 of Split, where XSET were able to bunch up and trade out effectively, but playing very spread right now, just roaming around the map looking for picks, looking for lurks, and maybe looking for a timing like this.
Heard it. Piece of chase right around the back. He's got the Spectre in hand. It's enough, even at that range.
Can they swarm the B anchors here?
The players might be feeling the pressure. Shy's fallen. Adverso, he's got to do some work. He's got to shut it down with the rifle. The players, they doubled up onto it. He does take down 2 of them, but now the spike. Starting to get planted, down into the 2v2. The sidestep the damage. King is just fallen.
He's running ahead of Melzer as well. And now the task again for Melzer. He's good for 1.
Finding it still with the rifle, the lockdown. He has to break this. Now the pressure, the time on him. He comes up with it. All the way down to the wire, Josh. It's never easy, is it?
Leviatán do not want to make it simple for themselves, but Melzer has been so solid, so consistent. These big rounds he is continuously coming up with. But Leviatán looking a little sloppy there to even put it into a 1v2 scenario. Adverso and Shy did get overwhelmed trying to anchor. I mean, Adverso does well to get 2, honestly. Shy maybe not quite realizing how threatening it was.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of sync, but...
And then King running in ahead of Melzer, leaving Melzer
Josh, I ain't gonna be fussy. I ain't gonna be fussy. 1 round at a time. That's what the Leviatán players are probably gonna be thinking.
Yeah,
1 round at a time. Try and keep it close.
And you're right, Brendan. It doesn't really matter where they come from, as long as they keep getting put up on the board. Within 1. This map, within 1 round now, as XSET, a narrow margin, 10-9 in the lead. They are going to have rifles back in their hands. It's a big ultimate as well, Def with the null command. But Leviatán have got a lot of tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah.
They're not scared to go for aggressive looks with Takalia. They've got set plays with Adverso's Odin, going for some kind of tiles crunch with a mad Seize lineup. This team's got some stuff in their back pocket when it comes to Ascent.
How many more set plays, though, could they possibly pull out? It's been enough to bring them back into this one. I mean, if you just look at that round history, one way, that way, still the buy rounds. I'm pretty even so far in the second half.
There is a theoretical advantage here for XSET, though. With how much Leviatán rely on their utility, this triple initiator comp, having an ult command to get in and onto the site is a huge, huge advantage for Def to work with. The question is whether he can maximize it and turn it into a round win.
The risk that Takalia has taken once more. Swings out to the top or mid.
Didn't break the turret, though.
No, he learns it's there. No Team's gathering him his information.
Yeah.
A rotation by XSET all the way now.
And I like that. Taco grabs the info that the turret is there. Ulting in with the spike already? No, onto Catwalk. Bizarre.
Yeah, straight up on top of the box, I think, trying to gather information just in case Takalia is still posted.
Force the rendezvous out of Takalia, who's now into a more passive position. It's a 4v5 for XSET. Looked a little rough in these kind of situations, but like I said, Def's ultimate should be a monstrous advantage for them to get into a post plan. BCJ's miles away with the spike. There's no chance they're going for the side hit.
It's just a fake, I think. The spike's leaning over towards A. Yeah, no command for a no command has popped off either side.
But Def is a pulsing beacon letting them know that this is
There's no space. I mean, there's no space being gained ahead of time for this A fake, this lurk to come through. Aaron has managed to catch this timing. I mean, he's been handed a miracle. It's a little bit all over the place. It's a little bit scrappy. Chaos in the situation. And either side can really find the advantage. Either side could thrive right now. Nanoswarm up top now to Nightfall. Dropped across, just an attempt to deny despite being planted. The Horde, it's lit them up. Shy's brought it down to the 1v1 and still not being planted. Sees off to the back, does it latch onto him? Is the position going to be known over the top? Cryo, not a clue in the world. And Shy finds it.
With another gorgeous retake clutch. Leviatán come out and tie things up 10-10. Shy in a similar situation to Melza, going and picking up the operator after doing it all, after King runs in, arguably a little too early. But that round was madness.
It was
absolute
pure madness.
I mean, the fact that Aaron gets such a good lurk timing is spectacular, actually. And maybe that's what the whole round was designed to do.
What a play by Shy. What a play by Shy towards the end. Yeah. No sound cues for any of the players. This turns the fire, the horn doesn't get broken, and the Seize as well cuts all noise cues once more. Yeah. To Nightfall, even if the Nightfall does fade off at that point, Cryo has not a clue as to where he's coming from.
That is one of the nastiest fade clutches I've ever seen. Shy playing that masterfully. This is one of the youngest players we have at the event. Only just turned 17 and he's doing that.
On the big stage, in an elimination game.
No problem.
Get broken now, a Prowler, so Shy is aware. Players are following up off of this, an exchange of fire, and already a dash through. Cryo though doesn't know what's happening. Shock darts to try and shut down the approach through the choke point, but it is going to be the 1-for-1. It's all going to be broken down now with the Cosmic Divide in play. Shy still at the back corner of the site, and it is an approach over his head!
What?
Oh my goodness! Everyone couldn't get down onto it, but still it is traded. Fragment, damage done. Def has to dodge. He has to sidestep and it has to move out the way.
Zekon is in the power position right now at B main with the spike planted. He could be the hero here for XSET.
Go to positioning, a slight whiff, but now it is known. Zekon grabs one, brings it to the 2v2. Targeting program, but now the stun in play, enough to potentially swing and capitalize. Nobody wants to make the play though. Time is ticking down, and he swings again. And they know exactly where Melza is. A tap of the spike might be able to force the 1v1, but Cryo, once more, whips it around and a head is found.
And if you want to win these rounds for XSET, leave it down to the two young guns. Cryo and XSET deliver them through once more. Zekon with an awesome position, great first kill, and throwing out one shock dart and then a recon just coming online. That bought him enough time to survive again. What on earth was going on there, though? Aaron steps through the Cosmic Divide, throws down an alarm bot into backside, and it's just sat on top of Shy's head.
Look at him. Hands on the
What?
keyboard.
What happened there?
Don't worry about it, guys. Got the round, apparently.
Things are getting crazy here in the final few rounds, potentially, of this match, unless Leviathan can pull things back.
Exactly. It speaks volumes, I think, of the pressure that both of these teams are under. Leviathan just trying to edge their way back into the series, bring it to that map number 3. The hopes and dreams, the mantle of that on their shoulders in terms of representing South America.
And both of these teams are not known as the best teams from each region. You think LATAM, you think Crew. You think North America, you think Optic. But these are the #1 seeds. And in some sense, they're playing to dismiss that imposter syndrome that comes along with being the unexpected top dog from a region. And they're both going tooth and nail here on Ascent. Little flash of a technical pause, but we are back in the game. We are back in the game. And XSET, my word, Leviathan have chosen not to force into this one. Wow, and they are,
what a decision,
in theory, allowing XSET to get to match point. They've been able to create some magic on the Thrifty rounds before, though, and here it is again.
It's another triple push with the drone. They've done this one before. Ready and waiting for it. Hunter's Fury locked up, but Cryo is still there. Watching it with the rifle. Guarding the rest of his team, and second he decides, okay, time for me to pop one off. Gets the one tag, gets the second one. Perfect accuracy in terms of the prediction of where Takalea was going to be found. Only 2 of them left standing now. Leviathan with not many options left.
And XSET can feel this series in their hands right now. Not allowing that Thrifty to get dangerous in the slightest. Cryo playing out of his mind. Hey, if we had the conversation at the beginning of the day, who was going to have the bigger performances, Cryo, Taco? You've seen awesome stuff from Taco on Ascent so far in the tournament. But today it's all been Cryo cells.
This guy, I mean, he's really dissuaded, I think, all questions about his performance, him being a younger player. During the regional finals and the playoffs themselves, Cryo's been putting up amazing numbers, and he's carried this forwards now into LAN.
It's going to be the tiles crunch again, but there's no one home. Leviathan with their set play doesn't see a thing. Not a single point of damage done for all of that utility.
And the playbook is running low, isn't it, for Leviathan?
It does seem that way.
They rely on risk sometimes, they rely on the set plays, but they are struggling to come up with answers. This is the round that they need to convert.
Even Wine, the spot that's been working so well for Leviathan, as Melzer and Taco have had big moments there, cleared with a recon dart. And XSET may wait for that piece of utility to come back online before they go for the site hit.
Time in the round. Leviathan with the angles.
If XSET continue to make noise over towards A, like this 0 point, like this lockdown, Taco's gonna peek into Cryo.
Surely this sells it, surely it does. Takalea. Oh, he's pushed all the way up, he's suppressed as well. Will not be able to use that rendezvous to escape. The drone, it tags him. He has to dodge and Juke and avoid it once more, but Shy and then off angle, a slight angle. The reason of the aim, and he's got 2, and enough time has been bought. That's Takalea getting back to safety. Rendezvous's back, Nightfall now. Dashed across the site, trying to shut this one down, but Aaron once more trying to salvage it. It's a 2v3. Cryo and Second still there. The rotation once more. Time is so low. Only 18 seconds left in the round, but the spike is leaning towards A.
Can the young blood convert again for XSET? Zekken
10 seconds left.
Planting the spike, leaves Cryo, and he gets the kill onto Takalea. This duo has just been superb for XSET, and Melzer's left to deal with both of them.
Match point for XSET. Melzer for his team's life in this tournament. Elimination. The chances, he has to secure it. The first kill is found, and surely he knows. Sticking to the fuse, half gonna be gained. Cryo hopping around the corner. The dash enabled. It's like Tappy knows he's not dead. The uptrap moving forwards. What is that? You've got to be kidding me. Melzer keeping them in it.
How many clutches has Melzer had in this series? It just feels like he can't lose them. Against the 2 top performing players on XSET. He takes out one, finding a gorgeous timing on Zekken.
10 seconds
barreling
left.
through the door.
Ice cold,
Remaining.
Just whips a classic right click.
Enemy
Zekken
remaining.
was completely unaware. He did not expect Melzer to be running through the door as he broke. And that ice cold from Melzer, not even a reaction. He knows there's still more work to be done. One round needed to get to OT.
Job's not finished. Have to be keeping themselves in this one now. But XSET gathered up, grouped up, 5 of them in Gelato. Revealed by the knife, they're going to be backing away now.
And I think Leviatán have got a read on this. They started out grouped towards A, and are now starting
Prowler
to lean
pushes Taco Lear into an angle.
Yeah, Taco's very aggressive here with the tour de force.
He could shut this down just by himself.
Teleport's ready.
He knows. Forget if they don't use the utility to clear it.
But they have been diligent with utility so far. Def.
Not this time, though. It's a crouch peek. Def, that's how he's going to clear it to Taco Lear. Of course he capitalizes. Drone taken out, teleports away, respecting it enough.
What a mistake from the attacking IGL from XSET. They've been so diligent, always using the drone to clear out B main in those kind of situations, and Def just walks in front of it. That's another first death for Def.
XSET scrambling a little bit for answers. Making their way through into mid. King, he's got it. The off angle playing in the corner with Cryo removed. What answers are there for XSET? Leviatán are on the cusp of bringing this one to OT.
They're just so good in these comeback moments, man. Left. They bring out absurd clutches. Shy's ready for it as well.
That, do you? Slight angle. BCJ will run and gun a bit there with a Spectre in play, but only 20 seconds left. Still the angle. Taco Lear is able now to anchor it. They know where this is landing. Adverse is going to try and help and supplement it with a dart in play. A paranoia even to push them back, but the pull, it stops them in their tracks. BCJ moves forward. Still the spike will need to go down. Taco Lear has to find a kill. The spike, it's planted. King misses the flash. It's all the nerves on play, on show to stay in the match. BCJ, nerves of steel. 49 health. The smoke, you can feel it. Wants to make the play, wants to push through it, but they settle it. The nerves for but a moment. A 2v2 onto lane, smoke hooked up right around the side. BCJ will fall, and the fight is found and won. Melzer comes up with it.
It's just Melzer again. It's just been insane for them. And Leviatán proving that they are a comeback team, that they can make these moments happen. That's 2 match points for XSET that they've let slip away. You're right, I can see the nerves, but I can see the people making huge game-winning plays as well. Melzer's been so cold.
What a player. What a player. Outstanding resilience being shown by Leviatán to be able to bring this back from the brink.
And it feels like Leviatán have done so much just to get back into this map, which is probably their best chance of getting one in the series. And they don't win the series if they win it here. It's just for survival.
Purely for survival. The chance of securing that spot. The champion placement.
And we're going to see Leviatán going back over to the attack half. They only managed 4 rounds in regulation. Same could be said of both teams. Cryo is just demonic.
What disrespect being shown, though.
It's exactly what you have to do against these triple initiator comps as the Jet. Oh, here's Melzer again. Always good for it.
Yeah, he's found it. Traded, though.
And another punish on the Def.
Yeah, exactly. Not quite a trade, but a kill nevertheless. Spikes drop down on top cap. No real movement being made, but still an attempt is there. Obviously, Cryo's gone in with a glass cannon approach, no armor to him, so that could have got particularly dangerous.
And they're going to have to play A for retake right now because there's no one watching mid apart from Cryo. And he's good for it. Shuts down that lurk from Shy.
That's ice cold again.
A great read, but they do not know the timing of Taco. That recon dart, letting him slip into Boathouse. Taco could be everything here for Leviatán.
I mean, a kill could be found, of course, but he's still in with his crossfire. He seems to just know. I mean, Aaron's got a crosshair placement for it.
Yeah, I thought they might have taken their foot off the gas just a little bit there, expecting the recon dart to give them a blanket of security. But Melzer left alone, and how many times have we said this? Melzer in a 1v4 now with 10 seconds. These are not good.
Double up approach.
As good as Melzer is, you can't ask him to do that. There are limits.
Switching sides.
Yeah, facing down defeat. Like I said again, 1 round away from being able to close out this series, move forwards in that lower bracket.
But they've already let slip 2 match points. Leviatán have been very clutch in those moments. This time they take a timeout. A moment to breathe.
That's what you need sometimes.
There's a chance for Batoni, the coach, to have his input as well. See if they can craft something. They're going to be on the defense side here. They were great. I mean, they got pushed to the limit, but they always came up with the goods.
Now they've got to find more answers. When it gets to these overtime scenarios, when it gets to this point in a series, in a match as well, a lot of these set plays that you might have cooked up, you know, the playbook, you're tossing it out the window. A lot of what's happening, you can feel the energy of a lot of these players, the XSET guys as well, taking it in a stride.
Yeah, looking confident here, I would say,
they are.
From the XSET players. Despite the fact that they've let this one go to overtime, Zekken leaning back in his chair, a slight smile on Psycho's face. They feel like they're in control. They have, of course, been in many winning scenarios. They just haven't been able to close them out every time. Let's see what the game plan is right now.
Has to be something big. Either a player going huge, and once again a risk being taken. It's a glass cannon operator, Takolia just holding down the angle into mid, and he's rewarded.
Zekken putting too much faith in that recon dart, thinking that it would cover the position that Taco was wanting to play into.
And Josh, mistakes like that, they do tend to pile up, don't they, when you get into these OT situations.
You're also just not expecting Taco to take risks like that. The tournament life on the line.
Fast play and approach now into it for Wine. It's a half clear. Aaron just not quite there. The players still moving in. XSET want to try and get themselves into the site. Get sorted, but they are surrounded on every single side. How the hell are the players even going to be able to get this spike down? Leviatán in control of multiple angles of smoke, blocking the side of it. Cryo gets the one. Utility being used to try and clear them through. Still, they have that player advantage. Haunt in play. Def just needs to hold on and buy space for the rest of his team. You have got to be kidding me! Flicking around Cryo, the reaction times. How is he still doing this much damage? How is he doing this much work? Still alive, still in action, but the players are so low. Def's being pushed back. Cryo's on top of it as well, but now removed from the fight. The fuse being stuck, and Def, he's definitely the entire time. He didn't know the position was removed. He doesn't know the reposition was there. And Leviatán bring it now to another round of OT.
Not only is that another 2v2 clutch, but that is a fantastic lesson in how to be confident, aggressive, and take risks even when your life's on the line. It's not just Taco that goes for the peek up towards top mid, but you had Melzer in Wine as well. 2 risky positions, 2 plays that could have sent Leviatán home.
Yep.
And instead, they're the plays that throw XSET off and put them in a horribly uncomfortable post plan. And it's straight back to 13-13.
That's what happens when you're in this situation when it's OT. Both sides start to take those risks more and more. Mistakes start to get made off of it. But now it's a fast play once more. The B split. This is working for Leviatán on their attack side. But how did they get through this one? The Nanoswarm has done so much work. So much damage for the spray down that Zekken's able to claim. And it has to be a pivot, surely. It has to be a rethink of the strategy, the approach into this.
Cryo with an operator just watching the exit out through market. And I think Leviatán might be committed here to go for the push. Melzer would be the play to spring out through his smoke perhaps and try and catch timing. There are multiple XSET players in spawn. But Leviatán have thoroughly pumped the brakes.
Just about missed that one when the smoke dropped down. It's an unusual one. Door can be closed by Takolia.
Just faking the fact that no, everybody's left market perhaps?
I mean, a bit of spam. I think maybe just trying to force fights possibly as they...
And allow Shy potentially to get an uncontested exit. I think they were worried about the lane angle when they left market there.
30 seconds left.
And it's going to be asked of Cryo once more here. It is a player advantage for XSET, but not on the site.
He's got to find his target, but Leviatán. They can feel it within their grasp. Still, that does not help them. Spike's still going to be dropped. So surely the plan is going to get off now into the post-plan scenario. Cryo oversteps himself. Once more. Thinks he has to be the playmaker. Re-swinging out, but the shots were just going too wide.
So many players there to apply pressure to Cryos as well. I think he did a good job considering the circumstances. And XSET, they're in a 3v2 without any good utility to work with. A dry fight on both sides.
Really coming on life for them. The knife, though, dropped down out of the turret as well to take the angle. It's traded all down to Melzer. He's been good for it, finds the first. Is the trade going to be there? What is that? He's been so consistent the entire time. Melzer pulling them back from the brink. The unthinkable scenarios that he's placed in, yet every single time he comes up with the goods with consistency.
What a moment that Melzer's found here. In this whole series, he has been the player to deliver. What a stage to make your name as one of the nastiest big moment clutchers we've had in Copenhagen. The rest of his team can barely believe it, but it's Leviatán now who are on match point.
All the way. One more round will do it. It'll keep them in the series, it'll keep them in the fight.
And XSET, I'm sure they've gone from feeling confident and like the game was in their hands to feeling it slip away. Is this where they have the mental resilience to hold on?
Pull off the back of that one. Takali has got the angle watched down and the vulnerability surely sets them up for it. It does indeed. Damage has been done more than that. Only 2 players left standing now for them. And a spam to decided to smoke the prediction of the angle. Leviatán, outstanding resilience over the course of the series. All left down to Zekken. But it's just too much for him to overcome, and they bring it all the way.
Bren, when we talk about big game players, big game teams, this is what we mean. Melzer was incredible on Ascent. And not just that, but XSET had 3 match points that they let slip out of their hands. And for Leviatán, it only took one time, one opportunity, and they convert. I think this is going to set up an extremely interesting map.
Oh, for sure. How the hell are the XSET players going to be thinking coming into this map 3?
Because really,
if opportunities for them to close it out, but
if you take a step back, this is how you expected the series to go.
Yeah.
Both teams are looking better on the maps that they picked. We saw how awesome Leviatán were on Ascent. But the manner in which it's happened, it feels like Leviatán are constantly fighting back, like they're always in it. Yeah. And I think that's going to be a tough pill for XSET to swallow. I think it's anybody's game from here on. What a game to have in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, 4 down to the wire. Melzer dropping 29 kills. I mean, what an absolute demon this guy is. We're going to send it to a short break. The analyst desk are going to break down that ludicrous map. And of course, we're going to be getting back into the action with that map number 3 soon enough. Don't go anywhere.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. feeling obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
We are going the distance in this series between Leviatán and XSET. I'm back on the desk with Mitch and Mimi. XSET, they had it. They had it in their grasp, but Leviatán, they ripped it out right from underneath them, and what a map it was for them in the end.
Three times times
they had
where
it.
there was a match point available for XSET, and they did not win it. They did not close out. And on top of that, there was so many 2v2s. There were so many clutch situations that XSET just let slip away. The pressure was on. The moment was theirs, and they just crumbled under it.
Yeah, it really felt like looking at this game go on, the amount of clutches that Leviatán were able to win out, but not just on an individual level, and in credit to them, but it definitely felt like at moments XSET were just dropping the ball massively.
Yeah, it was crazy. And I mean, I think the game actually started really well for them. That first half on their defensive side, they were playing a really great game. They were facing up against this triple initiator comp, and still they were anchoring sites, they were holding on. But there's one man that we must talk about, and that is Melzer, because his performance in this map was absolutely absurd. Without Melzer, without any one of these individual rounds, the map is not won, but there were so many rounds where he clutched, or he was a part of the 2vx and clutched.
Honestly, I thought he could have won a 1v5.
Yeah, but like I'm sure he came pretty close at some point, only lacking the opportunity, really. I have to say, pistols keep on going to Leviatán.
Yeah.
They keep on winning clutches, and these are the things giving them a heartbeat in some of those shakier situations. But Melzer has been consistent. It's not just this map. The previous map, he single-handedly won 3 rounds for the team, clutching them out. This time around, 57% of clutches, and it's not even that. There was one of the last rounds where it wasn't a clutch, but he was sat in wine. He won the first fight, got lit to 35 HP, still found a second fight, and all the time they are focused on him, and his teammates are able to come through and initiate some duels of their own. Like, he is bringing so much value to this team.
It's also very concerning how many clutches XSET lost as well. They at one point it felt like they were losing every single clutch, round after round after round.
I mean, I was just like ripping my hair out. I was like done with it after a certain point because XSET had so many opportunities to close and they just kept letting them slip away. In the early round, they played a really excellent macro game. I think their rotations were really on point to set themselves up in such winnable positions. But Leviatán, I think it's just the secret sauce, the X factor, the confidence when it came down to the wire to just go for those risky plays, to go for those big moments, and so often find success. I have a lot of respect for them for being under such a tough situation. Your Champions run is possibly on the line here. Your life at Copenhagen is on the line, and you're still taking those big risks.
We can hear them as well. They're actually quite
so
far
hyped.
away from us, but we can hear them warming up there. And Mitch, it's not out of the question that they could clutch this on the next map.
I think so. And you know, it's not just that we're coming in here saying, well, they've got their pistols, they've got Melzer, so that's all. I mean, at Verso, I don't know how many times this guy's been able to win them the pistol rounds, the 3Ks, the 4Ks that he's pulled out each map. But moving further past that, even Shy has had some remarkable rounds coming out of him. I thought I was going to come in today and I was going to say, hey, Taco, really solid player. We've got some other facets, mainly King as your stand-up. And actually, it's been the other side, the other half of the roster that's blown me out of the water so far.
I feel better about Leviatán coming into this map than I do about XSET. They play the Fade Arrays here. They've looked really solid on it. They almost beat DRX on this map. It required a comeback, sure, but they almost made it happen. Whereas for XSET, I think they play, what, that Jet comp with the double initiator? It's a solid one, but I don't have as much faith. Also, I think they're going to be feeling shaken. The pressure is going to be on, and we saw yesterday when the pressure came down to it, when they were in those critical moments, the pressure was getting to them. It happened last map, and I'm very nervous that it's going to happen again here up against Leviatán. That's just cool, calm, collective. They're chilling out, having a good time.
I think the problem is the problem is not the fact that they lost, but in the fashion in which that they lost. Because really, they shouldn't have lost that many clutches, Mitch. It could have just, if it won just one out of any of those, they would be going through to the next round.
Yeah, that's very fair to say. And you know, looking at Leviatán, their history on on this map, the DRX game that you mentioned, they had one of the worst starts we've ever seen to a defensive side there. One pistol, one follow-up, got practically nothing else that half, and still we ended up at a 13-11. I think Leviatán on current form, and with the clutches they're winning, I might start to change my favorite if XSET don't change massively coming into this one.
100%, and I mean, beyond just the clutches, it's the early round, it's the pistol rounds that you mentioned. 4 for 4. They got ecoed on one of those, but other than that, they're always converting. They're always getting themselves in these really good positions early, instilling that confidence off the rip in halves.
I think a lot of this is also on the shoulders of Def as well. He had a great map on Ascent, but this is where you need to tell your some less experienced teammates, like, hey, we can bounce back, let's forget about this, let's move on. We have seen teams do this before. XSET, even themselves, they have come back from these situations.
Yeah, for their coach as well in Psycho. He's got the suit, he's got the sunglasses, but this is the time where the sunglasses come off. We get serious on that team and focus in. They really need to just level out these players.
Yeah, I think the confidence stops really rolling in your favor as well when you think about the last time that we saw them play here on this map on the side of XSET. They had beaten Optic regionally. They beaten is not even the right word. They 13-3'd them. They demolished them. And then they came back into this tournament, debut on Haven. Everything's looking good. And they kind of got smashed. Like, thinking about the fact that we've had them shaky into this, we're now seeing the cracks form, the holes there, where they're losing out on these clutches and giving massive opportunities to players like Malser to consistently put up these clutch numbers. It then terrifies me when I look at them and say, okay, who do I need to show up this time around? We have some ideas, but it needs to change from what we saw versus Optic at this event.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent, so like now both of these guys played already yesterday. Maybe not really expecting anything.
No, I wouldn't expect anything. The guy I'm looking at in this one, though, is going to be Taco. He had, honestly, a fairly slow map, all things considered, on Ascent, but he was farming yesterday in that game against DRX, and I think that on this map, he's going to feel really comfortable, especially with that defensive-sided start. The comps do stay completely the same, so Taco will have the opportunity to shine on that chamber roll.
Well, this is it. This is it, guys. We're heading to map 3. There are no more second chances. The loser will be eliminated from Masters Copenhagen after this. Over to you, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, Sue. Let's get to it. All on the line, the desk is hammered at home, and for good reason, because this is really where both of these teams are competing for the right to remain in this tournament, the right to continue their storylines all the way through that lower bracket.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a task ahead of them, Josh. It's a hell of a task.
It really is, and I think so much of it comes down to that mental game. I ask serious questions of the XSET players because the losses on Ascent there reminded me of how they lost to Optic.
Yeah.
They're losing the clutch scenarios. Def's dying first all the time. They can't convert. They have also lost 4 out of 4 of the pistol rounds so far, and they desperately need to get one under their control. If they had won either of them on Ascent, the map goes to them. The series goes to them. And Leviatán are doing a 4-man push with Taco ready to collect.
Right on the top box. Teleports away to safety. Def once more, another first Def to the collection.
XSET have managed to take control of C though, and now the push comes back to Blue Garage. Leviatán all barreling.
Time wasted, no time wasted. The flash has already been sent straight through, and the kills are being found. The heads are being found.
These rounds aren't close. These pistol rounds are never close. Leviatán completely outclassing XSET. I mean, the pace on the retake, the sloppiness with which Def is entering through Garage without thinking about where Tackle would be. I mean, Def has been having... Map 1, he had a much better series than he did against Optic. He really picked himself back up. Map 2, he was back to his old ways. 0 and 7 in first kills to first deaths. That's not acceptable. You can't ask the players that are doing all of the early round work for you in Cryo and Second to also be the late round clutches. And then you can't also be feeding your life away in so many of those rounds. XSET go for the force. They got the spike down, and they want to tumble. They want to tussle.
Similar scenes. Sees nade in the lobby. That's Leviatán just trying to push them back, just trying to force them back. And Shy trying to coordinate. The dog getting a bit of information. The fight being taken into mid.
Step again.
A stun ripped off. Def goes down. Invested heavily into this one. A flash to try and re-clear and reposition. Leviatán still playing this one. Trademark off to the side. This time Second does come up with the kill. Shy, a bit of spam being exchanged as well. He's falling incredibly low. 40 HP. And Taco Right around the side, Frenzy in his hand, Cryo back to safety, but he is going to be pressured right from lobby, and it's all down to Aaron.
And it's just nowhere near enough. XSET, after giving up 3 match points on Ascent, take a break, take a breather, try and reset the mental, and are getting crushed to open up Haven. Leviatán, I can hear him screaming.
They are cheering.
They
are potentially singing, Josh.
They've got all of the momentum here. The economic momentum. They feel like they're unbeatable on pistol rounds. And they just saved their tournament life on Ascent. This is going to fire them up. Taco already 4-0.
Yeah.
He had quite a number of first kills in the previous map too. And the reason I'm hammering that home, Brent, is that even though Leviatán only won 15-13, very close game, they were 18-10 in first kills to first deaths. 18 of those rounds started with a first kill for Leviatán.
And look at this switch up. The Seas Nade gets some control of A lobby, and King, he takes a space off of it. Gladly. All the way deep, dodging the flash. They said no now that there's potentially a player pushed up into this angle, and of course it's only the half by form they forced in the previous round. They're not working with good weaponry.
Not in the slightest. Leviatán are expecting some kind of B hit here. King all the way pushed up in lobby is the player about to be tested.
I mean, he should get value, shouldn't he? It's a fight. Satchel just in case the play is close, and yep, sets him up, doesn't it? Favorable fight. Cryo just cannot find any accurate shots. Blocks that one line of sight angle, but as soon as they start peppering off the shots once more, you see the swing coming through from Shy just to support his teammate.
And now XSET just trying to run in, seeing if they can get anything done. But this one's looking like a flawless. Leviatán so in control of these early rounds.
30 seconds left.
And it hasn't really been a player yet for XSET that's been nasty in these moments, in the clutch scenarios. Obviously, to draw the comparison in a low economic scenario, but it's been Leviatán in control of the early rounds with the first kills and the late rounds with the clutches. Yeah. What does that leave XSET? Barely anything.
Nothing at all.
They've been good in the gun rounds, honestly. It's been incredible that XSET has been able to keep it this close, despite losing every pistol. But they're going to have to pull out something huge on Haven. XSET already burning one of their timeouts, by the way. Once we come out of these Prime Gaming Flawless highlights, you'll see XSET after 3 rounds.
I think this is necessary, though. If you're listening in on the comms and the players are just playing lack of confidence off the back of it, mistakes being made, not properly clearing corners, it's a difficult decision to make. Don't get me wrong, using your timeout very early on in the half, but if you feel like the players are just going to be snowballing out of control into a loss,
yeah,
you have to take it.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely do. And I think you're looking at Def, the player that's currently talking, the attacking IGL for the team to step up. And that means in terms of leadership, rallying the mental of the team, that means in terms of his individual decision making and how they're orchestrating the attack rounds as well. The defense has looked good for XSET, but the attacking halves have been somewhat lacking, and Leviatán are going to keep applying the pressure. These guys can smell blood in the water, and Leviatán are grouping up for a B push, a walk down mid.
Oh my goodness.
On what is a delayed bonus round for them in round 4.
Definitely dangerous though, isn't it? Takaleo working with the rifle. He's holding it over towards the A side of things. The rest of them just trying to make usage of their Spectres in a close quarter fight. There's the walk down, holding the angles in mid.
Looks like Melza might be priming a paranoia as well in case there was anybody ahead. Box, BCJ, good for the first.
Yep, shot being found. They're going to notice something more, and the stun, well, just avoided narrowly there. The dash to the side, kills are definitely being found now as XSET do breathe, slow it down and make sure to absorb all that aggression. I think a bit of a giveaway for them, honestly. The fact that there was no Seize nade, they've been doing that every single round so far. As soon as they don't see that in A lobby, they know something else is different.
And XSET love to have their attacking rounds slowed down. They're very happy to hold these slow defaults. How diligent are they on the garage check, making sure that they flash before they go for the peak. This time Takolia not there. And Melza and Takolia are a long way away from this play. Melza might have an opportunity to upgrade. I'm not sure whether any of the other players in grass
Spike planted.
had a weapon. Takalia's working with a Vandal here. Melza only with a Spectre. Surely they don't win this 2v4.
No. I mean, it's just almost an impossibility, but I would have said that about many of the times that Melza's managed to clutch this one out. It looks like Melza is just going to be opting to try and find a weapon and play for exits.
Exits would be devastating here for XSET.
Yeah, the economy is not looking too good if they end up losing those rifles.
One enemy remaining.
But they've managed to forge a safe path out through CT. They're not going that way, though. They're going back into Melza.
Oh, he's found one.
And Melza's got a Vandal.
Flash going to be dodged. Players moving into him. The crosshair placement. Immaculate from Melza, but around on the board nevertheless for XSET.
It's good damage, though. It really is. It's going to apply the squeeze to XSET's economy.
Oof.
Zekken, however, with his Blade Storm, so that's going to alleviate things somewhat. Probably not too bad here. And they are dealing with this aggression well.
Buried.
I like the way that XSET run these slow default rounds, but the ability to convert those in mid-round was where the struggle began, and honestly converting the late round as well for XSET. Their attack side on Haven, though, has been clinical the last few times we've seen it. There's the Seize Nade again. It's a great idea, but when you do it every round, your opponents, your opponents aren't going to walk into it, and then it becomes a tell if the Raze and the Fade are not there. So already you see Shy rotating over to B.
Laser, but yeah, playing up close, going to get pushed off that angle. Stun. Let's use the fault line just to push him back. Even the Seekers now. Looks like going to be opting to take some space off of this one, maybe.
Not going too quickly off the back of the Seekers. Maybe just trying to see how many people are around. And while it seems like the Seekers have cleared out the B side, there's a Haunt as well that lets them know these players haven't retreated yet. The aggressive
way, man!
Thunder?
The Rolling Thunder just going to be pushed up into the corner. King dodges it, and the crossfire is there, but luckily, Zekken comes to collect. Blazestorm in his hands, whips it across. He will salvage it, and Cryo's there to pick up the pieces as well. Adverso going for that risky play once more.
Aaron on the alert can hear Takulia running around.
30 seconds left.
And this operator not long in the hands of Leviatán's chamber.
One enemy remaining.
Aaron finding the easiest kill he's had all match. And Melza, 1v4, now dropped down to a 1v3, and the time not great for XSET.
It's only so many times he could do it.
Just
surely.
All of these situations look so much more difficult even than the ones he was put into for Ascent.
Of course. Respect being shown to him, the guy's done it enough.
Yeah, and you can't keep up a 57% clutch rate.
No.
That's not human.
Certainly not.
Huge round from Zekken, though. The use of the Blade Storm, not only did it help for his team's crippled economy, but being able to punish the aggression on the push.
I mean,
I think Leviatán need to make a strategic adjustment here. This aggression is not paying off.
It did initially with the crossfire they had. XSET had to get bailed out by Zekken, whipping around with the Blazestorm to pick up 2.
Yeah, but the reason that I'm saying I'd like to see a Leviatán adjust away from it is that XSET are not exploring deep into mid or garage. Their players are often quite clumped up. And what that means is even if you are pushing a lobby and you get a good fight on the players that are there, the help is going to come very quickly. For example, here, BCJ and Zekken are able to come and bail out these A players because they're not that far away. They're holding passively in mid. If XSET are the kind of team to play very spread defaults and they have 2 players like C long or something, then sure, go for the aggression. But that's not how XSET approach their defaults.
Behind me.
We're going to see another Seize Nade, slow. Pumped into A lobby again. Fault line it is, it's everything. I mean, the wall being offloaded, but rounds like this, exactly when Takulia wants to come up with something.
Yeah,
that was right on the elbow.
Always saving the tour de force for moments like this. And he finds another one of those crucial first kills. Winning the chamber head-to-head.
It's a clear strategic decision. Keeping the ultimate for these rounds where the buy is a bit lower, because when you get put into this, player advantage for them. Exchange of utility across the board. Aftershocks on either side. Dash forwards from Zekken. Cloudburst is late. No, and Shy. Well, he's found that one. Wasn't a trade in play. It's got him the Nightfall. That's going to go straight across onto the site. And now, there's just no cues for them. Plant gets stuck. All the players lit up. And around the Thrifty just converted.
These rounds are where Leviatán are finding their success. Thrifties, pistols, clutches. It's everything outside of the norm.
Yeah.
That's where Leviatán live. What was that round? Taco Leah and Shy coming out strong. Taco Leah finds the opener. Shy with a gorgeous timing. And that's all he sees. That's all he sees. And Shy does a great job here, by the way, of getting the first kill and dropping back into the connector to use his ult.
Yeah.
If Shy tries to get greedy and gets another, they don't win that round. Really smart play from a young and fairly inexperienced player.
Holding on to the lead. That's what Leviatán are aiming to do. Getting with the C's name.
It's every time. And what are they doing with this A lobby control? I mean, at this point, King is pushed up. And a Haunt used early too. Leviatán, a lot of early round utility being used. And XSET have managed to retake A lobby most of the time. Trailblazer broken, and A lobby is just sponging utility out of both of these teams.
Yeah, both teams, neither side really wanting to commit. Just making sure that they hold and
there's a
drag it out.
line, a prowler, and yet
look at the position.
they're not crossing the line of scrimmage at all.
I know. The attack side of XSET, I mean, none of them are making moves towards any other section of the map, but now they're starting to make their way into A lobby. 50 seconds left in this round.
I wonder if King decides to go for an aggressive showstopper here.
He is set up to absolutely crush this.
With the time on the clock, it'd be awesome if King was holding a more safe position where he could use that showstopper to deny the plant. But he's so aggressive. He's got to use it and try and find a timing on XSET as they come in.
And now they're coming right down. The flashes into the cloudburst, trying to find it second. He's removed easily enough. Showstopper on play.
Last player standing.
Into A-Long, shuts down the push. Ready for every single piece that was coming their way.
And all of that time ticked off at the beginning of the round. It all has a purpose, because Leviatán are able to get a ton of people over there. And they just know that XSET are grouped up towards A, because that's the only place on the map they've seen any utility being used.
Yeah, there's been no presence anywhere else.
And this is where XSET style can start to hurt them a little.
Slow plays. You can feel the energy for Leviatán as well. I mean, honest to God, reverberations across the arena. Just from the players alone.
Yeah. Remember, this is their first international event, but they have played on stage before.
Yeah.
That's where they took down Crew.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, sees Nade in a different department this time.
Yeah.
Over at the
Switch
headshot box on grass. But again, XSET don't take that area of the map very early too. Aaron forced to take a bit of a back foot. And we'll see whether Cryo can have the same impact with his tour de force as we saw from Taco Leah on their
A slight off angle of Taco Leah. I mean, this is a brutal one.
Melza, presumably on top of the box, might be in a position to punish Cryo.
But I feel like
jiggling short.
If they don't properly clear this, yeah, Taco Leah comes up with the goods once again.
Either position Cryo took his op to, he was going to get punished there. Very difficult for him to get anything done.
I love that. I really do. Trademark drop though, and that means XSET.
Big paranoia.
Yeah, increasing the tempo of this now as the push comes down, but still they're not dealing with it. Taco Leah, the crossfire is set up. Him and Melza, high and low in terms of the angles that they were watching. It's all down to death. Flashed up at a moment. Only working with the Spectre, but he has brought them down into the 1v2. Tapping it, exchange of the gun. Wrapping it from one side to the next, the aftershock just being used to push back a potential angle and get King into position here, into short. Information gain now. Def's just trying to isolate the 1v1, but not enough. Not enough for him.
In all of these tricky situations, Leviatán come out on top. But now in this half, they're just winning the default utility war as well.
Yeah.
XSET haven't actually been able to get their site executes functioning. They're getting challenged for all of the map control, and they're losing these battles. Normally, XSET are awesome in these positions, but Leviatán are putting crazy pressure on them, and then stacking sites to shut them down.
And the timeout I was used earlier, I mean, you don't have that access now when these rounds are slipping away from you. XSET was supposed to be winning out a lot of these buy rounds. That's where they were finding the advantage in this series. And so far in Haven, it's been slipping away, bit by bit.
So here's the adjustment. Here's the adjustment. Actually having Aaron take some control over towards short. But it's not supported, and he looked a bit uncomfortable there too.
Seekers now to try and split themselves into this one. A deep flash on top of it, even a smoke. What's left for them though to try and take space into it? A dash colliding with one another, the Rolling Thunder. A lot of players going to be stunned up there. That was Def sending that one flying straight into them. Flash up into the sky, anti-flash position being played, but Takolia! 2 kills! The headhunter still in play. He's been so clean with it. TP's up onto the high ground. Aaron will punish that one. The goal to make a play like that in the moment. But pressure's getting to them. Mistakes are happening all over the bloody shop. But once more, Zekken returns with 2. Satchel plays, dash to the side, time being played. To crossfire by XSET. The first time they've come close to it. King sticking it down, but Cryo finds it in the end.
A really well-handled moment there from Zekken, showing extraordinary poise. In a tense moment, he almost looked like he'd been abandoned on site. Just staying alive inside the smoke. And it's a great attempt by Leviatán, but look at this play from Zekken. Inside the smoke, catches Shy and Melzer, and Cryo's just playing safe the whole time. But Bren, it's Cryo and Zekken again being forced to open the round and close the round.
Yeah.
And those are the only ones that XSET are getting away with. This time around still, that same level of aggression towards A Lobby, despite the fact that Season Aid was not used.
One spots the positioning, Tackle pushed up. Trailblazer taken out.
And XSET are using so much utility without actually taking any space.
It's been so slow.
And it means that Leviatán, the players who are fighting around A long and A short, they're never under pressure. They can always use more util.
Going for the B hit. A move being made straight into mid, but they have not dealt with Shy. The trade is there. Zekken deals with him, takes him out, aftershock into the corner, including the paranoia. Def is going to be going down for the cause. Spike is going to be planted, it's down with the Rolling Thunder. It doesn't catch Zekken, it misses! And the pre-fire to half clear by King. Dashes to the corner, switches it up, moves to the side. It's all down to him and the spray down! Right in the moment, Cryo finds it.
But it's absurd, Brent. They just stuck the defuse.
They just stuck the defuse?
The whole time.
They stuck the defuse?
The whole time. While Zekken is tucked in that position, trying to do everything.
Bro, I mean, I completely missed that.
Leviatán is just sticking it. Look at this replay. So Zekken goes in, gets it. He's tucked around the corner, and right from this moment, they're sticking it. And it's Adverso and Takolia pushing forward to distract him that actually caused the round to be won for the Leviatán in the first place.
Closest the round has been in quite some time, and I think indicative, honestly, maybe of the pressure, the antsiness that XSET are feeling. Aaron's just TP'd into their spawn.
He just TP'd into their spawn.
I mean, he's found an opening full blind up, but still, is it enough for him? No, it's being dealt with. Shy. A quick wrap around, a flick of the wrist, Aaron is dealt with.
This is sloppy, this is chaos.
It's all over the place.
Cryo's managed to look his way into C, but look at where Melzer is, cutting off the rotates.
And they're not going to expect it.
Drop
down through the wall. Melzer, man, no mercy. No mercy at all.
You cannot afford to give quarter. Leviatán are playing for their tournament lives. They're playing to make it to champions. This team is the last hope of South America, and they are putting on a masterclass. Melzer finishes it out as well. And XSET are throwing different looks, crazy plays.
It's desperation.
It is. It is just desperation. And Leviatán are dealing with it all.
What is that? Melzer, what an outstanding player he's been. They put such a highlight on Takolia as a player coming into this one, as the guy to step up and really hand it to the star players of XSET who have been performing so consistently. But from top to bottom, this Leviatán squad has been dealing with the problems, the issues that's been throughout this series, battling their way back and now in firm control.
There's Takolia though. Another one of those first kills with his operator that he loves to play with so often. Before any utility could be used to push him away.
Yeah.
Grabs the kill and cancels the hit. XSET are left with no map control and, it seems, no vision. There was a guiding light back into A lobby, and I don't think it caught King. So they may not know that this angle is being covered. King with an opportunity to close the door in the half.
Locks down the one, but dealt with too many players, overwhelmed on that one particular angle. teleport up now as you can see Melzer joining the rest of his team to try and anchor. He holds the close smoke, dropped it down. Nightfall even on top of it. Why not? Overloading it with utility. Still Cryo has had to answer once more. Rising to the call that his team needed him. Time, 35 seconds shy. Holding it slightly. The stash, the movement, one to the side. Cryo's going to have to ace this round to bring it
30 seconds left.
to the 4th one for them. Doesn't know the position of Taco Leah. The patience is being played. Spike going to be planted. And only now is Taco Leah moving round the jiggle. Oversteps himself, 55 health. One more shot will do it. He's got to land it, but Taco Leah's so favored, so clean. This guy has been a menace.
And even Cryo can't get it done for XSET. Leviatán are celebrating already. Up 9-3 at the half. They've won every pistol round. This looks destined to be Leviatán running away with the series after they defeated and overcame 3 match points on a set. They have simply looked sublime. Taco, Melzer, Shy stepping up as well. This team's really hitting their stride.
It's a level of confidence you can't prep for. It's going back off these players. Look at it. They can feel it. The moment is theirs for the taking. Representing the entirety of South America at this point as the lone team left standing. An outstanding effort from them. We're going to go back down to the analyst desk, break it all down so far in this map. What have you got for us, guys?
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. We've been talking about Taco all day. We wanted to see him step up, and the second that he does, his team are leading XSET 9-3.
I mean, what a lead. It feels like XSET just got stomped upon after they lost that overtime, after they lost that lead. It was their map. It slips away. Now they come into Haven, and it doesn't feel like they've been able to reset because Leviatán is playing so well. All their individuals are popping up. They're having fun. Even the players that are stepping up for XSET, it still hasn't been enough.
I mean, this is exactly the Leviatán that we feared we would see today. The reality is, in some of these earlier rounds, we're seeing an insane amount of patience out of these guys. Map control, once Taco starts to show up and find these, I think it was like 6 or 7 rounds in, he was getting multi-kill, multi-kill, 346 ACS. I mean, look, it's tangible. You could feel it throughout the map, but the fact is, he was also holding an insane amount of map control. His trap was covering mid. It allowed for some of those rounds where they stacked up A, for example, and had the numbers advantages. There's much more than just him turning up, but damn, he is turning up.
Yeah, I mean, he's given Melzer a bit of a break by finding these consistent performances. I think the round that really kind of showed through the issues with XSET is that one where Cryo and Zekken are farming. They're killing everyone towards B, but the defuse just gets stuck. It just gets stolen away from them. There's some of these moments, there's a few sprinkles of brilliance, but it's the consistency from Leviatán. And as we start to look towards the second half, I just don't think XSET is going to be able to rally back. The energy from Leviatán, they are filling this stadium. I mean, it is pretty much an empty building, and their energy is completely filling it.
Yeah, it's all Leviatán right now. Like you said, Mimi, we could hear every single one of them screaming their heads off. They really, really, really want this. And Bren and Sideshow, XSET, what can they do here?
I'm really at a loss for answers. I think this is so difficult for XSET to deal with. And look at that Leviatán statistic at the bottom there. 100% win rate during the pistol rounds. They've won every single one. They might be about to win another one, honestly. And that would be just, honestly, the killing blow.
Yeah, that would be absolutely devastating. XSET need this pistol round more than they've ever needed a pistol in their lives. The defense rounds have been good, but they can't buy a pistol.
The confidence is showing, I think, just off the back of this executed so fast from Leviatán. No messing around. Stopped in their tracks by the paranoia, but already the nade has found value, but the crossfire of XSET. Will it be enough to shut them down? The answer is yes. Taco Leah left alive, the last one standing for their team. XSET, for the first time in this series, look like they are on the cusp of winning the pistol round, or may. Have I just cursed them? Have I just cursed them?
Don't speak too early. Taco has been on a heater so far. But I think with the spike down, there's just nothing he can do here.
He just can't, surely.
40 HP.
Right?
And XSET have been offered a lifeline. I thought when Aaron died, to the nade coming out, that was going to be the end of it. Another pistol round wiped away. But it's all down to Taco. He has weak players on the other side. BCJ and Def would die to a single body shot. And 40 seconds left is going to put fear in the minds of XSET. But Def deals with it. An awesome response from Def, who is sat at the bottom of the scoreboard. And I think big questions have been asked about his performance so far in this tournament, but that is important to get the pistol round going.
So to switch the confidence around, honestly, because Sue set up the question as well. Well, coming back into this half, what can XSET do? I mean, winning the pistol round was a fantastic start. Necessary, all things considered. And yeah, Stats team curse players one time during the tournament. That's okay. We'll have our moments.
Yeah. It's monumental as well, because Leviatán weren't winning a huge amount of pistol rounds against DRX, but it just felt like they had XSET's number the whole time. For XSET to bounce back, I think that'll give them some faith. And I think that's what you're looking for here. Faith, not confidence.
Faith, and also dealing with it one round at a time.
Yeah, belief in the rest of your teammates, that they have what it takes to pull the team back.
But it is a very small buffer, is what they're going to be allowed if they want to try and make any sort of comeback happen. Melza with a teleport on the high ground. As a Paranoia cut across, even the flash actually catching on to Def there. Plans to play, but okay. Turning up the tempo. Nade should deny that defuse. Players have to respect it.
And it buys time for Shy, but he's dealt with. BCJ on the back end. And despite the team flash that came through there, that was actually a pretty well-coordinated retake. A Paranoia to clear out the cubby and a lot of aggression to flush out the whole of mid. And XSET's defenses, they have looked good. Been clean overall. But it just feels like such a mountain to climb and such a mentally shattering scenario for them to be in.
But look at that. Def as well, just saying, you know, listen, I'm not going to pretend to actually know what he said in that moment, but I'm sure it was important.
I think he said, "Dap me, son."
Dap me, son. What a fitting sentence to come from his mouth.
Yeah,
but it's what's necessary, honestly, from the veteran presence, I think, on this team.
That's how the North American players get confidence. XSET converting the bonus would be massive for them to get back into this half. They're not a team that cooks up too many big set executes and set strats to catch people off guard. They do the basics and they do it well, at least that's the idea.
Angle being watched by Cryo. He feels pressured from multiple angles, still he holds it. A little bit of greed there, maybe just opting to try and do just that little bit extra to push them over the line in terms of the advantages they could get in the round.
Oh, and Def, he was going for the ult orb, and the plant came down just a fraction of a second too early, so now he doesn't have his ult to work with.
Could have been a difference maker.
Now looking at the positioning, I don't think it would have made too much difference though, Brent, because everybody playing offside. 4 players offside here for Leviatán.
Yeah, playing this post plan. Setups the nade. Tap on that one. Gonna get half the corner. Half is gonna be secured. In fact, just all the way, BCJ sticks it. Goes down eventually to the nade, but he has done a lot of work now. Still the spam is there. Half on the defuse. It's broken once more. And another nade for King. Brutal. Raining down all the brimstone, all the explosives. It doesn't even matter. At the end of the day, they do convert it. And for their players, Leviatán carrying forwards those rifles.
10 rounds on the board for the Chilean team, representing their country, their region, the whole continent. And look at that, a fraction of a second.
So close.
Perhaps actually Def would have found value out of it, sending the breach ult if he'd been able to save it down C long. Would have offered them some level of opportunity. But that round just came down to some random shots through the smoke.
Essentially King finding enough kills to get another nade, I think.
Yeah. And this C site is unguarded currently. XSET choosing to play it for retake, anticipating some garage aggression. But it's all a fake from Leviatán. That pressure over towards C long, not actually materializing in anything. And Cryo slipped himself into a lovely angle.
Has to avoid this time. Prowler and the flash. Gets the one, gets out. Patient play from him, but he has set them up with a beautiful opener.
Having said that, XSET with no information to see. Almost.
Yeah, the goal of this guy! He's just running it down straight down mid.
It's kind of crazy, though, because Taco assumes there's only the operator on B. In fact, there was like 3-4 players from XSET there. How is Taco supposed to expect that?
Mel's just lurked into C.
And Adverso's lurked into A. They're all over the place because XSET grouped so heavily around B and Garage.
Yeah, there's gaps. Gaps in the defensive protocol.
And how do they deal with it?
Cryo's holding it. I think he expects a player to maybe be there.
Is anyone holding...
30 seconds
Are they going to go and re-flush out Melza?
What's
I don't think so.
They're all running away. Oh, BCJ's watching the angle. Melza spotted in the end.
Madness. Madness that Adverso and Melza don't get value there. It looked perfectly set up for them. I don't think that was awareness so much as lucky timing and winning the duels, frankly.
10 seconds
But
left.
XSET will take everything they can get.
Weird one.
And to be honest, Brent, most of the time, those crazy rounds have been going the way of Leviathan.
They have.
Do you remember the quote from BCJ earlier when we listened into the comms? Creating chaos, baby, that's what we do. That's what he said on Ascent. But it hasn't worked for them overall. Controlling the chaos has been the name of the game for XSET. In the rare moments they've been able to manage it.
I think it's worth mentioning once more as well. The amount of pressure I think that's on players like Cryo and Zekken to turn up. Cryo comes up with the opening kill in that round. But we've been mentioning it. It's been him that's had to not only open and close it.
Yeah.
The other players on XSET have been falling and failing to kind of pull their own weight. This time around, though, on this half, we've seen a significant step up, I think, in the performance of a lot of those support players that are alongside those star players.
And BCJ had an excellent map 1 and map 2 playing Omen. Now he's back onto his main initiator role. Been kind of quiet. He's the player I'm looking towards, because he's normally the third best player by a fairly long shot on this team. And he's gone a little silent. Just using his guiding light to get some information over towards short and give Cryo peace of mind. Re-peeking.
Potential for a nasty timing. If Cryo wasn't watching it, but he picks it up. Oh, and that Jiggle's going to be getting him a lot of info, but the reaction times is enough. Shot being found. Space going to be given up, though. Not holding on to A.
Yeah, XSET choosing to play retake with the Rolling Thunder. Looking across at Nightfall on the other side of things, but I highly doubt Leviathan are going to use something like that in a 4v5 with bad weaponry.
Wouldn't really be advisable. Spike going to be dropped down, so that's knowledge now being gained. Rolling Thunder's going to disrupt this one. Catches.
Fast retake.
Two of the players, yeah, that's going to be the fast retake, but they haven't dealt with the player in hell. Still another flash. That's going to be enough. Showstopper around the corner, but Aaron, shot to the head. Spike is still there. Melter is rushing into the fray. Has to do something about that, but obviously makes his presence known easily enough just through the sound cues.
And that's a bit of a questionable decision for King to invest his ultimate, but I think he was hoping anyone else on Leviathan could hold on and that the reaction was not fast off the back of the Rolling Thunder. But that's the second time that we've seen XSET go for quick retake attempts. One on B, and now one on A. Leviathan are going to have to be ready for those. They were fairly decent, actually, at shutting them down from DRX, despite how coordinated the DRX retakes looked. But they're going to have to make similar adaptations. That round, though, was the anti-eco. For XSET to keep this comeback alive,
It's time to work.
they need to be winning rounds like this.
This is the important one. Fully buying up here for Leviathan. Committing the players into it. That's pace being dropped into this round. Rendezvous, just to stay alive there from Takalia, gets stunned up by the Trailblazer. Has to respect it. Moving away with the rest of their team, but look at the way Leviathan are just filling in the gaps in the rest of the map. Bit of presence being made, but now the B hit starts to come through. Satchel to try and break that trademark. Nothing to slow them down, but the plant is going to be there.
The Seeker's used immediately here.
After shot!
They want to go for another fast retake.
It is trying to be fast, but is the players in there? Aaron actually get, I believe, South blinded by his own teammates. Not enough to catch King, though. B hopping away, trying to get to safety. Second. Matasi's got being pressured. What a flick, though! And now it's being stuck. Aaron inside the own smoke. The angle's not being found, and the coverage once more. Just suppressive fire. Takalia gets, I mean, just consolation prize, I think, essentially, with that kill onto Zekken, but essentially the round that XSET won. What an important one it was.
Well, Leviathan celebrating a little too early, perhaps, at the half. They looked joyful, they could see it, the game was in their hands.
Bren, this comeback feels extremely real right now. The manner in which it's happening too, Leviatán are getting fast retaken multiple times, and there is no response. Leviatán, the players getting caught out. King, as he attempted to wiggle his way out of B, getting surprised by Aaron's speed. And Zekin picking up a kill on the flank too. They don't have an answer in the post plan.
And honestly, reminiscent of kind of an older style of meta, I think the full XSET meta that XSET are going to be playing in North America. Often you'd see this game of cat and mouse of teams just tapping a plan, trying to bait that fast retake. Yeah. Trying to bait the utility out from the defenders.
Yeah. And Leviatán will be thinking about considering their options and seeing what they want to go for. Of course, you could try and play some more of the slow rounds and make sure you have a man advantage when you get into the post-plant situations. But Leviatán have wanted to burst. That's been their style. They have to take another eco here. It's a timeout as both teams consider what their game plan, what adjustments they should make moving forwards. But XSET have won 5 out of 6 of the rounds in this half, including that all-important pistol and follow-up.
Was the most important round for them to win in this half.
And it's given them that new lease on life.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when you've lost every other pistol round in the series, something like that can just be the difference maker to turn things. Get your confidence all the way back up again. Still, long way to go.
And this looks quick. Garage split.
Apply committal from Leviatán again. Spectre's in play, but a fully pushed up position. Zekin baits out the shots. King's already in though. Stun's going to be in action. No, does Def get away with that? Absurd, absolutely absurd, but shut down easily enough. I can hear the screams back and forth between the two teams on the stages.
Honestly, Brent, if Zekin had gone down there in C Cubby, they could have lost that round. They really could have. Def and Aaron got overwhelmed on the site and relied on BCJ coming to bail them out. Zekin being able to pick up 3 was the key.
You see that going full stunned? Get fucked.
Well, emotions are a roller coaster in this game. Leviatán were the ones smiling and laughing at the halftime, but they're not doing that anymore. It's all in XSET's camp.
It's flipped. It's flipped.
So much of this game is about controlling that mentality, being able to perform even when you're losing.
Now it feels like XSET are the ones who are in control still. Another critical round for them to try and bring it to even. Leviatán, they got to stop XSET in their tracks when they've gained momentum like this. This is the buy round that you've invested in.
It's a double operator setup on the other side of things too. Zekin was using an op, now has picked up a Phantom. The generational wealth on the side of XSET.
Yeah, I mean, inheriting these weapons, passing them down, aren't they? Old play from Aaron for information. Doesn't see too much, but the players are lurking, waiting in short. And he just walks right into the line of sight. King holding it. BCJ's just checking it with his face. Punished, of course, but Aaron, Power's not going to be spotting him. Patience being shown, but he takes the shot eventually. Now Paranoia in play. Up close and personal. The shots are whiffing.
It's just the perfect timing for Aaron too. After a complete breakdown of that short hold, he still finds the crucial hero play.
What is this lurk from Reverso? Timing being found. They're taking the spike back. All the way over to A. The players have moved away from it, all because the trademark was triggered in mid.
And Aaron is up in A lobby. Melsa gets caught. They're not going to expect Adverso here, but now that the spike goes down, they're going to realize somebody slipped through the cracks. Do they know 2 people did it? Taco.
Crossfire here from Adverso. He's got to play patiently, but he swings into it. That's XSET, another round. Josh, another round. They've brought it even in this map.
What a ridiculous comeback, but what a ridiculous round as well. I don't like the way that Aaron and BCJ played the short hold, but it doesn't matter whether I liked it, it worked.
Yeah.
You normally see BCJ go for some kind of trap play. Aaron holds contact. Somebody peeks, BCJ flashes, they try and punish. Instead, he just walks in. But that meant no one checked Aaron, and he just got the Paranoia out in time. It barely clips Shy.
It's not the cleanest gameplay in the world. No one's going to try and convince you of that.
Let's go!
For XSET, it's getting the job done, isn't it?
Give it to Jordinia.
It is. It really is. And it's Heartbreak City for Leviatán. 3 players ready for the C push.
dodged the first blow, which was second, almost getting a collat.
These shots are being rattled.
Melzer knows that Garage is being left empty in a lot of these rounds. However, Zekan's taken the moment to just watch towards it. And on the other side of the map, you've got Taco finding a duel, unfortunately unable to get it.
Just a B play.
But Melzer on the lurk.
Back, rolling thunder as well on top of it, and it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Disrupted, I say that still. Kills being found. Melzer, last one standing. Spike dropped down onto B.
With an operator in his hands somehow.
He's found that one. But can he get a player within his crosshair, within the angle he needs to take the shot? So scrappy is the gameplay between them.
And the operator is not the weapon he would have wanted for this.
No.
40 seconds to work with, but the time not really on his side. And his position given away by the fact that he smoked there. Aiming with a wall bang, XSET take the lead.
You've got to be joking.
How is that possible?
Got to be joking.
After the start that they had in this map, it should have been Leviathan's tied up with a pretty little bow on top.
Yeah. The confidence and momentum, you could hear him screaming across the stage in the first half. Leviathan had everything going for them, and now a timeout has to be taken. For the first time in this map, XSET have taken a lead after being down. I mean, just so far in the round differential, so far.
A 9-3 half, which was never looking particularly competent.
But Josh, I'll tell you now, the difference maker is Leviathan take this timeout. Def was at the bottom of the scoreboard in the first half.
Yeah.
He was sitting at the very bottom of it.
He had 3 kills, I believe, in the first half. Yeah. Now he has 16. Def's defensive side, when he's not having to IGL, perhaps when some of the pressure is taken off his shoulders, he's making much better decisions.
Yeah.
And he's able to find good value out of his utility too. He was a key player that needed to step up. You're looking at Def, BCJ, to some extent Aaron too. Because you know you're getting good stuff out of Zekan and Cryo every time. I think for the Leviathan though, not only do they need to calm down and make sure that their mentality's in the right place, but they have a nugget of information, which is Melzer is getting through Garage for free on a lot of these rounds. And if they can take that nugget of info that they found on the eco rounds and turn it into a strat, maybe they can make something work here.
They just have to find a foothold. At this point, they've lost grip of the half. You don't want to lose grip of the series. You don't want to lose grip of it at all. Your hopes and dreams on the line here in this one. Quick dodge at a flash there, Zekan with the Blade Storm, but he's used all of them almost at his disposal in a return fire.
He didn't burn the dash. He didn't think to pop it. Oh, and the timing from BCJ. So confident, but he gets results.
Stunned on the aftershock into the corner, Haunt on top of it. It's all being applied. Countless amounts of pressure straight into the middle of the map. A Prowler for a dog in exchange of it.
And they've drawn all of the information, sorry, all of the utility out of BCJ. Flash, Trailblazer, all used there, just off the back of a Prowler and a smoke. And now the question becomes, how do they want to work this? 4v4, what does the mid-rounding look like for Leviathan when the pressure is on? Look at how open B and Garage are. And I think Leviathan should know, based on what they've encountered so far.
It's wide open. Players of XSET, though, happy to just hold their positions. So passive with the defensive protocol. And Leviathan now starting to lurk their way forwards. A deep Haunt right on top of B, the fault line. Now you're going to start to see it, the plant. Can I get into this post-plant situation? It is there. Players still alive on top of it as well, and now they're going to be vacating their way down into the bottom of mid, but they have to hold these positions if they want any chance of finding a way back in to this round.
This one could get messy. I mean, they've just got to span through the smoke again.
Yep, Nightfall on top of it. Spams through, there's nothing to really block that choke point. In fact, Aaron, he's been down and out. There's no smokes to block that now. The fight has to be taken. No sound cues whatsoever for XSET to work with. They are contacting all the way. The paranoia, tank gliding, a flick of the wrist, but still the damage is done and dealt. Kills flowing one after the other. And the kill feed lights up red for Leviathan.
A huge round for the Chilean team, drawing things back 11-11. Leviathan are not going quietly here. They still have a fight in them. And I think the way that they played that round was quite nice. Putting early pressure Garage, bleeding a lot of utility out. Look how aware Taco is that this push is going to come through. And if BCJ had a Trailblazer or a Flash,
the ones that he used in Garage earlier, they might have gone for a fast retake and actually pushed Leviatán. Instead, those tools unavailable. BCJ was still one away from his Seekers. They couldn't create the pressure they needed.
Thing being used now, the Prowler and the Boombot, just to disrespect Cryo, get him off the angle. One doesn't get much though, and Cryo, well, he's still going to be holding this one, but Melzer up onto the high ground angle, watching for the push. An exchange of fire, and now they're re-pushing this positioning, and they're going to take that space again.
Cryo using the Seekers very early in the round to set himself back up on short. This could be massive. If Cryo's able to find a kill, Adverso jiggles it. I don't know whether Adverso saw him there. Cryo's got into a nasty position, but he could be swung from either angle.
Prowler finds it though. This time you're going to respect it.
Yeah, very diligent work from Shy, from Adverso. And now that XSET's had information denied on the A side of the map, they move towards Garage. But the Trailblazer re-clears short. That means they have an idea that things are heading towards Garage, and Def is waiting, and he's been playing so well this half.
Horn to try and clear through, Leviatán just trying to make the most of it. Bit of paranoia, that is beautiful. 3 targets found, a stun on top of it. They are being delayed and stopped right in their tracks. King, he offloads the showstopper right into the smoke, but the crossfire too much. It overpowers them. Melzer. Will he be able to find the answer? Him and Shy have come up with goods time and time again. And they've managed to turn it enough. Down to the 1v1. Him versus Shy, but BCJ with the Red Bull clutch.
Well, it's been a while since we had a BCJ round, but there it is. If there was anybody ready to shut down Melzer and Shy, it had to be the big guy. Melzer, we were due for a Melzer round. I thought it was coming.
I mean, he was clean with it. He was clean with it.
Those shots are just gorgeous from Melzer.
Gets his team back in this round.
But BCJ, so unexpected. That back position and holding a clean angle.
And this is the round that matters the most. Right here, fast start. You can see the utility again exchanged, but the money situation not too great for
Melzer's got the spike.
He's all the way in heaven. He's dropped it.
That's the spike.
The overheat moment. The positioning. What a blunder. What a whiff. It's match point for them.
No way.
You've got to be kidding me.
They
He does the full damage. This is absolutely absurd.
I've never seen anything like that.
What am I witnessing? What am I watching? 3 players left alive. The hopes and dreams again. Leviatán. The pressure is on.
And you can feel it in every fiber of their being.
Every mistake that's made, every moment of this one, the Haunted spots it out. TP is going to get killed. 4 players remaining. Now the swing comes through. Trying to play a Cryo, returns the drop down. It's mistimed. Player's still alive. Rolling Thunder. It catches onto 2, and Shy's been set up for it. He's good for it again. All the way for OT. They will bring it there.
There's simply no way that Leviatán win that round.
Switching sides.
You're telling me that Melzer ults into heaven with the spike, dies, and King retrieves it while killing himself with 4 damage. And that's the round they win.
I've never seen
3v4. Show me the replay.
What is this? What is this? Slight misplays being made. But what a way to salvage it. Look at how quickly King is able to reset the movement.
What on earth is that kill? King onto death. How does he do that? Leviatán are clutch gods. They're also making major mistakes, but then they're still able to recover it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just outlandish. It's outlandish.
And for XSET, that's another one of those match points. Down the drain, can they hold on?
Both these teams battling. This way, that way. Elimination game. XSET, again, trying to push back away from that curse of the first seed in North America. Do not want to be going out here. But Leviatán, they don't want to be finished with their run either.
Such a slow beginning to this round. So tense, so quiet from XSET. They're anticipating some aggression. Leviatán, they were very aggro on their defense side. And this setup is exactly the kind of thing that XSET can be ready to clear.
What a tenuous round this is. They spotted it.
Do they
the
think
location?
Shy?
A stun, an aftershock. King is in trouble, has to swing out. There needs to be backup. Shy does respond. He only gets the one, but eventually traded out.
Good fault line coming out there from Adverso as well. Allows King the space to back off and save his life.
Time is running low, Josh.
Melzer could be the hero player again.
Once more. Down, and he's found it. Readjust the aim, readjusts it once more, but again the trade is there. And Def moving forwards, Pearson straight through into mid. It's going to be the B plan, off into the corner, but King, he looks to make a play, looks to disrupt it. The teleport, he whiffs it, still finds the kill. The final bullet getting it, and King locks it down.
Another round where Leviathan look like they should be on the back foot, like it should all be over. And it never is. It simply never is.
Switching sides.
King and Taco taking their team to match point. And for Leviathan on Ascent, it only took one. 4 match points that XSET have let slip through their fingers like so many grains of sand. And Leviathan have been so clutch. They only needed a single map point on Ascent. How many is it going to take them here on Haven?
Reassess the situation.
It's just incredible. And I think, honestly, for XSET there, a bit of an overheat moment towards the end. There's no real reason for Aaron to go for a TP back before they've just solidified their position for a moment. And I don't think there's any great reason to go for a Garage reflank there when you don't know too much about the positioning. It's not even planted for Garage. The XM players getting a little scattered, but listen, this is not perfect Valorant. We've seen insane mistakes from both teams. It's just about who can make fewer and who can punish their opponents more.
Yeah. Happens when you have moments like this. The series going down to the wire.
Look at Zekken just taking deep breaths. What a performance he's had for his first time on stage. This tournament has been excellent from Cryo, from Zekken. Do they have it in them to go to another round of OT?
It'd have to be ridiculous. The Leviathan being in this situation. Match point now. Not just map point. Everything to play for. Not holding back with this one. Utility's just going to get dumped straight into B. And Melzer, he just opts to stick it. Plan coming through, but this time Def responds. Flashing the aftershock into the corner. It's a fast retake from XSET, and they've instantly come up with the answers.
An awesome response straight off the timeout.
Spam down, half on the defuse. Aaron just choosing to stick it. Players are falling. Shido dealt with right into the pocket of it. And Takalia unable to respond.
And XSET take a situation where it could have become a little dangerous towards the end, and they make sure to fully convert and put Leviathan to bed. We're going to a second round of OT.
I don't know how much more I can take of this shot.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Brent. I knew I was a fan of LATAM Valorant when I watched Crew at Champions.
Yeah.
But I didn't know there was another team that could make my heart feel like this. Leviathan are putting it all out there. And I'm sure picking up fans left, right, and center as well, as are XSET. Both of these teams' first times on the international stage and delivering us a banger of a series to keep their hopes and dreams alive.
Inspiring stuff. I think incredible resilience from Leviathan in map 2, bringing it all the way, but also XSET making it as close as it is. 13-13 in this OT.
And notice that Leviathan on their defense right now, not going for the Season 8 combos as they were for the vast majority of the regulation, keeping them for the mid-round. And King's going for a peek, he dies, gets punished. King was looking for information, wondering whether the XSET players were still hanging around. Well, one was.
Yeah, the slow default coming up with finally a kill. Felt like XSET really weren't given that much when they were playing this slow, but look at the repush from Adverso. He's going to wander right into the line of sight, right into the angle. There's no trade. But Cryo, he's still doing damage.
Cryo's trying to do everything right now for XSET, but Adverso couldn't be traded. He slipped away, and that's kept the player disadvantage to 1. And now even.
Contact peek across Takolia. Of course he's favored in that. The operator buying into it. All of his money being spent when it's OT. No armor to his
30
name.
seconds left.
Adverso's still looking for these aggressive info pushes.
I can't believe
so
this.
confident. He got away with it the first time.
When do you ever reclear this? When do you ever reclear this? And this crosshair placement's immaculate. Adverso collects another one at the back of the sky. Shy, backing away. The horn plays down. Cryo, unable to play the game right now. Sees the aftershock onto the corner of the plant. Has to be stuck, Aaron. He needs to survive this now. His team needs him playing inside of the smoke. Off to the side, Shy. How does he collect that shot?
Out-dueled
is perfect.
And what a round from Adverso, honestly. Adverso and Shy both playing that fantastically, but Adverso going for the re-clear down C long, holds that position, sends an aftershock that makes Cryo and Aaron very uncomfortable, and then comes back in for the flash to help Shy close the round out. Leviatán with another match point.
On the cusp. On the cusp.
Adverso having so much impact in this round. So did Cryo, but honestly, that duel in the smoke is what really turns things. Yeah. Everyone else battling to keep the round even, and then Shy gets inside Aaron's smoke and tips the balance.
One more round will do it for Leviatán. One more round. Carrying themselves forwards in the lower bracket, knocking XSET out.
And putting themselves through to champions ahead of Crew. That's what Leviatán are playing for right now.
Another fast play towards B on their attack side. This time, the fault line's going to be used early.
Oh,
Slow.
the pivot.
And it's an instant pivot right into Garage, but the one-way is still there. The Prowler spots it. Aaron's in trouble, has to TP to the side, has to avoid it, but the Paranoia is going to catch. No information really for him. A smoke to split the side up, but it's still being committed now by Leviatán. It's timid in the approach. It looks like they want to commit to this one, but they're just back and forth, back and forth.
A massive rotation from XSET. 4 players are over towards C. Adverso fails to break the trademark, actually, so he's not even creating pressure elsewhere on the map. Meantime, Cryo just holding with his operator, begging the rest of his team to win the round.
Nerves potentially playing a part. The round has been slowed down with 50 seconds left. These rat angles that are being played, Garage control being held the entire time, and now you start to see it come through again. The horn and the fault line shot has to be found. Dev is there, but Melza wants more return still. Eventually trading him, removing the veteran presence away from Garage. A satchel play in. They find themselves into the side, but the kills is being locked. Aaron collects it, down to King. Can he secure it? Can he do the unthinkable? A hard clear at Plat, but the crossfire. Oh, it was there. It was ready and waiting. And again, Josh, again, we go to another section of overtime.
Awesome resilience from XSET, not allowing the same mistakes to happen, not allowing the same crumble that occurred on Ascent. They keep themselves alive in the series. Def putting on a great job here. I mean, it's too sloppy to call it a masterclass from everybody, but that's just the nerves, that's just the pressure getting to them all.
Yeah.
But Def at the back of Garage on the defensive side, he's now the top fragger for the team after having, I think, 3 kills in the first half.
Turned it all the way around.
And we said it needed to happen. Now, Zekken making his way towards B, dashes in.
The timing. Takolia is going to be pushed off the angle. The Paranoia, Zekken's so deep right now, all the way into it, but Takolia, the quick scope, unbelievable form, and he finds another one, right for the efforts. It's not over just yet though. Cryo's dealt with, finds it again, tour de force pulled out. One more player at the back and Aaron shut down. How many times will Leviatán get this close? How many times can they bring it to match point?
Match point.
What an insane round from Takolia. Holding his ground, finding the kills, and that's a strategy that they used before, that XSET to be clear. That dash into B and flank to put pressure on the Garage player. It's a very set strat that XSET used against Optic in the Grand Finals, and it looked like Taco was ready for it. It's weird pathing. You expect it to catch him out. But he rendezvoused away, reset his aim perfectly, and punished the Jet player for XSET. Leviatán stand on the precipice once more.
This could be it. An important moment for every single player in the server right now, for their entire careers on the line. This match is going to define so much.
Here's the bait play that I was talking about over at short, but there's no one from Leviatán anywhere near apart from Taco. They're playing C site for retake, so heavily reading this as an A push. And after a while, BCJ goes for the informational play, but this is going to end up being a C retake.
That's good enough. Another one has to be used, and finally information's gained. It's pulled players back. They're second-guessing themselves. And Leviatán, this entire time, they have contacted, they have crawled their way up into C.
And the question becomes at this point, honestly, Brent, do Leviatán push even further? It looks like no. They've been going for these big spam post plants. Someone needs to reflank Garage.
Yeah, there needs to be an approach from the upside of things.
Maybe that's going to be Takalia's job, but otherwise, this series, the tournament life of XSET could come down to a spam battle.
Literally just straight down C-long. A bit of a tap onto the spider utility now, just starting to come through. The horn has to be dealt with already. The kills are flooding one way, this way, that way, pushing through the smoke, but the nade is in play. Def, he sticks him, but he's down. It's all up to Second and Aaron, and there's just not enough time. It's come down to this. The ticking away, the kills might flow, but Leviatán are going to be your winners. Leviatán are the ones moving forwards.
And you can see what it means to these guys. Not only do they advance in the bracket, Leviatán are making champions ahead of Crew, the most successful team so far this year from the Latin American region. Chile on top. What a performance. The XSET guys shrugging it off. And they had their opportunities, but they squandered them. Leviatán were just so clutch every time.
Passion that comes from this region as well. You can feel how much it means to them with this win. They move forwards through the lower bracket. They knock out XSET, the #1 North American seed. The curse continues.
And for these squads, it just seems like they need more time, more experience to be able to perform in the same metric as they have done before. But for Leviatán, they just haven't needed that. They've instantly taken to the stage environment, winning so many pistol rounds, so many clutches, and giving us a banger of a series. Brent, if you told me that the last remaining South American team was going to be Leviatán, if you had said that a few months ago, even a few weeks ago, I would have laughed at you. Loud in the tournament, Crew looking rejuvenated.
It just seems so unlikely, doesn't it?
But
at the end of the day,
it's this plucky, full Chilean squad that remains.
Exactly, the clutches, the huge moments, the individual moments. Means so much for them. You can feel it. The energy that was brought here today. What a showcase of skills from both sides.
And thankfully, Brent, they didn't celebrate too early. Up 9-3 at the half, and finally able to convert. For XSET, they obviously still have their opportunities for the rest of the year. But they'll be looking at the other side of the stage, wishing desperately that it was them, that they've been able to convert where Leviatán have. What a performance. What a team to track as they move forwards in the lower bracket.
Looking particularly dangerous, I think. Just their ability to pull magic out of thin air. You see it, it feels like once every global event, once a Masters, a Champs, there's always a team that just ends up surprising, going on a run, exceeding expectations.
And perhaps the same story from Reykjavik will repeat itself. Optic takes down the NA #1 seed. They fall to face the team that lost to DRX. And that team that lost to DRX proves to go on a run. It was Paper X last time at Reykjavik. We all know how dangerous they were, finishing up in 4th place. Perhaps something similar on the cards for Leviatán. What they showcased today was an improvement upon the glimpses of greatness we saw in the game against DRX. And if they can find those moments of magic again, this team is going to be so fun.
Yeah, so fun to watch, man. I mean, just from top to bottom, this series, it delivered big time. I mean, there was so many moments where you just thought it was going to be over.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here, our in-zone MVP. You can vote for who you thought it was. I mean, there are some big names on there. Well-deserved, I think, for a lot of the players. Melzer for his map 2 performance, honestly keeping him in it. But King and Taco as well was just so consistent, I think, throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, but to me, Brent, the consistency is awesome from Taco, from King, especially from Taco, actually.
Sure.
But Melzer kept them alive.
He did.
And that to me,
that's
is
quite
the
valuable.
difference maker.
That's quite valuable.
If they had not had even a single one of those Melzer rounds, they're out right now.
Yeah.
They're out. They're gone.
They're done.
And
this was an astoundingly good performance.
Still hear him screaming.
Yeah.
The Leviatán players still celebrating.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they can probably scarcely believe it themselves. But man, an outstanding series. The tournament continues to just shake things up, but it's still predictable. Scriptwriters still quite lazy apparently. You know, they're still quite lazy. Regardless of all that, we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and our analyst that's going to break down the action of the day. You know you don't want to miss it, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
lot to prove, and certainly it is not the right time for them to go home.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
What a thrifty to get XSET back into this one early. What a spray down! That is classic Zeka.
XSET going to be claiming map number 1 in this series as elimination match between them and Leviatán. Nice! He has to break this. Now the pressure, the time on him. He comes up with it. It's like Tappy knows he's not dead. The uptrap moving forward. What is that? You've got to be kidding me. But it's just too much for him to overcome, and they bring it all the way. Brutal, raining down all the brimstone, all the explosives. Kills flowing one after the other. The kill feed lights up red for Leviatán.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Nice! This is absolutely absurd.
Remaining.
I didn't know there was another team that could make my heart feel like this.
Leviatán are going to be your winners. Leviatán are the ones moving forwards.
That was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. And I just have a question for you, Midge and Mimi, both of you. Where were you when Melsa TP'd into A Heaven and lost the spike? I'm never going to forget that, ever.
I was right here, just losing my utter mind. That round, I think, was the craziest single round of Valorant I've ever witnessed.
I mean, between the guy going into heaven, here it is, right? Completing the teleport. He's thinking, oh, it's as free as can be. No one's up here. And then he's absolutely destroyed. So they've lost the spike in heaven. That should be a damning result,
no way they
surely.
Win this round,
but
right, Mitch?
Absolutely not. But right back up we go. Grab the kill, take the spike, and then die to the fall damage. Of course, they end up winning the round. It's just the craziest thing to see unfold. And all of these things going for XSET. Your likes of Cryo. Death having one of the best games he's had. That was a life game. This guy got absolutely destroyed last time around on Haven. He was getting ruined in early fights. And now he shows up, Cryo shows up, Zekin shows up, but it's not enough.
That was just a pendulum. That entire match of the energy between these two teams. Leviatán, they get that 9-3 half. They start popping off. They start feeling it. And then it gets ripped away from them. XSET pulls such an impressive defense. They were so good at the retakes, constantly pressuring, not giving any space for Leviatán to play with. And then we get back to overtime. And again, these moments where XSET can close out. 4 moments where they have series point across the series. And they did not close on any of them.
I mean, just look at that scoreline there for Zekin. He still had a pretty good game himself. Same for Cryo. You can see it in the stats and how it plays out. But for such a close game, that's what you expect, right? Both of these teams had to dig deep. And for King, he was a player that we highlighted coming into today. Obviously, Taco was someone we expect probably a lot more than what we saw. And he had some fantastic defender sides, but on the attack was really struggling. Then again, so was the entirety of Leviatán.
Yeah, and with that win, as you guys know, the last spot on points for Champions has been secured. That comes from LATAM and Leviatán. They have qualified. We will be seeing them again at Champions. And honestly, after that, I'm not mad about it whatsoever. I want to see this team play more maps.
I don't know who the seeding god is, but I just want XSET versus Leviatán again. They're both quad to champs at this point.
Just
rematch. Just run it back in
champs.
Istanbul.
Yeah, rematch of champs.
Yeah,
they need to play that in front of a crowd.
See, I want to see, without whether it's land jitters, whether it was a shaky start, whatever it was, I want to see Taco on land when he's having that third map again and again and again, when he's putting that consistency up, because we know he can. I think this was probably a pretty poor game for him overall, and yet they still looked clean. They still had those other facets. Now, what happens if he shows up from the get-go?
Yeah, well, he was in the poll for the in-zone player of the match. You guys at home voted, and I can now reveal who that goes to, and you have voted for Melsa. Fair enough. After that Ascend game, honestly, I would have given it to him as well.
I mean, how many clutches was it? It was, I think, 4 or 5 that he won in one map alone.
Yeah.
Without Melzer, we do not even see that map being won. It's a 2-0 for XSET. It wouldn't have even been Haven, and then he had clutches in Haven even to keep him going.
Yeah, he was definitely keeping this team on life support in those first 2 maps. He had 3+ very impactful clutches. I mean, like, single-handedly, I'll point to him and say 3 or more rounds in this first 2 maps separately were his. That, for a game that went this distance, that went to OTs, that went just neck and neck the whole way, without Melser having this kind of life game, they don't get close to this victory.
I don't even know if it's a life game because he was performing well even against CRX, but this was just at another level. I am so excited by this Leviathan team heading in towards the rest of the event because they were looking, I mean, it wasn't even perfect Valorant. It wasn't the cleanest Valorant. It was nowhere near it. But when the pressure was high, when everyone was screaming, when it was coming down to the wire, they held on and they found those crucial moments. They recovered from their mistakes, and that is so valuable in a squad.
Do you guys believe in the lower bracket run here? I mean, Crew back at Champions, they attempted it. They went pretty far. Leviathan this time around, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I think a lot of these rounds, I need to see the consistency out of them. Because so many of these rounds, they came off winning the majority of the pistols, winning so many clutches, and still having an incredibly tight game. I think there were a lot of early foundations that they got here that they won't be able to count on in every single matchup. So there's definitely a lot of improvements to be made there. Can we see those improvements happen? Absolutely.
Mitch, you're thinking. I don't want to think at this point. It's past midnight at this point. I just want whatever energy they have injected. It is so just electric to watch this team play. I want to believe so bad that they can get something done in that lower bracket.
You know what? If anything, this team, can you imagine how much they will feed off of a crowd? The energy that they brought, I thought we already had the crowd.
Yeah. They are the crowd. They are their own crowd, I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like you have to support them now because they knocked out one of your own. So it makes it look like better,
Is
right?
that how that works?
If they end up winning the whole tournament, you're going to be like, oh, we lost the tournament
Yeah,
winners.
it's like
good.
Crew at Champions, you know?
Yeah.
All good. Latam close enough, honestly. I just love what this team is showing. Really incredibly fun stuff. They have earned themselves quite a few fans. And I mean, Melser in particular, he had just such iconic moments. He had just some Melser moments throughout this series that are just so cool to watch.
And speaking of Melser, I am so excited for this because he is with Doug right now standing by in the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much to Melser. Right off the bat, congratulations. I could hear you guys screaming. Energy was through the roof. How do you feel at this moment? Primero de todo, felicitaciones. Estaban gritando, todo sonía bueno. ¿Cómo te sientes en este momento?
Me siento muy feliz.
Me imagino.
Muy excitado. Hubieron muchos overtime, así que tengo mucha adrenalina en este momento.
Sudando también, me imagino.
Sí, mucho calor.
He's incredibly excited. He's so happy. There was a lot of energy, a lot of overtime rounds, but he's just so happy that they were able to pull it off. There were rounds that you single-handedly won for the team. If not for you, the series ends. How did you do it? Habían rondas que si no por usted, pierden la serie. El segundo partido lo habían perdido y ahí habían quedado. ¿Cómo lo hiciste?
Solo apliqué lo que estoy haciendo en entrenamiento. No pude haber demostrado ayer porque, no sé, tuve solo un mal día, pero solamente fue hacer mi trabajo y mantenerme con mente fría.
Essentially, he just said he did what he needs to do in training, right? It's the same thing every single day. He wasn't able to perform the same way yesterday, but that was just because he had an off day. It all worked out. I want to ask you about the round on Haven where you teleport up with the bomb and you die. What happened? What was your team's response? Te quiero decir pregunta de la ronda cuando tenías la bomba y en Haven muriste. ¿Qué tu equipo qué te dijeron en ese momento?
Bueno, mi equipo no me dice nada. Obviamente,
no te querían hablar.
Claro, los errores no los decimos durante el partido, pero fue solamente por la ansia y la adrenalina del partido que se me olvidó que llevaba la bomba. Era un error mío.
¿No sabías que la tenía?
No sabía.
He said they didn't tell him anything. In those moments, they try not to talk about mistakes in those moments, but ultimately it was just adrenaline. He forgot that he had the spike, and that happens to all of us, so it's nice to know that you're human as well. Last question I have for you, man. Emotions, energy riding high. What do you want to say to your fans, to your supporters in this moment? Última pregunta. ¿Hay algo que te quieres decir a la gente, a todos los fans que te están soportando y todos los seguidores que tienen en este momento?
Quiero primero agradecer a mi familia, a mi novia, que siempre me apoyan todos los días, y obviamente a los fans que sigan creyendo que Leviatán tiene para mucho rato y para demostrar mucho nivel.
He said, first and foremost, he wanted to thank his family, his girlfriend, always supportive, and to all of the fans to continue to believe Leviatán still has a lot more to show. Felicitaciones otra vez. That's going to do it for this interview. We're going to throw it back to Sue at the desk. Sue?
Thank you very much, Doug. What a great interview, and it's great to hear, you know, those moments. He forgot the spike. I think we kind of all suspected that, but King with the recovery, though, I still think that moment was kind of what won them the series.
It was unreal. Like he could have probably thrown the spike out, but he was full HP when he jumped. He thought he was safe, got spammed in the back, and ended up going down. But sometimes you got to go down for the team, right? Take one for the team, and King's certainly willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just this team has become so lovable. Just listening to them, listening to the energy, feeling it throughout their journey in the. I mean, it was one series, but it really did feel like a journey to get to this point. I'm just really excited to watch more out of them.
Speaking of the journey, do you guys remember that FPX play today earlier a little bit? You know, take your mind back like 12 hours because we have a HyperX reflex moment of the day here with Sugetsu. Some of you guys might have forgotten this after all the craziness maybe we witnessed.
I forgot this, but okay. Now
You remember
my
now.
memory
You
has been
remember
served.
now.
I saw where he is, and that is the way he starts things off. Finding, what was it, a 4K in the end to save this game for FPX. It would have been a 2-0 for Guild because they did win out so dominantly on Breeze, but Sugetsu saved them, kept them in this one, and managed to avoid that overtime, even having Artis clutch things out in the end there.
I feel like those sort of moments, you know, where Sugetsu comes into the tournament, he's been away for a little while, he missed out the first couple of games, you really see that hunger in him to just come back in, make a name for himself on the stage, and, you know, it was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, the real FPX, as they keep saying, is back, yeah. And the real FPX are going to carry on in this tournament. If we take a look at the bracket, we had 2 huge elimination games today. We sent one NA home team and one EU home team. How poetic, isn't it? They have to go home together.
I just realized both Guild and XSET are gone.
Yeah,
and that's
hasn't
really,
set in yet.
Yeah, it only just is setting in for me at this point. It's really tragic to say goodbye to them. Guild, such a great run from them to make it out of the group. Such low expectations for this team from so many people coming in, but they built up to that, had an excellent performance, almost beat FPX in that series, and XSET as well. Well, they lost in this one. Well, they had that NA curse come to fruition yet again still. It was an incredible series out of them.
So painstaking. They're going to lose sleep over that. 4 series points for XSET. 4 chances to claim that spot in round 2 of the lower bracket, and instead they end up going home. Now, the good thing is this tournament, we talked about it from the very start. We've heard it from their coach. We've heard it from their team. They're in champs. They know they're locked in. And really, some of the things that you'll take out of this event, it's more than just, oh, well, when we play Haven on LAN, we need to do this. It's also like, when do we get food before the practice, right? Like, how many hours of prac are we doing a day? Are we ordering water to the room? There's so many things that you need to do behind the scenes at a LAN that you're not used to doing in the comfort of your home, or even coming into some regional LANs. I think that this is a massive learning experience for them, and, well, they've got plenty of time to learn ahead of champs.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the bright side for them as well, you know, maybe it sucks that they lost, but think of how many more suits Psycho would have had to wear. He doesn't have to buy new ones for Champions now. He can just keep
I'm sure he'll be really happy about that. Yeah, we should ask him. Is it a relief?
That was a lot sadder than I thought.
Yeah, that's just ruined my night now.
I'm sorry, Sue.
It's okay. It's time for us to go to sleep. I think that's it. I think that's all the time we have for today.
It's bedtime.
Yeah, thank you so much for sticking with us if you've been here all day. We're going to be back tomorrow, however, with 2 giga bangers, in my opinion. Fnatic are going to be taking on Paper Rex, and Optic will be playing DRX. Make sure you join us again tomorrow, and we'll see you then. This is EMEA versus EMEA with elimination on the line, a spot at Champions also on the line. It could potentially be absolutely brutal for the losing team.
What's love got to do with,
Maybe just one to get to what is that? It's so dangerous, Artis. Brutish in approach. Does do it, and you gotta say it. Thank God for Sugetsu in that round.
What's love with a second-hand emotion?
Artis, please.
Yes!
This is clean stuff from Guild. Coldamenta! He's just about held this. Coldamenta on the reposition, the time's on his side, and the shot's there. It's 13-3, and it's shut down. Guild letting this one slip.
Nice, boys, nice.
One enemy remaining.
Zipan has torn him limb from limb. That is just going to destroy Guild's mental. Oh, Zipan! FPX stay alive at a 13-4 scoreline. Guild crumble under the pressure.
These are the first seeds of their regions. They both still have a lot to prove, and certainly it is not the right time for them to go home.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice! What a thrifty to get XSET back into this one early. What a spray down! That is classic Zekken.
XSET going to be claiming map number 1 in this series as elimination match between them and Leviatán. Nice! He has to break this down to pressure the time on him. He comes up with it. It's like Tappy knows he's not dead. The uptrap moving forwards. What is that? You've got to be kidding me. But it's just too much for him to overcome, and they bring it all the way. Brutal, raining down all the brimstone, all the explosives. Kills flowing one after the other. The kill feed lights up red for Leviatán.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Nice! This is absolutely absurd. I didn't know there was another team that could make my heart feel like this. Leviatán are going to be your winners. Leviatán are the ones moving forwards.
Orders, please. Orders, please.